Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Tuesday, January 6th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be back on a Tuesday. Yesterday's show was fantastic. Hope you enjoyed the, 4+ hours of the 13th annual Helwani Nose Awards. It was a great time had by all. We had a fantastic time. And we went through it all. 27 categories. Golly, we did it all. We said it all. We handed him out to all. Look at this. I still can't stop touching it. I can't stop caressing it. I just love it so very much. Look at it. Some people said it should be like that. Some people said it should be like that. I don't know. Maybe you get a full, when it's profile, you get the full picture, Anyway, shout out to our guy Sarp for making this for us. Tremendous stuff. As I've said, it is awards week this week. So yesterday we have the 13th annual Helwani Knows MMA Awards. Tomorrow, 2026 prediction show. But today, my friends, we hand out more hardware. Yes, and we do it with our familiar face, our familiar friend. The boys, as they say, are back in town. We head over to London town to say hello to my old friend. He's forgotten about me. He's big time now. Ade Oladipo. There he is, looking dapper as hell. Hello, Ade. How are you, my friend?
Why would I forget about you, Ariel?
You're so big time now. You're rubbing elbows with the dignitaries, with the big shots, the VIPs, if you will. I see you all over the gaff, but it's so great to see you. Hearing that music takes me back.
Yeah, the music was just it brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah,
it was just honestly, it was hard. I've missed the show. I've missed everyone. I've missed you. Everyone in the back room that you never talk about. I could mention the names, but you never do. I've missed everything.
Yeah.
But it's good to be back, Ariel. Thanks for having me. And I'm even dressed for the occasion.
I know.
What are you wearing?
Well, the thing is, you told me earlier today that you didn't have a tux, that it was in the dry clean, so I didn't want to upstage you. So I went with my baklava hoodie thing over here.
It's embarrassing.
It is. Why? It's what the kids wear. It's cool. It's Action Bronson.
Yeah, but you're not a kid anymore, Ariel.
Bro, I'm younger than you. I'm 40.
You're 40. You're 40.
I'm actually 43. It's tough.
Wow, jeez.
Okay. Yeah. What are you, 45?
45 in March. Why add months onto me like this?
But of course, Ade, I'm a man who loves an occasion. Of course I've got my tuxedo here.
God.
You know what? I have to say something. The guys in the back screwed me up. I don't have my headphones in. Wait, I got to put this on here. The guys in the back screwed me up, Ade. I'll tell you why.
What is this?
Can I tell you why the guys in the back screwed me up? They actually set me up for failure because you said earlier today that I'm gonna struggle through this. I was worried.
No, I said I didn't have a tux as in the jacket.
It's over the cable. Fix it.
Well, I don't know what's going on, Frank.
Undo it.
Frank, I've screwed this up.
Do you remember what I said?
You know what? You guys actually screwed me up. Because I tried.
This ain't gonna happen.
No.
There's no way you're gonna put it on. Okay, look. You've worn these before.
Yeah, I've worn these. Yeah, and also I've exposed the fact that this beautiful bow tie is now fake. So I've done that.
Wait, is that a velvet bow tie?
It's velvet. Yeah, you like that, huh? Look at it.
Dude, I ain't gonna lie. This is. Oh, it's a bit bent. Oh no. What? Yeah.
Okay, but can I tell you why?
It looks really nice.
Can I tell you why I fucked up the intro? And I swore too. I screwed up the intro because I put the hoodie over it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, you can't see your shirt." And then I sit here and I look at myself at the intro. I'm like, "You can see the shirt. You can see me choking under this thing," and no one told me this.
I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it.
Oh, I saw it. I even have my jacket right here.
I thought you was gonna wear that horrible top.
Which horrible? No. I got my jacket right here. I got everything.
Look at you!
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wait. Let me get right.
Oh my God! You've actually got trousers and shoes
I got
as
trousers. Well, not quite the shoes, but that's okay. What am I supposed to do with this now?
I don't even want to stand up and show you what I'm wearing.
Oh, by the way, I saw you when you came in for the rehearsal. Can I get a shot? How do I look? Not quite good, but
you know what?
It's good enough.
This is incredible.
It's good enough.
And look at me. I thought you only had one suit jacket.
No, Ade, this is a big deal. This is the second annual Ariel and Ade Boxing Awards, all right? Ade, they tried to kill us, and here we are, back, rising, like a phoenix coming from the ashes, like a cockroach. You can't kill us. You can't kill this. You can't kill this magic. Come on now. And we're not just MMA guys around here.
Is this the same tux you wore yesterday?
I can't confirm nor deny.
Okay, just checking.
What do you think? I got multiple tucks. By the way, I'm not as cool as you because when you told me, hey, I've got a tux in the dry clean, I went through the archives and I found many a photo of Ade in a tux. Many a photo. I believe we have some of these photos here. Here he is.
Look up your mothers and daughters.
Yeah, well, what's going on? Where's that tux? Is it the same jacket every time?
I've no. It's the same one. I've only got one. It's in the dry cleaners.
Here's another one, or just a different shirt.
I ain't gonna lie. That black on black looks good.
It looks great.
That black on black looks good.
Where's that jacket?
Dry cleaners.
For fuck's sake.
I'm a busy man, Ariel. Obviously, I wear these tuxes, and
I know.
It's not once a year. I probably 3-4 times a year. I'm at award shows. I'm handing out awards. I'm hosting award shows. So they're very busy, these tuxes. So apologies.
No, it's all good. I saw you in Monaco. You guys have a great time over there, looking fantastic. But anyway, it's great that you're able to carve out some time among your 48 jobs and doing this with us. Actually, this is a good one because last year we got it off the ground. And this year we've actually supersized it. You were actually lamenting the fact that it's so big. It's over 20 categories this time. Are you ready for this?
And you know what, dude? And sorry if I came across as rude when I was talking about the number of awards. I mean, we could have gone to 40. I mean, there are so many people deserving of awards. This isn't like the Oscars where it's just, best picture, best male, best female. There is so much more. So I'm ready. I'm ready to wait. Do they get a physical award? Are we going to start doing that now?
Well, this is the 13th annual Helwani Knows Award. As you know, everyone's still talking about it, going crazy over it. We have to reach at least 5 of these, 5 years, and then we start making the awards. How about that? So we'll see if you're still you're still willing to.
I'll be 50.
I mean, listen, you're looking fantastic, and I feel like we could get to 5. Only 3 more years. You're right, though. There is a lot. There's actually a few other categories. While I was, on the break, I was like, should I say this one? Should I say that? And I was like, let's just keep it at the number that we're having, which was the number that I gave you like 4 different times. I said okay, final list. And then there was another final list and then another final list. In the end, it's the usual suspects. It's, male and female fighter of the year. It's knockout of the year. It's fight of the year, of course, round of the year, event of the year. But then there are some fun ones. We like to have the fun ones. We like to have the walkouts and, the promos of the year and all that stuff. So we will get to all that in a moment. I'm really excited about this. I think it was a great year for boxing. But Ade, my friend, would be remiss if we don't start by talking about a bit of a tough break that we just had, a holiday break. And I know Anthony Joshua means so much to you, and I know Africa and Nigeria means so much to you. Just heartbreaking stuff over the last couple of weeks. I saw on your YouTube channel that you weren't really ready to talk about it. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I did want to acknowledge the passing of Anthony Joshua's 2 very good friends, Sina Gami and Latif Ayodele. If you want to say anything on their behalf, because I know that you knew them on a personal level, please feel free to do so. And if not, I completely understand as well.
No. Look, obviously, it's been a few days now. Initially, when I heard the news, I was away on holiday. I was with my partner, was in Dubai, and started to get so many messages about this. And with the way the world is nowadays, I thought it's fake news. I was like, okay, no, it couldn't have happened. I mean, it's fake news. Look, I've been following AJ's Instagram. He's okay. He's in Nigeria. He's getting ready to travel and meet family and friends. And then when it starts to drip, the information, it does drip. It's slow. And you hear about, okay, there's been 2 people that have lost their lives in this car. You start to kind of think, okay, who was in that car? And you're praying and hoping it isn't people that people that are close to AJ. And then it comes out that it's Latif Ayodele, as you said, and Sina. And these are 2 people that I know well because they've been around AJ. So they've been around AJ, obviously, longer than I've known AJ. So as soon as I started to do the interviews and sit down with AJ, they were always there. And it's hard to think that they're not going to be there anymore. These weren't just, people that worked for AJ and, Sina being his personal trainer, etc. These were AJ's very, very good friends. These are 2 people that AJ's grown up with, and you probably see him photos doing the rounds on the internet now, and you can see how young they were when they were around AJ. These guys have been around AJ for years. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for everyone involved. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for Anthony Joshua. It's just a tough moment. It's a tough break, and it kind of makes you appreciate life a lot more. And I mean, AJ obviously had the high of the Jake Paul fight and what it did for his brand in America, and he was really high. And then for this to happen, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. So look, we wait and see. There are so many things going out right now about AJ being retired, and is AJ going to continue fighting, whatever. I think we just need to hear it from the horse's mouth, and I think that's going to take time. I think AJ needs time right now, and everyone around them needs time. The families of Sinner, the families of Latif. So it's going to be difficult. And I don't know what happens next. I really don't. But obviously, thoughts and prayers with the families of Sinner Gami and Latif Ayodele.
Amen. Very well said. And yes, I think everyone just needs to chill on the fighting future stuff. He may come up on this show. Obviously, he had a great end to the year. But let's give this guy some peace and quiet, some space. Have to say, seeing footage of him at the funerals kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I wish that people would leave him alone and not post that stuff or shoot that stuff, but is what it is. Those are the times that we live in. I'll just say, being around him that week in Miami, I was struck, and I even asked him about it at the press conference. Like, he seemed to be in such great spirits. He was in such a Zen-like mode, right? He just seemed so reflective and happy and appreciative, and he just handled everything so great. And then to see the explosion of popularity in the aftermath, we talked about it a little bit privately. It was like, I guess America just didn't know who this guy was for 13 years. And you all knew who he was, and hardcore boxing fans knew who he was. And you're like seeing people, you're seeing women talk about him. You're like, wow, good for AJ, man. Like, it's happening a little late in his career, but it's so nice to see him being talked about with so much love and respect and admiration. And then this happens. I remember one of the last things I saw before all this was him and Eddie standing outside some house being like, hey, we got a good early Christmas present. It's going to be a great holiday season. God bless you all. And then this happens, and you see those scenes, and it's just shocking. It's heartbreaking. It kind of took me back a little bit to the Kobe Bryant accident of a few years back, where it's like, wow, this man was on such a high, and he was so close to to having a horrific tragedy happen to him, and now he suffers this accident, and his friends pass, and you hear about how loyal they all were to each other, and how close they all were, and they weren't just workers or colleagues, they were his friends, his mates, like people in the trenches with him, and he's been through so many ups and downs. So again, as you said, much love and respect to their families. Our hearts go out to them. I thought it was beautiful what MVP did on their show this past weekend, putting their names on the canvas. Really, really cool stuff there from Most Valuable Promotions and Akisa and Jake. So much love and respect to those guys for doing that, for going out of their way. Of course, AJ not a part of MVP, and hoping that Anthony can get through this, hoping that he can recover mentally and physically, and let's see what happens to him throughout the year and beyond. On that note, hard to transition, but we will do our best. And we will go through our awards, my friend. And I wanted to start actually with a new category. And it's a category that you see more in boxing than MMA. We actually introduced it in our MMA awards show yesterday. It's one that I think is very important, because sometimes the man or woman who has the performance of the year doesn't end up becoming the male or female fighter of the year, but they are so great on the night, they deserve recognition. And so let us start with our first award, our first category, and that is Performance of the Year. Now, this could be any performance, right? This could be a male performance, a female performance in a big fight. And oh, by the way, I don't know your picks, you don't know mine. And I think it's fun that way, so we can react in real time. I'll start, if you don't mind. I thought the absolute best and brightest performance of the year, and quite frankly, I have a feeling we're going to agree on this one, because I think it was the absolute best, and I don't know how you can go in a different direction. Of course, there were great performances throughout the year, but when the lights were shining brightest, this man, Terrence Crawford, absolutely hit a grand slam, as they say here in America. On Netflix, moving up to 168, fighting Canelo Alvarez, finally getting his moment, finally getting the love and respect that he has been searching for, finally getting the rub, if you will, getting the platform, getting the promoter, and then having this masterclass of a performance, a virtuoso performance against a legend like Canelo Alvarez, moving up once again to become undisputed champion. Just absolutely sublime stuff. I don't think anyone on any particular night over the course of 365 days had a better performance than Terrence Crawford did back in September at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. So he is my pick for 2025 Performance of the Year.
One second. So see, I was with you all the way.
Okay.
But then when you kind of say, I don't think anyone had a better performance, as though if I say something different,
no,
my pick is suddenly...
No, these are my picks and your picks. No. I'm going to go first, then you go first. You go first, I go first. That's my pick. Okay. Now you give me your pick. I'm not saying that's the pick on behalf of the two of us. That's not how this works. That's my pick. Now I want to hear yours.
Okay. My pick was early in the year. I feel like everyone forgets what happens in the first half of the year. My pick comes from the first couple of months of the year, and it was the great Dmitry Bivol. That man there against Artur Beterbiev. 2 pound for pounders. At the time, I guess Dmitry Bivol was maybe number 5, Artur Beterbiev number 4. These two have known each other for years. They trained in the same amateur setup with the Russian national team. Bivol got beat by Beterbiev, as you know, a few months prior to that, and he had to run it back with him, and he's running it back with a guy that I think is just a machine, a brick in Beterbiev. And in the earlier rounds in that fight, I thought he was struggling a little bit. All of a sudden, a few adjustments, and we saw the best Bivol we've seen. I mean, the feet were excellent. I mean, the movement was just outstanding. The punch selection was perfect. And Dmitry Bivol became undisputed light heavyweight champion. Not against a faded guy like your man Crawford did against Canelo. A guy right at the peak of his powers in Artur Beterbiev. That was the single best performance in the ring this year.
Okay, so I love that you're not in agreement with me. I love that. I did not forget about it. We'll talk more about that fight and that card down the line, I suspect. But here's the difference. You said something that can't be applied to Terence Crawford in his performance. You said early in that fight, and you are right, he struggled a little bit. Terence did not struggle. There was no struggle throughout that entire fight. That was a master class. Would you describe Dmitry Bivol, who was coming off a loss to Beterbiev, but let's be honest, I think a lot of us thought he won that first fight. Would you describe that performance back in February as a master class? Was it a shutout? Did he completely...
You know what it was, Ariel? It was a master class for me because he had to make adjustments. It was tough. Beterbiev, you know Beterbiev, he's the meanest and the scariest fighter out there. He had to make adjustments against him. And that's why I said it was a masterclass. What Bivol was doing in the first 2 or 3 rounds weren't working. Went back to the corner and was like, okay, I need to try something different. And it worked immediately. Whereas Crawford, I mean, look, I love Canelo, but I mean, Canelo against William Skull a few months prior didn't look great, did he? He's no longer the Canelo we know. So, and I always had Crawford winning that fight, by the way. Whereas I thought Bivol Beterbiev was genuinely 50-50. And to beat someone who just beat you 6 months prior and to find another way to do it, I think's genius stuff. But look, I'm not mad at your Crawford take. I think your Crawford take's a good one, but I'm going to stick with my Dmitry.
Okay, I love it. And by the way, I'm not mad at yours either. That's what's fun about all of this. I'm not trying to diminish what Dmitry did, and I can't wait to see him back, hopefully at some point this year. But I just thought him moving up to 168, washed or not, and I do think that's a little bit of revisionist history. I don't think people were necessarily... I know there was a time around 2 years ago, year and a half ago, where people were starting to say that Canelo was getting washed. But I think like the last couple performances, Berlanga, Munguia, and even the Skull one, I think more people blame Skull or the fact that Canelo knew that there was something on the other side of that rainbow. He just had to get through this middle of the night fight. Nevertheless, 2 great performances throughout a year that showed us, many great performances in the ring. So shout out to the 2 of them. My pick, Terence Crawford. Yours, Mr. Dmitry Bivol. And of course, you've got his jumper right there behind you. So perhaps you're a little bit biased, but who knows? I mean, who's to check, really? All right, next up, my friend, fight of the year. You go first.
This is almost impossible. It's almost impossible. There are so many that I could have chosen, but I've gone for one. It may be a bit of British bias to it, but it opened a show in Saudi Arabia, which is crazy for me because this could have done 20,000 at the O2 Arena. I am talking about Callum Smith versus Joshua Buatsi, who proceeded to kick the you-know-what out of each other for several rounds. I mean, this was just brutal. I mean, some of the punches that these guys were throwing and landing were just... You almost feel like, okay, this had to slow down a little bit. Like, surely this can't continue. Look at that. I mean, look at that. Gum Shield coming out, getting cracked with a left hook. This was just violence at its best. And I almost feel like this has been forgotten a little bit because it opened the show, but not for British fight fans. This was one of the best fights I've been able to see live. And this is my fight of the year, without a doubt. Joshua Buatsi versus Callum Smith. I just thought it was an incredible fight. And I'd love to see it again in the future. But for now, I think both guys need to rest a little bit. I think we saw what it took out of Buatsi in his fight against Zach Parker. And Callum Smith hasn't fought since either.
Can I be honest with you? Before the show, I asked On-Air Jordan, who does such a great job of taking all our picks and making all these great, graphics and all that stuff. I asked him in the back, I was like, by the way, don't tell me his picks, but do we have a lot of overlap? Because I suspected that we were going to overlap on so many of these. I thought some of these, especially the early ones, were going to be layups, like that we would both be in agreement and there'd be no tension, no friction. And so we're now 2 for 2. I disagree with you. And quite frankly, I am blown away. I am shocked. I thought for sure you would have picked my pick for Fight of the Year. This was the easiest one to pick. Of course, it's back in April, Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Chris Eubank Jr., Conor Benn was as riveting as it gets. And I'm not even talking about all the pomp and circumstance. I'm not even talking about the walkouts. I'm talking about these two guys delivering. I was captivated from opening bell to closing bell. I was in Green Bay. I was there to announce the Buffalo Bills pick, 177th pick. Of course, Dorian Strong, we wish him well. And I was in the airport watching this on my phone, and I was praying that they wouldn't call for us to board the plane because I did not want to miss a second of this. Thank God I didn't. It was so damn good until the final drop, until the final second. These two, look at them, in the freaking trenches, in the freaking phone booth. I mean, toe to toe they went. How do you not pick this one? Because also, by the way, when it comes to Fight of the Year, yeah, sure, Boazzi and Smith and so many others were great. But you think about the stakes, the platform, what was actually at stake. No belts at stake, family history at stake. And they rose to occasion, their father's name at stake. The legacy. How do you not pick this one? It lived up to all the hype and then some. Everyone, in particular in the UK, would say this was a nothing fight. It was a fabrication. It was an Eddie Hearn dream. It should never happen. There's the weight issue. And they stepped up and gave us that. It was amazing.
No, look, you have maybe made me change my mind a little bit. But the only reason I'm going to stick with Boazzi Smith, the only reason is that these are two, at the time, top 6, top 7 light heavyweights. I could maybe stretch it and say top 5, but let's say top 6, top 7. So these were two elite fighters going at each other toe to toe. No feel-out rounds going straight at each other. Ben Eubank at 160. I mean, Ben's never fought at 160. Eubank's not elite. So it's more just the drama of it that I think you're going for, was I just picked two elite guys kicking the crap out of each other. I think that's the only difference. But look, you could be right. I'm happy to kind of say, you can have that one, and the fans will vote, and they'll probably vote for you as well.
Can I ask you a question, by the way? The fact that we saw the second one a few months later, and the fact that it very clearly did not live up to the first hype and wasn't anywhere near as good, do you think that's maybe a reason why you're not going for it? Do you think that it was diminished a little bit? Do you think that it watered it down, maybe. Or am I crazy? I'm trying to figure out how you're not picking this one.
Maybe because, I mean, we all have recency bias, don't we? And I was obviously not at the first one, but I was at the second one. And maybe there's a bit of that where I'm having the sort of flashbacks of the second one in my mind. But, I feel like, we've got 20, as you say, 27 awards. I feel like there's a chance that Ben and Eubank might come up in a few more awards. So I can't give out all the popcorn and the gold to Ben and Eubank. I might have to, save a few for other awards as well.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so we're 2 for 2 as far as not agreeing. I love that very much. I want to move along now to Knockout of the Year. Knockout of the Year, obviously a very, very fun one. I'm curious as to where you're going to go.
We have to agree with this one.
You know what? I'll tell you what about this. I'll give you my pick, but I'll say I changed it at the 11th hour because I had another pick. But I have a feeling based on your reaction right here that we are going to be in agreement. And so let's not, dance around it. To me, it was very easy in the end. It was Brian Norman Jr. against Jin Sasaki in Japan. Is one of the most vicious knockouts that you'll ever see. It was actually quite scary in the aftermath. Sasaki was out. The way in which he fell, the way in which Norman knocked him out was as vicious, as powerful, as scary as can be. And the way in which Sasaki fell, and he was out for quite some time. I mean, he was a stiff board. Surely you agree with me. That's your knockout of the year.
Yes, you agree with me because that's what I'm going for as well. No, I'm going for that one as well. I mean, there are many, obviously, as you say, thousands, right? And so many good knockouts. But that's the one that I just vividly remember. Like, it just sits with me. Like, the connection was just as good as it can be. And as you say, Sasaki just didn't he have a memory loss as well? I think Brian Norman said he spoke to him and he could barely remember anything. So that one was just violent. And it's weird because you celebrate the knockout and then you kind of start to get worried. Like, okay, is he okay? Is he going to get up? Is he fine? And that's what that did. It reminded me years ago of Sergio Martinez, Paul Williams, where they're just out cold. And again, so many good ones, but I think that has to be number one. I'm very curious. You said you changed last minute. What was it going to be?
Okay, so it was perhaps recency bias, but again, stakes mean something to me, right? So when it's on the biggest stage and when there's the most amount of people, it does feel a little bit elevated. And quite frankly, I was going to, for a moment, pick AJ over Jake Paul. It was a vicious knockout. It was the knockout heard around the world. Everyone was talking about it. It went viral. He broke his jaw in 2 places. Like, that is as good of a knockout as you're going to get. I think he gets diminished a little bit because I think everyone thought AJ was going to knock him out at some point. And after the fact, you're kind of like, oh yeah, we probably should have saw this coming. If you were one of those people who were saying, oh, Jake had a chance. I still can't believe that Jake was a plus 800 in the end. Like, I thought he should have been like a plus 20,000. Given the skill discrepancy, the size discrepancy, the resume discrepancy. But then I went back and looked at some of them. There were some other great ones, like Fabio Wardley knockout of Justice Hooney was incredible at Portman Road. There were a lot of great knockouts throughout the year, and obviously in boxing, it's a lot more zeroed in, because in MMA there's a whole bunch of different ways in which you can win a fight. That's the only way that you can actually stop a fight. But yeah, that knockout is one of the most vicious and scary knockouts that we've seen in quite some time. I'm talking about Brian Norman versus Jin Sasaki. Any others come to mind?
Not on that level, because when I do think of sort of vicious knockouts, as you say, I'm thinking of where the ref could count for a minute and you're not getting up.
Yeah.
So like the AJ Jake Paul one, I actually think Jake would have got up. If there's another second or so, Jake's trying to get up. Even the Justice Hooney one, Justice looked like he was, he was like he's trying to crawl around. I mean, Brian Norman, that knockout, he's not getting up if it's a 2-minute count. And that's why for me, it was just head and shoulders above everything else, because that's one of the scariest. And I think that's the word, scary. It scared me watching it back, thinking, is he okay? Has Sasaki fought since?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so. And you're right.
That's how scary it was.
And I'm going to confirm that. But there were those reports about the memory loss. I don't know how. No, he has not, and that was in June. I don't know how they're able to measure whether or not he's had any memory loss. I don't know how that happens, other than just speaking to him. But yeah, when you start to hear stuff like that, and by the way, Brian did that in Japan. He flew to Japan. It felt like his coming out party. And then, of course, some months later, Devin Haney kind of squashed all of that and derailed it, at least for the time being. So let's see what happens with Brian Norman Jr. But shout out to him. Congratulations to him. Our knockout of the year winner. Okay, let's move along and let's go with upset of the year. Now, there's many ways that you can skin this cat, Ade, because like some people just go like letter of the law. They look at the odds, who was the biggest underdog, and that person wins the upset of the year award. And then there's other people who will be like, all right, maybe the odds weren't as great, but this guy had no chance of winning and he rose to the occasion, he pulled it off, everyone was counting him out, et cetera, et cetera. You go first, your upset of the year for 2025.
Now, this one might be a bit controversial. It might be.
Okay.
But I remember going into this fight, I was thinking that my guy was surely going to win. And I say my guy, I mean the favorite was surely going to win. As the fight's playing out, I'm thinking he could get knocked out any second here, as in the favorite. My upset of the year, it might not be an upset for some, but it still was to me, Fabio Wardley stopping Joseph Parker.
Wow.
I just didn't picture it. I mean, leading up to the fight, I was like, okay, look, Parker's just too experienced, and even if they have a shootout here, Parker could knock Fabio out because, I mean, Fabio, was an accountant 10 years ago. Joseph Parker was on, he was on a rail run, and he was going to fight Alexander Usyk. They've held him back, and he has to get through one more man, and that man's Fabio Wardley. And when Fabio stopped him, I remember looking around at everyone like, what the hell has just happened here? I'm still astonished watching these photos and these pictures back, because I just had Joseph Parker as such a big favorite. Everyone did. Don't get me wrong. Everyone gave Fabio a chance, but this isn't Justice Hooney. This isn't Fraser Clark. This is the big Uso. This is Joseph Parker, who at the time I thought was the second best heavyweight in the world behind Alexander Usyk. So for me, it's a massive upset. So I'm going to go Fabio stopping Joseph Parker.
Okay, that is a really good one, and it wasn't on my short list. In the end, I was considering two. I will say that word upset is apropos when talking about that fight, because I still think it was a awful stoppage. So I was upset watching it. I was mad watching it, and I understand what you mean, because I did think that Parker was going to win. I'm looking at the odds going into it just for fun. The odds going into the fight, I mean, they were pretty big. Parker was it opened minus 1,000 for Parker, plus 560 for Wardley. Interestingly enough, it closed minus 340 for Parker, plus 340 for Wardley. So over time, and by the time the fight started, it
got
seemed
closer.
like, a lot of people started to believe that Wardley had it. Still feel like it was an awful stoppage. Still feel like Parker kind of got shafted this year, not getting the Dubois fight earlier in the year, and then not fighting for the belt, and then this happening. And then since then, testing positive for cocaine.
Like, just crazy year.
Who would have
like
thought?
a year that you just want to cancel.
Yes.
Like, just remove 2025 from Joseph Parker.
I still feel like there's more to that story. I can tell you, I did see him at the the Joshua Paul fight in Miami. He was there, believe it or not. I was surprised to see him, and he told me that there's more information that's going to come out, and in due time he will share that with the world. So I hope that there is more to that story, and I hope that it doesn't derail his career for very much longer, because I thought that he was having a tremendous renaissance, and 2024 was a great year for him. So it came down. I did not have that, obviously. There's one that I feel like a lot of people are picking, and it's the letter of the law one, because if you go with the odds, it was one of the biggest upsets as far as an underdog winning a fight. Back in May, there was a fight in Las Vegas between Armando Resendiz and Caleb Plant.
Caleb Plant. Okay.
Resendiz was a plus 1,100 underdog. Caleb Plant was a minus 2,400 favorite. It didn't really move all that much as they got closer to the fight. And as you may recall, it was all being set up to have Plant and Charlo fight down the line. They were both on the same card. Charlo did the business, and Plant, he slipped on the banana peel, proverbially. I still feel, though, that in the end, the biggest upset of the year wasn't that one, because that wasn't like, yes, there was a discrepancy as far as odds are concerned, but to me, the one that I watched and said, holy shit, I can't believe it ended this way, was Rolly Romero over Ryan Garcia.
Oh, yeah!
It was all being set up for Ryan and Devin to fight. They're in Times Square. No one gave Rolly Romero a chance. And here he is coming in there and completely shuts him down in one of the most uninspired performances. And what made it an even bigger upset was the fact that Ryan looked so good in his last fight, which was against Devin Haney. Now, I know you may want to put an asterisk there because of what happened afterwards, but still, who on earth was calling for a Romero win, especially in that way, over Ryan Garcia? Not many people.
Nobody. No, nobody.
It ruined all the plans afterwards, which were Haney versus Garcia in Riyadh. So because of that, I thought that was the biggest upset. And by the way, as far as the odds are concerned, that fight, interestingly enough, opened up Ryan minus 700, Romero plus 480. But as the fight got closer, the odds were even greater in favor of Ryan Garcia, minus 1,000 to plus 700. So as we got closer to the fight, more and more people were starting to believe, this guy has no chance. Romero, he went out there and picked up the big win.
I remember, because obviously we were doing our wonderful show together at the time, and I remember saying to you, I need to see Crazy Ryan. I don't know if you remember that. I was like, this nice and, happy-go-lucky Ryan, this ain't the guy for me. Like, some athletes need a bit of crazy, and I think Ryan's a bit like that. He needs a bit of crazy. Not full-on crazy where, obviously he's out of the sport for a year or two, just a bit of crazy. And I remember in the lead-up to that fight, he was just almost just too nice, too mellow. And I remember, look, I'm not going to say I called the upset, because I certainly didn't. I thought he would get past Rolly, especially considering he pulled Rolly up to 147. But I don't know, man. I feel like Ryan just needs a bit of crazy in him. And hopefully, we see a Barrios, see a bit of crazy, maybe see a bit of crazy if he does eventually fight Devin again. But that's a big one. It's one I forgot, actually. So I do think that might be the biggest upset of the year, considering what was at stake and that nobody gave Rolly a chance.
I like the fact that I'm actually, throughout the course of the show, convincing you to change your pick.
No. I certainly stuck with Boatsy Smith.
I feel like I've done it twice now.
One second. I certainly stuck with Boatsy Smith.
I've done a pretty good job of at least making you
You've done well. You've done well.
Yeah.
You know what I like? I like the fact that I'm giving you props for yours and you're giving me nothing.
No, I'm giving you props. I said Worthy.
Didn't give me anything.
It made me upset. You know what's interesting? You say you forgot about it, and I don't blame you, because that whole event was forgettable, right? Like that whole Times Square event was one that I think everyone involved, including the ones who paid for it, want to forget.
Dude, it's been deleted from the DAZN archives. It's not even on the DAZN page anymore. It's been gone. It was just, forget about it. Honestly, just forget about it.
Yeah.
But look, you can only try things, and that was tried, and it didn't work out.
Okay, let's move along now and go with a very tough one in my opinion, because there's one thing to pick a fight of the year, but then to go with round of the year, you really have to zero in on 3 minutes of action, or if we're talking about the ladies at times, 2 minutes. So it's tough, and this is a very subjective one. There's a lot of great rounds throughout all the title fights and, all the fights throughout the year, quite frankly. Let's go with you first on this one. Who is your pick? 2 fighters, round of the year. Which one do you have?
Dude, again, almost impossible. I mean, you mentioned Ben Eubank. It could have been any round from that fight. I'm going with a fight that happened early in the year. Again, I feel like I'm just sort of sticking with sort of the early part of the year for some reason, but I'm going with Isaac Cruz versus Angel Fierro. These guys fought back in February, 2 Mexicans, and it was just brutal. Like, honestly, if anyone's watching this and you haven't seen it, please go and watch it. The whole fight's up on YouTube. You can watch the whole fight. Literally, round 1 looks like round 2, which looks like round 3, and go on and on and on to round 10. But these guys, it's a 10-round fight. These guys get up on the stool after what was a brutal round 9, and you're thinking, okay, something has to give here. You guys can't keep throwing punches to the body and nobody goes down. You can't keep throwing hooks and big right hands, and they do exactly that. I don't know what the punch stats are for that round 10, but it must be some sort of record, because these two, I mean, there's something about Mexican fighters, right? That machismo where you just don't give up ground. Like, there is no, okay, I'm going to fight on the back foot because that's what I'm good at. No. It's a case of I'm going to fight on the front foot, you're going to fight on the front foot, and I'm going to man you. And that's what these guys did. And it was a terrific fight. Could have been fight of the year, by the way. It's one of those that's been forgotten because, again, it was the early part of the year. But that round 10 is one of the best rounds of just carnage that I've seen in a long time.
Tremendous pick, tremendous round. Isaac Cruz, one of the all-action, all-violent fighters still in this game. Was just in action not that long ago, although some may think he lost that fight against Lamont Roach, yes. My pick is a little bit off the grid, but I think you have seen it, and I think I will convince you that it might be one of the craziest rounds of the year.
BKFC.
And not only craziest rounds of the year, but one of the craziest rounds of all time. I'm not saying it's like Hagler-Hearns round 1, but it's one of the greatest one-round fights that I've ever seen. We're going back to MVP. They were in Texas in October. I want to tell you about Sebastian Juarez and DeMarcus Layton. We have some of this footage here because it is a back-and-forth, insane car crash. You see here, Layton... in the black and white trunks, drops Suarez. He thinks he's done. He thinks he's got the victory. He's celebrating. Look at this. First of all, maybe the smallest ring I've ever seen. Right?
Dude, I was just thinking that.
Right?
What's this?
It's the complete opposite of the AJ Jake Paul ring, which was one of the biggest rings I've ever seen. Okay, so you're seeing multiple knockdowns. Look at this. These aren't the same shots, by the way. These aren't the same shots. Here's Juarez now coming back and dropping Layton. And look at this. It keeps going. If you watch
Why
it
do all the knockdowns look like fight-ending knockdowns?
Yes.
All of them look like, look at this. He's doing the Zab Judah.
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
And then it's over. If you actually watch it in real time, full speed, 3 minutes, it's absolute insanity. Do you remember this when it came out, when this fight happened? It was total insanity. Do. And there were a couple times where you were like, okay, is this a 10-7? Wait, now it's going to be like a 9-7. Now it's going to be an 8-7. And how do you actually score this if it made it to the end? Because it was stopped right before the end of the first round. I'd never seen a fight swing that quickly, especially that early. That was the first round.
So, I was just about to ask you that. Was that round 1?
That was round 1.
Okay. You know what? The other two, you feel like you've convinced me to switch sides, and the other two you haven't. I'm switching sides now on that one.
I freaking love it.
I forgot about that fight, and I remember it clearly. And even just the way Sebastian Juarez gets knocked down, that looks like it's over.
Absolutely.
It honestly looks like it's over. So yeah, you know what? Nothing beats knockdowns. I didn't give you a knockdown in my pick. So
multiple.
I mean, if you give it, multiple knockdowns, and you're right, you're kind of working out what score this is, and we didn't need to get to the scores, thank God. But I think you've convinced me. So I'm going with your pick. That's the first one.
Wow. Okay. I almost got you.
Congratulations.
I got you on the third one. Shout out to the good people of DAZN, because I just checked. They've uploaded the entire thing. So if you go on YouTube and put in Juarez and Layton, you will get the full fight, which is just a 5-minute clip, because there's the post-fight stuff. It's very quick, but it's absolute insanity. Back in October, South Padre
I'd love to know how many views that's got on YouTube.
Oh, well, right now,
go viral.
418,
One of it went viral.
Yeah, but it was all over the place. It was all over the place. Yeah. One of the craziest first rounds. Reminded me a little bit of Nick Diaz and Paul Daly from back in the day in terms of a one-round fight that will be talked about forever. Obviously, the stakes in this one weren't as great, but very, very memorable stuff. All right, let's move along now. And let's go with one, I've noticed in the boxing award space, people love to go with prospect of the year. And we've made an alteration because, we're trendsetters. We don't follow the pack. We lead the pack. And we've altered it to a more MMA-like category, which is breakout fighter of the year. Because to me, how do you actually determine who's a prospect and who isn't? People are fighting for belts early on in their careers. Like, what exactly is a prospect? Because quite frankly, I saw some people give Moses Itauma the prospect of the year. And I'm like, Moses Itauma is no longer a prospect. Like, he has arrived. Yeah. Maybe he's not fighting for undisputed. And I know he's super young and his age would suggest that he's, a prospect, but he's no longer a prospect. You know what I mean? So I feel like...
Yeah. Yep.
My interpretation, my definition of breakout fighter is someone who was kind of here doing great things, but then by the end of 2025 exploded, is now a major player, a major figure in the scene. Do you know what I mean? That's how I do.
100%. 100%. I've always sort of argued this prospect thing. I mean, is a prospect based on age? Is a prospect based on the number of fights? Like, what is a prospect? So I prefer this breakout star of the year, and I have 3 in my head, but there's only one.
You want to go first?
Can only be one.
You want to go first?
I'm happy to go first.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I mention the two that were close?
Yes.
Abdullah Mason was very, very close.
Okay.
To being my breakout fighter of the year because he's a guy that's done good work in America, and then he puts on an incredible fight of the year.
Wait a second.
Fight
okay, go ahead.
Sam Noakes. Yeah, you can see who that is, right? You're making.
I think I can.
My other guy was Floyd Schofield, who, again, incredible fight against Tevin Farmer.
Yep.
I thought a breakout year for him. There can only be one.
Okay.
And you just mentioned him.
Wow.
And we reveal who is the breakout star for me, please, of 2025. The great, the wonderful Moses Itauma, who, by the way, hasn't just blown up in terms of this performance against Dillian White, who... I mean, look, we know Dillian isn't the same Dillian, but no one expected this. No one expected 2 minutes of work. No one predicted it. Dillian White looked in incredible shape. It isn't just what Moses is doing inside the ring, which in 2025 was only, 5 minutes of work. It's outside the ring as well now. Like, the brands are flocking to him. He's a superstar. I was in Nigeria at a betting company, put him on a private jet.
Wow.
And they put on the side of the private jet, Moses Itauma. I mean, Nike have now got him.
Really?
And we don't know, Nike have got him now.
Wow.
We don't normally see these brands attached to boxers. It doesn't really happen that much because they stay away from the sport. He is a superstar. He's only just turned 21, and he is the breakout boxer for me of the year. And he might be, if the plans are right, be literally the star of 2026. I am full on the Moses Itauma hype train, breakout boxer of 2025.
So it's a great pick, and I'm happy because if we would have had, prospect of the year, I don't think he's a prospect anymore, right?
No, you are correct, yeah.
That being said, I'm pretty sure that we did this last year, first annual awards, and I'm pretty sure I had him as my breakout fighter of the year because if you recall, he fought 4 times in 2024, fought twice in 2025, and yes, the Dillian White fight was the biggest, but he didn't get like that big fight. He's starting off the year very soon. He's fighting Jermaine Franklin. I presume you'll be there, and I can't wait for it. Of course, who could forget my interaction with him in Paris? I sort of anointed him the future king of boxing. A lot of people said that I picked him out first out of the pack, but I'm not going to say that about myself. I'm going to let others say that. Quite frankly, I don't have him as my breakout because to me, he already broke through. He was already the breakout heading into this year. And so my pick for breakout fighter of the year is one of the other names that you mentioned, and it's the 21-year-old. It's the current youngest champion in boxing today, and it's the one and only Abdullah Mason, the pride of Cleveland, who had a tremendous win over Sam Noakes at the very end of the year over in Riyadh. This man is unbelievable. 3 wins this year. He's still very young. I feel like he was on a collision course with Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn had his issues. Top Rank has done a great job of building him up. Of course, this last fight was under the Riyadh season umbrella, the ring umbrella, so to speak. And I really feel like he could be that guy. We keep talking about, you and I have talked about it a lot, who could be the next guy? Who could be the next face? He comes from a great fighting family. His dad, his brothers. I had him once on the show. Very impressive young man, well-spoken, seems very humble, down to earth. And then you see the skills, and that fight was great. And then his other fights leading up to this point, prior to winning that belt. Blown away by the guy. And I don't feel, ultimately, why I give him the Breakout Fighter of the Year award, I don't feel like people were necessarily talking about him in that way this time last year, right? At the beginning of 2025. And so that, to me, is why he was my pick for Breakout Fighter of the Year.
Love him. I've spoken to him a few times. I interviewed him in the lead up to the Sam Noakes fight. And as you say, like, just as humble as they come. And sometimes I don't know if that's good for American fight fans. I feel that they like the people that are brash. And I like the idea of there being an alternative to that. And that is Abdullah Mason. I think he's a great guy. As you say, he comes from sort of fighting stock. He's only 21. He's the youngest world champion, which is incredible. And he should be everywhere. He's a good-looking kid as well. I want him to be a breakout star in terms of crossing over to the casuals. I don't know if that's happened yet, and it will happen in 2026. So that's why he was on my list. But I think Moses has literally broken through. And you're right, maybe he broke through at the back end of 2024. But I think Moses has now kicked the door down. And I think Abdullah Mason has to do that in 2026. But I am not mad at that pick at all. I won't be changing my mind, though.
2 follow-ups, if I may. This time next year, where's the Talma at, in your opinion? Like, does he get that
world champion?
But does he fight Usyk? Or is he getting, like, one of those belts taken? You know, like, how is he getting that?
I think it's a vacant belt.
Yeah.
I can't say Usyk will duck him because I don't think Usyk will duck anyone. But I don't think Usyk looks at the risk reward and thinks, well, there's no reward. There's a bit of risk. There's not much reward.
It's a little John Jones, Tom Aspinall-esque, right? Where he's like, I've done it all. Like, watch, you know what I mean? Although he's much, much younger, but there's a ton of hype. Yeah. So how does he get there? You think it's just a vacant title fight?
I think it's a vacant title fight. I think there's a chance of the Fabio Wardley fight. And I know they're in the same camp, but someone has to leave that camp. It just doesn't work for me. And I know they hate me saying it, but you can't have 2 top heavyweights in the same camp on a collision course. Or maybe he fights a Daniel Dubois, but I think there's a chance he fights a name for a belt. Or I think he's very high in a couple of the governing bodies. He gets a vacant belt, which I hate. So I'd rather him fight a Wardley, a Dubois, or a Cabiel. And then we'll know how good Moses really is, because those guys will all give him problems.
That camp, by the way, is Ben Davison camp, right?
It is, yes.
Are you surprised AJ left?
A little bit. I don't know how many trainers that's been now for AJ. It's been quite a few.
Yeah.
Especially if you think of sort of the ones that are maybe not full trainers, but just there in the background as well. So I am a bit surprised, but I mean, at this stage of AJ's career, he's maybe looking at other camps. AJ's always done that. He's always gone to camps and, had a couple of training sessions. And maybe, Usyk invited him out there. He had a training session, thought, you know what? I like this. Let me stay. So, and also with that Ben Davison camp, it's a busy camp. Don't get me wrong, AJ's the head honcho, but it's a busy, busy camp with a lot of fighters, a lot of young fighters as well. Whereas this camp just seems to be AJ. So maybe he just wants all the focus on him.
Sure.
So,
it just seemed like they had such a great thing. It seemed like they had such a great thing going, and I know he had the loss to Dubois, but would have liked to see them stick around because it seemed like they were so in unison. Yeah. One more follow-up. Abdullah Mason's the WBO lightweight champion. There's some big names at the top of that weight class. Obviously, Shakur has one of those belts. He's moving up to 140. Gervonta Davis, who knows if he fights again, not much about him. Like, what do you think happens? And there's the Keyshawn fight, and Keyshawn is coming back on that January 31st fight card. What do you think is next for him? And do you think that he can hang with those guys right now?
Those are like top of the tree guys.
Yeah.
And could he hang? Yes. But I'd actually make all of those 3 guys you just mentioned favorite to beat him. Gervonta, Keyshawn, and Shakur. I think the obvious fight for me is Floyd Schofield. I think you go down that route. Floyd's coming off that really good win against Tevin Farmer. And that was that's a win that's not spoken about enough. That Tevin Farmer, considering Tevin Farmer gave Williams a good work, that's a really good win, and he stopped Farmer. So I think Floyd versus Tevin Farmer, that next breed of the guys coming up. Keyshawn's talking about going to 147 if he wins on January the 31st. Shakur's at 140. Gervonta, we don't know what's going on. So there seems to be these new kids on the block. And I think Floyd and Abdullah Mason could be the guys that sort of look after the 135 division for the next 2-3 years.
And by the way, they are telling me that last year we both had Moses as our prospect of the year.
Dad!
We both had,
but it was
prospect. It was called prospect.
Yeah,
it was called prospect.
Okay.
By the way, I was at that Schofield fight. That was on the undercard of Chavez and Jake Paul, and I was blown away. He came out guns blazing, just like completely annihilated Farmer, and this was coming off like that weird scene over in Riyadh where there was the poison, and like who the hell knows what really happened there. Okay, let us move along now and go to comeback of the year. Now this, we've broken it into two categories. There's comeback of the year, which is really centered around like a performance in a fight. Someone was down, they came back and won the fight. And then in a moment, we'll have comeback fighter of the year. So two different categories. First, we'll start with comeback. Again, actual performance, someone's down, they come back, they win the fight. Your pick for comeback of the year.
This is an easy in, and I'll be very surprised if you don't have the same one, Ariel, because I like to think that you're a man that knows your boxing. I mean, you know your boxing, you watch the sport as much as I do. Nothing is going to beat Fabio Wardley versus Justice Hooney. Fabio Wardley, an Ipswich man, fighting at Portman Road. It was supposed to be Big Baby Miller. They get in Justice Hooney on late notice. I mean, surely he's going to beat Justice Hooney. He's getting outboxed. I mean, he's getting destroyed. He's so far down on the scorecards, people are not even reading the scorecards. What he needs to do is land the right hand. And he lands it in the last round. It's raining, it's pouring, everyone's getting wet, and the crowd just go crazy. And I'm thinking, surely you can't lose your homecoming fight. You can't do it. And he doesn't. That one-hitter quitter, and Justice Hooney's on his backside, and Fabio escapes. And that's what it was. It was an escape from Portman Road. It's almost like he stole the belt because he didn't deserve it because he was getting destroyed in that fight. But that is the comeback performance of the year.
Couldn't agree more. There's nothing more that I can say. I referenced it earlier. He looked awful. He looked awful in those first 9.5 rounds. And then all of a sudden, from the depths of hell, he comes out there. And again, as you said, this was all built around him. The Ipswich guy, the Miller fight was great. He gets hurt. And then you see the size difference. And you're like, oh, my God, this is a disaster. There's some great scenes of the Queensberry guys sitting, ringside, and they're like, what is going on here? And then they explode afterwards. I mean, look at the way in which Justice Hooney is just absolutely annihilating him. You watch these highlights and you're like, there's no chance that this guy is going to come out and win the fight. And then again, out of nowhere. Wardley is one of the great stories of 2025 and has been one of the great stories in boxing, certainly in British boxing for the last couple of years. For him to do this at that venue when it looked like nothing was going. I mean, look at this. Oh, by the way,
talk about how bad it was.
Yeah, talk about making adjustments, right? Like talk about figuring something out. Boom, and there it is. Shocking stuff, brilliant stuff. Referenced it earlier for maybe a knockout of the year candidate as well. Absolutely, one of the easier ones to pick.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it's everything around it. As you say, he's fighting at Portman Road. He has to win. It's a last-minute replacement. There are plans for Fabio Wardley. And then you realize the skill gap. Obviously, Wardley's only been doing this 10 years. And that might sound a long time, but when you're doing it against guys that have been doing it since they were knee-high, you can kind of notice the skill gap. And Wardley was like shaking his head. He was frustrated. And then he just made that little adjustment, slipped to the side, and bang. There you go. Comeback of the year.
It's a beautiful thing, especially when you consider the fight he ended up getting as a result of that, and then the win that he had. He doesn't win that fight. The way, like, if that's going to the scorecards, he's losing maybe 10-0. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he doesn't get the O2 fight. He doesn't get Joseph Parker. He doesn't get the WBO. He doesn't get all these things.
It's crazy.
It's
crazy.
Shout out to Fabio. Great guy as well. Really have enjoyed speaking to him a couple times, and I think he does a great job of flying the flag for the UK. Okay, now let's go to comeback fighter of the year.
Okay.
And I have to say, I've been very upset as of late. I've been very upset because I've seen a lot of people weigh in, including our team over at Uncrowned. They gave out awards over the holiday break, and I've watched everyone weigh in. I respect everyone's opinion very much, but I'm like, how are we going in this direction? Because I have seen very few people actually pick the right person. Now I'll say,
wait, 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait, 1 second. So what? You can have the right person
because it's such an obvious one. It's such an obvious one.
Don't do this. I don't want to start arguing with you early into our show.
Listen,
go on.
Listen. First of all, it's an hour in, so we could start arguing. Listen, everyone's picking Devin Haney, and I don't understand this. I don't understand this. He had one bad performance mid 2024, right? That was the fight against Ryan Garcia. They overturn it, whatever it is, performance sucks. Okay, then he comes back, has a fight that everyone hated, a performance that everyone hated, Times Square against Jose Ramirez. Everyone hated that performance, right? Everyone killed him for it, and then has a great win over Brian Norman. But to me, Devin Haney wasn't like down on his luck. He wasn't on a long losing streak. People weren't saying he's washed. People weren't saying that he was out of action for quite some time. To me, I think you're overblowing this. It's a great performance, and no one loves Haney more than me. But I think it's actually an insult to him to say that he's the comeback fighter of the year. This is such an easy one. It's Manny freaking Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao had not fought since 2021. You and I were saying that it was a joke that the WBC ranked him. You and I were saying that it was a joke that he was getting the Barrios fight. And then what does he do? Yeah. He almost beats Barrios. It ends in a draw, but I think he actually beat him on the night. And the guy is now 47 years old. No one saw this coming. This guy was doing like exhibition fights over in Japan. He had not fought since the Ugas fight in 2021. 4.5 years, he comes back and he fights the WBC champion and almost beats him and probably should have beaten him. And all of us were saying that it was like a travesty that he was even we were killing the WBC for this. They put him in the rankings and then they gave him the title fight. And then he actually does that and looks the way in which he did. Like, I want to see him against big name competition. We hear about the Floyd stuff. Who knows if that's going to happen? But like, Pacquiao's back. What's a greater comeback than being out for 4 years,
Nothing.
everyone crapping on you when your fight gets announced, and then you do that to the champion? How is it not Manny Pacquiao? Surely you agree.
Yeah, I do. You know, I do. It's not what it's not what I had. So I want to move on because mine now seems embarrassing because
you have Devin Haney too.
No, I didn't. I didn't. But I don't even want to say what I had.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead. Is it Conor Ben? It's Hamza Shiraz. What?
Yeah, but wait, hear me out. Hear me out a second.
Golly.
You know what it is? The British, you know what the
bias.
British are like.
British bias.
We build you up to knock you down.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We're like, okay, he's the greatest, he's the best in the world, and then you lose once, he's crap, I told you he was crap. And when Hamza Shiraz lost to Carlos Adames, and it wasn't even a loss, I keep making that mistake, it was a draw, but I think we said it on the show, a loss a couple of times, because it felt like a loss. And really and truly, he lost that fight. I've watched it back so many times, I've scored it, he lost that fight. And then it was a case of, okay, what next? Okay, he's going to move up in weight, new trainer, and he's going to go and fight Edgar Berlanga in his backyard in Queens. I was like, dude, this is too much. You can't have a new trainer, a new weight, and then go and fight in someone's backyard. And he did all those things, and then he knocked Edgar Berlanga out. And all of a sudden, the Brits are now back on board. Oh, we love you, Hamza. We always loved you. So I think mentally, I thought that Carlos Adames, the way in which it played out for him was so difficult that it was always a big comeback to do what he did. And he did it so well, with so much grace. Manny Pacquiao is the right choice, but I think Hamza Shiraz deserves a lot of praise for his comeback of 2025
You're right.
as well.
You're right. I mean, honestly, that was one of the great performances of the year as well. And he really, I think a lot of people were crapping on him, saying he was a never was, or maybe like overhyped after the Adames fight.
Yes, that was it.
And he looked fantastic. He stole the moment. He rose to the occasion here in New York. It's worse than the Haney pick, no doubt about it, and it's certainly not on the level of the Pacquiao pick. But I understand. You love your guy, and I will say this.
I do like Hamza.
I will give him props later in the show. I actually have him listed later in the show. But yeah, I mean, how is it not Manny Pacquiao? I mean,
no, it is Manny Pacquiao. It's Manny Pacquiao. You are correct, because we were saying, as you said, many of us still were like, how dare the WBC give him a title shot? Like Manny Pacquiao's what, 47?
Yeah, 47.
Yeah, like one win in 6 years. Like and then he does that to a world champion. You are correct. This is one have I given you two?
Yeah,
now on this show?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, let me start looking at my list. I need to come
boxing
back.
aficionado Ariel Helwani. No, it's an impressive thing, and I'm actually really curious to see what he does in 2026. Like, does he fight for another
I don't want to see him fight.
You think he's done?
Can that not be it? Can that just not be it? Can that?
Oh no, he's got.
Do we need to see it again? Like Barrios was the perfect opponent because Barrios doesn't really hit hard.
Right.
I don't want to see him in there with someone that
sounds like he's going to fight Floyd.
Oh God.
You're not interested? What if it's a pro fight?
Zero.
What if it's a pro fight? I don't believe you. I don't believe you that
him
you're
versus Floyd.
Yeah,
pro fight. No. By the way, dude, I'd watch two guys falling out of a pub right now. I'd go literally. I'd leave the show. Like, there's a fight. The missus says there's a fight. I'm going outside to watch it. But they've given me enough.
Yeah.
Manny gave me 30 years of Floyd gave me 25. Is that not enough? Is that not enough?
Do you think it would be is that a Netflix fight in your opinion? I kind of feel like it is. I feel like it is a Netflix fight.
Yes, it is. I think Floyd would sell it well. It's all.
I think everyone would.
There needs to be an antagonizer on this.
Yeah.
And I think Floyd will play the role that Jake's done in recent fights, and he'll play it so well. So I do think there would be interest. I don't think it gets the same kind of numbers as maybe the recent Netflix ones, but I think it is a Netflix fight. I don't know. I don't think there's that much
people
intrigue
know both
in
of
it.
them. They hate both of them. You know, the interesting thing about Netflix in 2026, and we could talk about it later in the show, is that they're not tied to any promoters. So they could just basically say, like, we want that fight. And obviously there are some fighters who are contractually tied to networks, but we saw with AJ, like, when there's a will, there's a way, and they could pay the DAZNs of the world and say, like, hey, we want this fight. And I think if AJ Fury happens, it would be on Netflix, to be honest. And we'll talk about that later as well. But I just feel like those two names are that's the kind of matchup, the kind of name that Netflix is looking for. Big events, right? They're looking for things that kind of transcend boxing. And that fight was announced. Also, Floyd fighting Mike Tyson was announced, but I never really believed that one. I believe the Pacquiao Floyd one a lot more than that one. Remember that was announced and it kind of just disappeared. Floyd fighting Tyson.
I think, you know what it is about Floyd? Maybe because he's done quite a few of these exhibitions, none recently, but there was a period where it felt like he was doing it every 3 or 4 months.
Yeah.
And I think people just got tired of it.
Yeah.
Okay, this has actually now become quite boring. So, I don't know, man.
All right. Well, my pick, Manny Pacquiao. Your pick, Hamza Shiraz. Shout out to him. Love Hamza. Great win. Cool venue. Let's move on. Let's go to another one, which is hard to sometimes truly like identify. Okay, how are you going to do this? It's a little bit like Breakout and Prospect, and it's Most Improved Fighter of the Year, because it all kind of depends on, like, how did you view this fighter beforehand? How did you view them now? What did they do that you kind of deem as an improvement over last year or other parts of their career? Were they down in 24? They came back in 25. So I'm really curious to see, and I have a feeling, I'm going to go out on a limb and say we are not in agreement as far as this one is concerned. You go first, Most Improved Fighter of 2025.
Oh, this is easy. This is like not even a difficult choice. I mean, the guy that I'm picking was an accountant 10 years ago, and that's Fabio Wardley.
Okay.
Fabio Wardley is the most improved fighter. Like, I saw him against Justice Hooney get lit up, completely lit up. I mean, Justice couldn't, and you just played the clip. He was getting like hit from pillar to post. I then saw him take several steps up and fight Joseph Parker, and I'm seeing him cause Joseph Parker problems. I'm seeing him make adjustments. I'm like, how have you gone from that performance against Justice Hooney, where you couldn't escape that right hand, to fighting what I said at the start of the show was the second best heavyweight, and you've caused him so many problems, not just in your feet, but in your hand, your feints, everything, and then you stopped him. Yes, controversially, but you stopped him. That improvement from Justice Hooney to Joseph Parker needs to be studied. And that's a credit to the Ben Davis and Lee Wiley school of sort of boxing knowledge. I think that is the most improved performance and improved boxer of 2025.
Okay, here's why you're wrong. Why you're wrong is because he lost 9.5 rounds of that fight against Justice Hooney, who was not quite on his level. And then he actually shouldn't have beaten Joseph Parker because it was a horrible stoppage. So technically, he could have been 0-2 in those two fights. How could that be the most improved fighter? How could that be the most?
One second. So this is my point, and you've made it quite well for me. So he was losing every single round against Justice Hooney. Surely, when he steps up against a better boxer, more experienced than Joseph Parker, he's going to be blasted out. And he wasn't. In fact, in those moments where it looks like one fighter is going to be out on their feet, it's always Joseph Parker. And yes, you're right, the ending is controversial, but he was one more right hand away from putting Parker out, and I think you can agree with that as well.
Sure.
So I think the adjustments he made from that Hooney performance, where it honestly looked like he was a white-collar boxer again, to the Joseph Parker fight, where everyone thought he was going to get beat, a massive underdog, I think needs to be looked at. So the answer is Fabio Wardley, and whoever you say is wrong.
Okay, here's where you're right. If you look at it over the totality of his career, he has come so far, right? He has come such a long way. I just don't feel like this was the year to say it. Maybe last year would have been the one to say it, especially he finished that year with that crazy knockout, freaking head, like the jaw being displaced and all that stuff. It was scary, scary stuff. But in the end, I disagree with you.
Okay, go on.
And you know, I take these very seriously. So I study, I look far and wide, I really break things down. And I had the benefit with this particular fighter of seeing 2 of their fights in person. So I was really able to see over the past year.
Paul.
No, I was really, are you kidding me? I was really able to see the improvements that they made. And I want to go back, maybe let's go back to 2023. Let's go back to 2023. There was a title fight at Wembley Arena, you might have been there, in which a young woman named Ellie Scottney beat a young woman named Shanika Johnson, right? And you know, it looked like there were levels. It wasn't really that close of a fight. Shanika Johnson's next fight was against Nina Hughes, and you know, she won via majority decision, but it wasn't the greatest performance. Then this year, Shanika Johnson, Sugar Neeks, beats Nina Hughes via TKO, then becomes undisputed champion at Madison Square Garden against Sharetta Metcalf. First Australian in the 4-belt era, by the way, to become undisputed champion, male or female. And then against a very tough and very game Amanda Gale on the undercard of Jake and Joshua. Absolutely, I think, dismantles Amanda Gale and wins via decision. My pick, and it's not just because I'm in the photo with her, Jordan did that, is Sugar Neeks, Shanika Johnson, who I think early in her career, a lot of people thought, you know, just a pretty face and influencer, has really come a long way, undisputed bantamweight champion. I think she has made tremendous improvements and has made the most as far as male or female boxers this past year.
One second. This is clearly some sort of bias going on in your studio.
What bias?
Why was my photo with Fabio Wardley not up?
I don't know.
I interviewed Fabio Wardley on both occasions.
Listen.
Why do I not have the bike picture with Fabio Wardley? But no, apart from that, look,
your
Shanika
thoughts?
Shanika Johnson's done incredible stuff, honestly. You know what? I remember when she came out, it was more about, and people might say, Ade, you're being a bit out of order. I almost felt like she was just selling herself, you know, the physique and everything. She came out, I remember it was like, okay, can she box? Oh, she can box.
Yeah.
And she can box very, very well. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ellie Scottney rematch again.
Would love it.
Yeah, I almost feel like there's a bit there. And that Nina Hughes thing's interesting. Obviously, remember the drama about the scorecards, and we're thinking, okay, this was crazy. And then to say, okay, let's run it back then, and then stop her, and then go over to MVP where you've just got to perform, right? And she does that as well. It's not a bad shout. Is it as good as the Fabio shout? No, but it's a good shout. It's a very good shout. I'm not mad at it.
She won that undisputed title back in July. Short notice fight, fighting Sharetta Metcalf. And then, again, Gale, who I actually saw also in person in Montreal, is a tough fighter. Maybe not a household name, but like a tough, like I said before that card in December, that was my pick for fight of the night. And it did win fight of the night. And she faced some adversity. She got cut up, but I thought she looked really, really great in that fight. And I think she's come a long way and has set herself up for some really big fights in 2026. So I was very impressed with Sugar Neeks, the pride of both New Zealand and Australia. Obviously very impressed with Fabio. We're having a good time here. Not trying to take anyone
there you
down.
go. There you
That's
go.
good
Thank
work.
you very much.
With the by the way, when
you.
you decide when you're going to wear the glasses and when you're not going to wear the glasses, I noticed that you go back and forth.
Okay, this is such a good question.
Yeah.
So I don't wear them on I don't wear them on Queensbury shows.
Wow, you break it down like that?
As much anymore because I don't have auto cue on Queensbury shows. It's just off the top of the dome. Matchroom give me auto cue and I can't read the auto cue.
Okay,
that's
for Americans,
what it is.
Auto cue is teleprompter, right?
Teleprompter. This is correct.
Okay.
So Matchroom have teleprompter and I can't read it. It's so far away. I'm like, I can't. So I've started wearing glasses for Matchroom shows. Queensbury don't really do the teleprompter. So I don't need them as much for Queensbury shows.
And any idea why? Like, why does one use it and one not?
I don't know. I have no idea. I actually prefer probably not using the teleprompter.
Yeah, of course.
I can, as long as I've got a good guest with me, I can go off the dome. So yeah, it might just be a thing where they get rid of it completely for this year. But yeah, that's what it is. For everyone wondering at home, because there are times, you're right, where there's glasses and then there's no glasses, then there's glasses and no glasses.
Well, to be honest, and this is a great compliment to you, in my opinion, and a testament to you, I've never noticed, like sometimes you could tell when someone's reading off the prompter, I've never noticed one way or the other. Like when you are reading off the...
Thank you.
Do you say prompter for Matchroom? Never noticed that, honestly.
Yeah, prompter always for the Matchroom shows, prompter, yeah.
Okay, but wait. So you say prompter for... wait a second. You say prompter for Matchroom, that means glasses for Matchroom.
So majority of the time, majority of the time, the only time I'd put them on for Queensbury, and this is true, is if there is a monitor next to me, and obviously because there's no teleprompter, they want me to kind of say what's going on next. Oh yeah, next week we've got, and it's so far away, I've got to have my glasses on.
Okay. The reason I bring this up, I'm a very astute person, if I may say so myself. Fabio Wardley, Queensbury, Matchroom?
Queensbury.
Let's show that photo. Let's show that photo again. Let's show that photo. There they are. What is this?
Said it because what would happen after that moment is I have to run down and read something from the TV screen, which is, as you've probably done these events, about 20 meters away.
Sure. Okay, so wait, is this? Do you remember? Is that Portman Road or is that O2?
That there. Can I put a picture back up again?
It's hard to say.
I'm gonna say. That's Portman Road.
Yeah, it feels like Portman Road.
I think that's Portman Road. Yeah, I'm looking at the belt. I think Portman Road.
He's got the Ipswich. Does he always have the Ipswich on the gloves?
Yeah, always does. Yeah, to be fair, he always does. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a great breakdown of Ade's bifocals. Let us move along now. Another tough one. You know why this is a tough one? We're talking about Trainer of the Year now. You know why it's a tough one, Ade, in my opinion?
Not tough at all.
Okay, can I tell you why I think it's tough? Because ultimately, we're not in the gym. We're not in the trenches. We're not there watching what they're doing, 2 months out, 6 weeks out, 4 weeks out. We see bits, you do interviews, you get the 1 minute in between rounds. But ultimately, you really get a sense for what this person is doing with this fighter. It's very hard. We're not there. You may go in one day and see things, and you may have great respect for someone. So I always feel a little bit funny about this one, but I do think it's an important one. It's very important to, especially in boxing, to highlight, the head trainer. And so you go first, your Trainer of the Year 2025.
I just want to make it clear. Did I give it to Don Charles last year?
You did.
I don't know if someone in the background could find. Okay, fantastic.
I remember.
I didn't want to repeat.
I remember this.
I didn't want to repeat the award.
Why?
This year it has to go to. Well, no, I think because I think this trainer I'm going to mention has done bigger work and better work this year.
Okay.
And that's the great Robert Garcia, who I just adore. And I think he's Trainer of the Year by some distance as well. And it isn't just Virgil Ortiz. It isn't just Jesse Baron Rodriguez, who are two. Obviously, Jesse's a top 5 pound for pounder now. I think Virgil's on his way to becoming that. Both had excellent years. It's Oscar Duarte. It's Raymond Muratalla, who fights Andy Cruz for the IBF lightweight title soon, I think in a couple of weeks' time. So it's not just the main two. It's what he's doing with all these fighters. All these fighters just seem to always win. And what I like as well is that he doesn't change the style of his fighters. One thing Robert Garcia got, almost people started to say, beat the drum and say, all these fighters fight one style, it's just aggression. Well, no, they don't. Jesse's a beautiful boxer, and he's allowing Jesse to be a beautiful boxer with a bit of killer. Virgil Ortiz, yes, is a killer. Muratalla's a boxer. So it's almost like he sees the style of his fighters and he molds them the best way he can. He adds a bit of clay here, a bit of clay there, then he has this perfect statue. I think he's an incredible trainer. Obviously, he's won this award numerous years. You can understand why everyone goes there. I wish AJ, you're speaking about AJ or Ben Davis, I wish AJ was still with Robert Garcia. I've always said this. I think he's just an excellent guy as well. Easy win, 2025 Trainer of the Year, Robert Garcia.
Great one. A lot of people were saying that he could have been Trainer of the Year last year as well. I love one component that boxing has that maybe MMA doesn't is I love the father-son trainer fighter combination. We see a lot of that, and so I do want to give a shout out to Boots Ennis's father, Bozy Ennis, Shingo Inoue, Naoya Inoue's dad. These are two great trainers who have molded two great fighters who happen to be their sons as well. But in the end, I didn't give it to a father. In the end, I gave it to a fighter turned trainer, and quite frankly, I'm shocked you didn't give it to him as well, to be honest, because you've been accused of a bit of bias over the year. This individual doesn't have the biggest stable, but I think he's very selective as to who he has in his stable, and I think that you can actually see what he has done with these individuals. I'm talking about the great Andy Lee, who has Hamza Shiraz, who has Patty Donovan, who has Joseph Parker, and then took Ben Whitaker to the stable and helped revamp and make him into one of the candidates for Comeback Fighter of the Year. How is it not Andy Lee, who I do believe might even be a colleague of yours from time to time over at DAZN? I am shocked that you didn't go with Andy Lee. Please, explain yourself.
You know what? Okay.
Did you even try? Did you do these one day on the toilet or something? What's going on here?
Speaking of trying, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes?
But Ade actually picked Robert Garcia last year.
Wow, you even picked Robert Garcia?
Just copy and pasted from last year.
Oh my, you copy pasted?
You know, I will say about the reason Andy might be close, he's not winning it, is because, and this is maybe controversial, obviously, Joseph Parker lost.
Controversial.
Paddy Donovan lost.
Controversial.
Paddy Donovan lost. No, remember the two fights.
No, I know.
So he had two
but even
fights.
the second one was a little controversial. The first one definitely was.
But there's still defeats in their biggest fights.
What about Whittaker?
Joseph Parker, biggest fight. You've got to go on.
What about Hamza? What about Shiraz?
Whittaker beat Benjamin Gavazzi.
I don't care.
We're never ever going to see him know again.
And Liam Cameron.
Yeah, good wins. Is that bigger than what Jesse Bam Rodriguez did?
Shiraz, you just said, was your freaking comeback fighter, and he did that to Berlanga. And you know what? He's just getting started with these guys.
My trainer's biggest fighters never suffered defeat.
It's fair, but here's the thing. My guy is
I love Andy Lee. Andy Lee's number two. He's number two.
He's the freaking man.
Two.
You're seeing tangible differences when he's not working with them and when he is working with them.
100%. No, he's incredible. And the queue to get into his gym must be insane.
Right.
Everyone must be knocking on his door because he's the nicest person in the world as well. And you are seeing differences. You are correct. I mean, look what Hamza did. Look what Ben Whittaker's done. Paddy Donovan was supposed to fight Liam Parrow. I think he would have beat Liam Parrow in Australia. And Joseph Parker will have, and I'm saying this now to everyone, will have an outstanding 2026. So, Andy Lee, you're runner-up for me. I still think it is Robert Garcia, but I'm sorry, Andy.
It's an interesting debate. I was having a hard time, and then it just came to me, and I was like, of course it's Andy Lee, because we've talked about Andy Lee and how great he has been, and I love the fact that, we haven't seen a lot of fighters, correct me if I'm wrong, like great fighters, I thought he was a great fighter, who then become great trainers as of late. You've seen it over time, but sometimes it's like a Freddie Roach type fighter who becomes a Hall of Fame trainer, or sometimes it's a dad, but you haven't seen someone like him really do that transition as recently as he has and as well as he has. And so I think it's really, really interesting to see what he's become. I love it. And I love the fact that it's, for now, unless I'm forgetting a name or two, it really just seems to be those four main guys that he's working with. And he's giving them their attention that they deserve. And here we go. Let's see. It's a big year coming up for a lot of those guys. So let's see what he's able to do with
100%. 100%. And and I mentioned the Paddy Donovan defeat to Lewis Crocker. Unlucky in both, and I still think Paddy will go on to be a world champion. Hamza Shiraz, if he fights Diego Pacheco or Christian Mbili, I think will be a world champion. Ben Whittaker, it's a tough 175 division, but Ben's going to be up there as well. So he's got super talented fighters. And I like the fact that he's only sticking to 4 or 5 in that stable. It can't be an overpacked stable. So everyone gets their time. So look, massive fan of Andy. Andy, there's no shame in being runner-up to Robert Garcia. I mean, I think you would even accept that, Andy. So,
sure.
Ariel, I'm not switching sides.
It's fine. Just remember this, Andy. The next time you see Ade and I, and you remember, who had your back. Let's move along now and go with promoter/promotion of the year. And I do want to offer some facts and figures. All right, we're kind of rounding second here, as they say in America. So we're halfway there. Some facts and figures. Matchroom, 32 events in 2025, visited 9 countries, 15 in the UK, 8 in the US, held events at some notable venues here in the United States, Wells Fargo Theater, Madison Square Garden, Boardwalk Hall, of course, the Copper Bosch in the UK. Boxer had a bit of a transitional year, 9 events, all events in the UK. And I know a lot of these promoters are working with others, and in particular the Riyadh season guys, and we'll get to them in a moment, but I'm talking about their own events. Top Rank, talk about a weird year. Everything just stopped for them in July. They still haven't put on an event since their deal with ESPN ended, which is kind of scary and mind-boggling. But in total, 21 events, 6 in the United States, and 6 countries visited, 7 in the United States, 7 in Japan. Queensberry, 19 events, so not quite what Matchroom was doing. Matchroom, again, 32, 4 countries visited for Queensberry. PBC, just 7 events. So a relatively quiet year for PBC, who was once, an absolute force. They had 6 events in the United States, 1 in Australia. Golden Boy, 13 events. And by the way, something not talked about enough, Golden Boy's deal with DAZN up at the end of 2025. And, you may be on the inside, you may not want to be able to talk about it, but no events announced just yet, to the best of my knowledge, for 2026. So I'm curious as to what happens to them. That's Top Rank and Golden Boy now a little bit up in the air as far as their TV partner home. You want to say something
I
there?
hope Golden Boy, sorry. On Golden Boy, I really hope that gets renewed, because I speak to a lot of people that go to these Golden Boy events. Obviously, Sergio Mora, Todd Grisham, Chris Mannix. They're fantastic events. And they've produced some really good fighters. And I think they have one of the most colourful promoters in Oscar, who I think is fantastic for the sport as well. So let's hope it does get renewed. I think Matchroom's, obviously I expect Matchroom's to get renewed, but Matchroom's is sort of done by the end of 2026 as well. So it's an interesting time in boxing, but let's hope that Oscar and Golden Boy get an extension, because I think they're great value for money.
Agreed. 2 more MVP 11 events for them as they continue to grow. And of course, they made a big investment in women's boxing, which has been great to see. They had 9 in the US and 2 in Canada. And Salida Promotions, the sort of little engine that could, obviously re-signing Clarissa Shields, 8 events for them. They all had great shows, but in the end, and I've said this time and again, Ade, I think the best promoter as far as like who you want there on the dais on a Thursday or Wednesday before an event, who you want doing media, who you want doing interviews, who you want in the ring after a fight, I think there is no equal to Eddie Hearn. I think especially when he links up with some of these like quieter, more subdued fighters, like a Boots Ennis pairing is perfect. Boots gets on the mic after a big win in his hometown. He doesn't say much. And then Eddie comes on with the microphone, cutting a promo on Virgil Ortiz. That's what you want in a promoter. But ultimately, I don't know how you can't give it to Turki Al-Sheikh. I don't know how you can't give it to Turki / Riyadh Season / Ring Magazine or The Ring. Because shout out to Turki. Because ultimately, like, they're putting on the biggest events, all the promoters, and I know by the letter of the law, he's not a traditional promoter. I don't think he has a promoter's license per se, but the biggest events of the year and of the last 2 years have been his events. And so to me, he is the promoter. His entity are the promotion. They're the ones putting up the money. Again, Crawford Canelo, I know, Dana and Zuffa Boxing and TKO, they were loving it, but that was all because of him. He made that happen. Just like Ben and Eubank, he made happen, and Bivol Beterbiev 2 and 1 the year prior, he made it happen. So to me, he is once again my pick from 2024, and now for 2025, it's Turki Al-Sheikh. Who knows how long it lasts? Who knows what it becomes? Who knows how they decide between Riyadh and Ring? But to me, I'm grouping them all together, and I'm saying he is the promoter of the year.
Yeah, it's actually quite an easy pick as well. And that's not to sort of look down at the work that Oscar and Frank and Eddie have done. And I agree with you. I mean, Eddie is the person that you want there on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I mean, I've done press conferences where I look at Eddie and think, please, I need your help now. I need you to kind of carry me for 4 or 5 minutes. And he does it just like that. But the biggest shows have been Riyadh season. As you was reading out some of the Matchroom shows there in Queensbury, I'm like, yeah, but several of those Queensbury shows were Riyadh season shows, and several of the Matchroom shows were Riyadh season shows as well. I mean, Riyadh season shows have become sort of Super Bowl, WrestleMania events. And those events only happen once a year. But Riyadh season has given us those 12 times a year. And it's just been incredible. I mean, since they started, October 2023, they've just taken over the space. And now we just expect all the shows to look and be as big as this. So, yeah, I think it's quite easy to say Turkey number one. But I think Eddie and Frank, and now I work with Frank with DAZN, so I'm close to seeing what they do. I think they put on really good shows as well. But I think it is Turki Al-Sheikh by some distance.
Do you see it continuing? You know, it's interesting. I remember mid-year, around March or so, they made that announcement with the TKO guys. And we'll talk more about them in a moment. But they make that announcement, and he essentially says, I'm passing the baton to Dana White and Nick Khan and TKO. And I think everyone kind of felt there for a moment that, all right, that's it. Like, there's no more co-promotion with Eddie or Frank or anyone else, but that's continued. And so I don't really know what the passing of the baton was, and maybe that plan has changed over time. Who knows? Do you think this will continue, or is it not sustainable? Like, does it end in 5 years? Does it end in 2 years? Does it end this year? What do you think?
I don't know. It's a good question. All I will say is you only have to look at, I can only take on what you have done lately. And I was in Saudi Arabia for a card that included Inoue and Nakatani, which was sensational. And then September 31st, we have Teofimo Lopez, Shakur Stevenson.
January.
And obviously there was, apologies, January the 31st. There was going to be an AJ something in February or March. So there seems to be a schedule already lined out. So I think he's here to stay. I don't think there is no passing of a baton. And if there was, I think that's now taking that baton back, because I think he wants to put on the biggest shows. And as long as there are fighters out there who are worthy of it, I think Turkey's here to stay. And I mean, I remember the Fury in Ngannou one. Everyone thought that was going to be a one-hit wonder, one and done. I don't know the amount of shows he's done since October 2023, but I'd hazard a guess and say around 30, and they've all been enormous. So I think he's here to stay.
Yeah, and they're sponsoring events and sponsoring fighters and all that stuff. So could not agree more. Let's see what they do. They've got that big show at Madison Square Garden, at the big Madison Square, the real, the Mecca, the world's most famous arena, not the theater nonsense. Can't wait for that. Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, also the return of Keyshawn Davis. All right, event of the year, and that means like, you know, what was the what was the you know, you talk about WrestleMania type things, like what was the actual event of the year? Not card of the year. We have card of the year, and that's like on paper, what was the most stacked card of the year? I'm talking about the event of the year, the one that felt the biggest, that, you know, if you weren't there, it jumped across the screen to your face. It felt the biggest. It felt like a WrestleMania, as you say. You go first. What's your event of the year?
There's about a handful. And when I think of event, I think stadiums. Me and you have worked together in these stadium fights, and stadium fights are just unlike anything else. I mean, there are so many good arenas around boxing. You just mentioned Madison Square Garden, but nothing feels the same when there are 60 to 90,000 people screaming in unison. The event of the year is easy. It has to be Chris Eubank Jr. versus Conor Benn 1. It just has to be. I mean, this is 30 plus years in the making, and it finally happened, and all the drama surrounding it. You spoke about WrestleMania. It was almost like it was written by the WrestleMania scriptwriters. It was sensational. That has to be. I mean, the egg slap. Is Eubank Sr. going to turn up or not? And then the ring walks. Collectively, that is 100% event of the year. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, 65,000 people. Nothing gets close.
No notes, nothing to say. It's obvious. It was my fight of the year. It's the event of the year. It felt the biggest. And every single step of the way felt big and got bigger. As you say, the press conferences were huge. The egg slap, the walkouts, the reveal. Senior saying he wasn't in favor and then showing up. I mean, you know, like all that stuff. It was theater at its finest. I don't know if anything will ever top it. And then the actual fight lives up to the hype. It'd be one thing if it was like great drama, the weight cut, all that, and then the fight fizzles. Like if the fight on that night would have been the fight that we got in November, it couldn't have been the event of the year, right? Because it was like a great trailer that didn't result in a great movie, but it did result in a great movie. It did actually live up to all the hype and then some. Yeah, it was amazing. It was at that stadium. It was beautiful. The freaking walkout was unbelievable. Both of them were great. They rose to the occasion and then some. There's really not much more to say. It's everything that you want in a big event. I'm so jealous that you guys over in the UK continuously get these stadium events. We obviously got Allegiant Stadium and it looked great and it was pretty damn packed. But yeah, British boxing is on fire. That was an indication. And again, no titles on the line. And so a reminder that you don't need belts. You just need a great story. You just need two great, you know, warriors going toe-to-toe who tell a great story, who are willing to sell. Chris was so damn good in those press conferences, you know, shutting down Eddie and just being so methodical and clinical with his trash talk. It was brilliant stuff. I remember even the aftermath, the way in which he did that interview. He did an interview, I think, with Sky, and it was like in front of the London Eye, and he just felt like a superstar, right? Like it just was like, this guy, man, unbelievable. We kind of want to forget about the second one because I feel like it happened too soon after, and it just was nowhere near as good. So yeah, very easy pick for event of the year. So now let's talk about card of the year. And that's like boom, 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 boom. What's a great card on paper? Because that event that we just talked about wasn't necessarily the most stacked card. But this one, I feel like we're going to agree on because you mentioned one of the fights as your fight of the year. You mentioned the first fight. I'm going to go through it. Callum Smith versus Joshua Buatsi was the first fight of the night when Dimitri Bivol and Artur Beterbiev fought back in February. And then it went to Agit Kabayel, who's fighting this weekend against Zhile Zhang. He's not fighting him. He fought him back then and he knocked him out. Virgil Ortiz versus Israel Madrimov is the third fight on the card. Carlos Adames versus Hamza Shiraz, the much discussed and polarizing fight. Shakur Stevenson is on there against the late replacement Josh Padley. Joseph Parker against Martin Bakole. That was insane. Obviously with Bakole coming in on 24 hours notice, and then Bivol Beterbiev in a tremendous fight. That fight back in February, I believe it was February 22nd to be exact, an incredible fight card. By far the best of the year. It was stacked from top to bottom. That is my card of the year.
Yeah, easily. And by the way, I mean, this could be the card of the century if it was Parker versus Dubois if it was at the time, if my memory serves me right, Shakur Stevenson was supposed to fight Floyd Schofield. So can you imagine if it was that? Like, this last crescendo card is just insane.
Great poster, too.
I forgot, like, I picked this. I forgot about Hamza Shiraz, Carlos Adames being on this card. I was going to reel them off, and I completely forgot about it. And it still would have been my fight card of the year. There were a couple of other good ones. I mean, I liked the one in Queens, which had Shakur Stevenson, Zepeda, had Subriel Matias, Alberto Puello, Hamza, obviously, versus Edgar Berlanga. But no, when you just read it out like that, it almost doesn't seem real. Like, to have that many main eventers on undercard fights, like Virgil Ortiz versus Madrimov, Texas sells out. Like Hamza Shiraz versus Carlos Adames, Copperbox sells out. Boatzy versus Smith, O2 Arena, sells out. Like, these are all sellout fights. Parker versus Dubois would have sold out the O2 Arena just like that. So, no, incredible fight card. One of the best I've ever been to in my life.
Yeah, tremendous. What can you say? Stacked. And now it's gone to the point where, like, you would get one of those fights as a main or a co-main at worst, and people would have been happy with it a couple years ago, and now you get a card like this and people are like, is it really that good? Is it really that stacked? You know what I mean? And like, what are you guys talking about, man? You used to get one of these fights as your main event and the rest was nothing, and you were very happy to have it. You get very spoiled very quickly in this sport. Okay, let's stick with the event and the pomp and circumstance and all this stuff. Walkout of the year. How do we disagree on this one? It's freaking Chris Eubank Jr. It's the walkout of the century. It's one of the greatest walkouts. You agree, right?
1 gazillion %.
You know, from time to time...
One second. Yeah. Are you saying Eubank Jr. and Senior, are you removing Conor and Nigel from this?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's just one. That one was infinitely better.
I was going to go both.
No, this
I was going to go both collectively.
Look at the look on his face. And of course, the moment in which the dad, Senior, is revealed beforehand, and there they are standing. We can't play the music because we don't want to get dinged on YouTube. But if you go on YouTube, it has over 1 million views on the official DAZN channel. And the 3 top comments I love so much.
Look at this.
The top comment is, "This is the most happiest I've been for another man. He finally got his dad having his back." The second top comment is, "This might be the greatest walkout in boxing history, in my opinion." And the third is maybe my favorite. First song for Senior, second for Sebastian, his brother who passed away, third for himself. And if you remember, there were 3 songs there. There was the Simply the Best. There was that other one, I don't know the name, but it's an emotional song. And then the third, the still DRE. And it's just freaking great, man. It's just, I'm actually having goosebumps right now all across my body just thinking back to it. Magical. Promotion, walkout at its finest.
Just insane. And then again, as you say, you're walking out to 65,000. And I mean, the lights go down. Everyone brings out their camera phones to light that place up. And you've got Senior who loves it. He loves the attention. I mean, what Junior was wearing as well was different. All these bling bling robes I'm not a fan of. I love what he was wearing as well. It's just so good. When I see these fighters walk out with rappers, it's the most annoying thing in the world. And although, 50 Cent, I'm a big fan, and he came out with 50 the second time, I just like that, what we saw there. Give me that every single day of the week. That is the best. But I will give a shout out to Conor and Nigel as well, just because that father-son thing, because we'd built it up for so many years, and to see both of their fathers just behind them, flanking them as they're making their ring walks, I feel like Conor deserves a bit of a mention as well.
Yeah, I had to give it to one, so obviously it's going to go to that one. That was great. The next one, you mentioned the 50 Cent. Like, the 50 Cent one didn't feel as good to me. The one in November.
No.
It didn't feel as special. No. It didn't feel, I don't know, there was something missing. Again, maybe because we just had seen that one, so it's hard. You're trying to compare. There were a lot of good ones. I mean, Jake's walkout with who is he? Like
Hulkamania.
No. 6'9" something.
6'9" is 6. I feel like we've missed out a number.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Point is, that was pretty good. Any other year, I'm giving it to Amanda Serrano at Madison Square Garden when she came out to Bad Bunny and that, what was the name of that rapper? Andy, I always ask.
I think it was Nati Natasha, but I'll double check.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
She came out and she was rapping, and then they mixed it into Bad Bunny. MSG was on fire. Like, that was a really good one. sometimes, as you say, when they bring, remember Terrence Crawford walking out with Eminem before Errol Spence? Like that one didn't hit at all. Like,
yeah, because Eminem's not really singing.
Yeah,
he's like miming the whole way through. I will say I didn't mind Edgar Berlanga coming out with Fat Joe and Remy Ma.
Oh, awful!
Didn't mind.
It was
that.
awful.
No,
the acoustics were bad. It was awful.
Can I tell you why? Yeah,
so bad.
Because Clarissa Shields was right there, and I was like, "Oh, are we gonna get a little something? Is someone gonna throw hands?" But and I'm a big Fat Joe fan, so I didn't mind seeing Fat Joe. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the rappers walking out because they never sound great.
Yeah, it's clumsy.
And they're miming, and it's just no.
By the way, Clarissa at Little Caesars coming out was pretty damn good. Just a couple of months ago. She's had some.
Was that to Rick Ross? Was that with Rick Ross?
Yeah. That was tremendous.
Yeah.
Clarissa coming out there in Detroit, pretty damn great. But yeah, almost impossible. I mean, it's one of the greatest walkouts of all time. So very, very hard to top that one. Speaking of very hard, I had a hard time with promo of the year, Ade, because promo of the year, our next category, is one where it's like it's hard because again, this is different ways to skin the cat here. You could say like, okay, is the promo like the dude on the microphone? Is the promo the actual promotional material? It depends on your interpretation. So sometimes I've gone with the promotional material, like the great trailer, right? AJ and Ngannou or Fury Usyk, etc. Or sometimes it's just the dude on the microphone, like cutting a promo, you know? So I'm curious, because you're making this face like it was an easy one. What did you go with?
You know, I will say this. We didn't really have the promo videos that we had in 2020.
We did not.
We didn't really have as many.
No.
I can't think of really any that were great.
No.
So the one I'm going to do is I'm going to nominate myself.
Wow.
The Eubank Ben rivalry line for Eubank Ben. This you're seeing right here, which was voiced by me. I was the main actor in it. And you know what I like about this as well? And this is, honestly, this is the truth. Right at the end of this, they're like, where I stand up and I hold on to the moving train. They said, Ade, just let it rip. There's no script. Just ad-lib this for us. And I ripped it and I destroyed it. But I like how every stop was a part of the story leading to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And it was yours truly that was the main character. So Ade Oladipo is nominating himself for promo of the year. Yes, I am.
Classic Ade nominating himself. That's amazing that you would nominate yourself, that you would interject yourself into there. By the way, it is great. Who shot that, by the way? Like because it looked beautiful.
I feel bad not knowing them. Why you put me on?
I don't know. I thought maybe you worked
they're
with the
watching
guys.
this and they're like, Ade.
You're giving yourself credit and not.
I do work with them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is great, and those scenes are great, and the way in which. And is it a real tube that you're on, or is it like a fake one?
No, dude, it was just a fake one, but they did it so well. It's incredible how they did it. I was like, and they say that they use this for music videos all the time. So I started watching music videos back, thinking this ain't a real train.
Yeah,
You're in a fake train. So yeah.
You would pick yourself though. You would give yourself the old Barry H. the pat on the back. I'm not quite cut from the same cloth, and so I wouldn't do that, but it's great. I'm not trying to take anything away from you, but you're right, no great real like promo videos, not a lot of great I thought about that Eddie Hearn one with Boots Ennis, the post-fight one. I was because there were no great promo videos, I was centered on post-fight interviews, because those are the moments where you have someone on the microphone and what
you and AJ and AJ where he's got his hands over you. Look at my best friend.
What are you jealous? Is it this one? Roll the tape. I'm here.
Anthony Joshua. Anthony, congratulations on the win. How would you describe
look at this.
that fight?
It's very nice here. It's one hand now.
Well,
look at the smile. It's one hand, but eventually, as you know, and I could picture you perhaps back home being like, I thought you were my man, AJ. Now it's two hands on the shoulder, Ade. I mean, you have to admit, it's one of the all-time great post-fight interviews, right? I mean, you have to say.
It's so good. It's annoying me because obviously like AJ's my guy.
Look at that.
Obviously I'm close.
Look at that
with AJ. But you know what I really liked about this interview, Ariel? He kind of gave you like a minute, didn't he? Like just him talking.
Loved it.
And normally that's it. And you were like, oh, I've still got more questions. And I was like, yeah, go on, Ariel. Kind of milk it.
We have to, yes.
This was AJ's at his best. This is probably the best post-fight interview I've ever seen AJ do or give. Normally he tries to grab the mic out of me.
Oh, I know. That's the worst. And then you have to fight him. But, it was interesting because he said, is that good enough for you? And I kind of took it as like, wait a second. Like, you think we're done right now? We're not done. Like,
yes, that's the part, yeah.
It was funny. my mom and sister happened to be in Miami on vacation, and so they went to the fight, which they would never go to a fight like that, but they were obviously, there to support me. And I look at my phone afterwards, and my mom texts me like, why did he have his hands on you like that? What was going on? And some people I saw say that he was trying to like big brother me. I didn't view it as big brothering. No. I viewed it as comfort and respect. And and the way in which he was kind of like going through the thoughts in his mind and saying like, because the first question, if I recall correctly, was like, what did you make of that fight, or how would you describe that fight? And he's like, well, like he was kind of, thinking about his words. One of the most interesting things that he said in that post-fight interview that I don't know if a lot of people picked up, he said something to the effect of like, the request was to break him. And I wish I asked him, and we didn't have time to get into it.
By who?
Who was the request from? He said afterwards, I think in the post-fight, that he said it was from, he implied that it was from, the Riyadh season guys. That's what the implication was, which I thought was really interesting. And then we talked a little bit. What was interesting to me, or not interesting, what was a little bit frustrating was, and you may have experiences, I'm sure you have, I was hearing out of the corner of my ear, go to Jake, not from the earpiece, not from the producers, from in the ring, like ask Jake a question. And then there was a stage manager who was pulling me saying, go to Jake. And I'm like, I'm not leaving this moment. This man has his arms on me. I'm not leaving this moment. And then eventually I went to Jake. But what killed me was I wanted to ask him about the future, but I'm now turned to Jake. And then I turn and he's no longer there. And then I look back and he was already like back. He left the ring and was high-fiving and taking selfies with people like Titus O'Neil. And I wanted to ask him, and now what is next? So I turn, and the only person I see is Eddie Hearn. And I'm like, well, I was gonna say, and what's next for you, AJ? And I see Eddie. I'm like, okay, well, what's next, Eddie? I didn't even introduce Eddie because I couldn't believe that AJ wasn't standing there with us. Anyway, all to say, it just, to me, he was so beautiful in that fight week. Like the whole thing from beginning to end, I enjoyed it. Of course, I'm giving you crap for picking yourself. What's great about it is I picked myself too, because I couldn't think of anything better. Both great moments, both beautiful stuff. Ultimately, we're so lucky to be in the positions that we are to get these moments, to be able to talk about them. So kudos to you. Kudos to all of us.
No, honestly, fantastic moment. It really was. I always remember thinking about the pressure of AJ in the lead up to that fight. Where he's got to look good. He can barely get touched. He's got to knock him out. And he kind of ticked every single box. Like me and you have spoken about this privately. And I was like, it's perfect for AJ. It's almost perfect for Jake Paul. He lasted a few. So everyone went home perfect from that moment. So kudos to you for that interview. Those interviews are not as easy as people think.
Love them though.
The fighter's adrenaline, you can see it's still pumping, they're still sweating, their brains all over the place. That's why I love the way AJ just kind of took a breath, calmed down, put his arms on you to almost breathe a bit, and then gave the answer. And I thought it was a perfect moment.
It's funny, and I hope you don't mind me saying this, we've talked about it. The stuff that you do, the presenting, you and Kate Scott, I think are the two best in the business. I don't ever want to do that. All I want to do are those interviews. And you've said that you love doing the presenting and not so much the interviews, which I find fascinating as well.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about just doing the interviews, because that's all I was really doing that night, is you sit for very long stretches to then go on for 2-3 minutes. So I find like you get a little bit cold in between as you're watching the fights.
Yes.
And then you kind of have to like perform for 2 minutes, and then you have to sit for a whole, 12-round fight coming up. So it's a very fun thing, but I love doing those, and I hope to be able to do them for many years to come. And only in boxing could I do them, because that's the only sport where the promoter sometimes doesn't control the production. In MMA, you can't do that because it's always the promoter, and I don't want to get paid by a promoter. Let's talk about moment. I feel like we're going to agree on this one because we referenced it a couple of times, but perhaps not. Moment of the year. What's your moment of the year?
Moment of the decade, moment of the century has to go to Mr. Adam Smith when Chris Eubanks Sr. leaves the car.
Yes.
It's the greatest, and
yes.
the he's here.
Yes.
Just those two words.
Yes.
The rest is forgotten.
Yes.
Just those two words, and this moment here.
Yeah.
Will never leave me. Adam Smith, I think.
So good.
I've worked with him now for about a year. Small shows, big shows. He's the best in the business for me. And I know there are others. I think John Anik obviously did a fantastic job, obviously, but he's more MMA. Just pure boxing. I think Adam Smith just hits those high notes when they need to be high. When you need that kind of WrestleMania scream moment, he does that perfectly. He's knowledge. But that moment there was just the way he let it breathe. He's here, and then let it breathe a little bit, and then gave us a bit more. Incredible.
Look, we talked about comeback fighter of the year. Shout out to Adam Smith, comeback person of the year, for everything that he's been through to come back and have the year that he had. So happy that he's on DAZN, that he's getting these opportunities. He should be the guy calling these fights. And you're right, he makes the fights and the moments feel bigger, because that moment is great. You watch the moment, it's great. But his narration, his call of the moment, and it's not a fight moment. It's just like, it is pro wrestling-esque, but it's pro wrestling-esque in its like hyperbole, but it's not in its authenticity. Pro wrestling is at times inauthentic. This was authentic, and he called it like a big moment, and it was just beautiful. I couldn't agree more. In the end, I gave it to that one as well. It's just, you couldn't have scripted it. We'll never truly know how they got there. I think before the second fight, it was like, did he get paid? Did he get who knows? And ultimately, who cares, right? Who cares?
Yeah.
If he got paid, good for you.
He was there.
Yeah, he got paid.
He was there. And he gave us the moment. He gave us the, you're looking one way and something's going on the other way.
Yeah.
Like those interviews in the lead up to the fight, I was adamant he wasn't going to be there. Remember, I did a couple of those press conferences, and I'm waiting for him to come through the door and burst through the door, and he's not there. And I'm like, he's not going to turn up. And to see him turn up and in that way, I mean, and then there's the fantastic image of Connor.
I was just going to say that.
Nigel looking at them arrive. They should have left it there.
I was just going to say that. It was
an Oscar-winning movie that they tried to make a part 2, and you don't do that to Oscar-winning movies.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. The production team, the people directing that show, they did a great job of giving you all those different little beats, right? It was amazing. Yeah. It really was, from beginning to end, from the moment that fight card was announced, to the press conferences, to fight week, to everything, to fight night, to the fight itself, to the aftermath, really a masterclass. And so many things could go wrong, and so many things went right, and that reveal was unbelievable. I mean, just like 10 days prior, Eubank Sr. is in the park talking to media saying that this is, like, what do you say? He's embarrassed by his son and all this stuff. You know what I mean? And then he shows up like that. Golly. One gripe was that he wore the same coat for the first fight as he wore in the second fight. That was a little bit, I was surprised by that. Same.
Because he's so egotistical, I'd almost feel like surely he knows he wore it out last time. And by the way, very quickly, like on the back end of movies where they kind of put the whole team that has taken part in this production. This fight almost seemed like one of those that deserves everyone's name to be listed. Because you're right, it's a massive team effort. I think people that don't go to fights don't realize what goes on behind the scenes. And there's hundreds of people that do such amazing jobs, and I think they all knocked it out of the park for this Eubank Ben 1.
Okay, 4 left, and let's go with, technically 3.5. Let's go with Story of the Year. And this one is media guys. We're talking about the ins and outs of the sport on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. There's stories. Like for me, Story of the Year, when I think of Story of the Year in any sport, it's like, okay, a story that was kind of threaded throughout the year. It could be like a massive deal, like a big fight or a drug suspension or something like that. Or it could be something that kind of just kept getting bigger. We were talking about it throughout. And I remember, coincidentally, we were both in New York when it was announced that Turkey would team up with the folks at TKO, with Dana White and Nick Khan. And then I remember every single beat afterwards, and it goes from that to the rumblings that they're going to try to change the Ali Act, to them teaming up to put on this Crawford-Canelo show, to them announcing Zuffa Boxing and calling it that, to them announcing their deal with Paramount Plus, to them announcing that they're going to go to USA boxing events and all this stuff. And every single step of the way, it just felt like it was getting bigger. And obviously on Fight Week for Crawford and Canelo, Dana White's a big part of it, and the way in which he dealt with the boxing media was fascinating as well. And as we sit here today, right now, on January 6th, the rumor is that their first show is going to be January 23rd at the Apex, the UFC Apex in Las Vegas, the night before UFC 324, the debut on Paramount Plus. And as we sit here right now, not a single fight has been announced. That event hasn't been officially announced just yet. So maybe they're not going to push it, but they had already reserved it. They did it with the commission and everything like that. And that's what it seemed like all signs were pointing towards. To come out of the gate on an Apex show, I hope they don't do that. I hope that they change their mind. But to me, that was the biggest story. Dana finally getting into boxing, the teaming up with Turkey, Nick Khan going back to his first true love of boxing. It was the biggest story throughout, and it kept popping up. And then, of course, the Ali Act component of them doing everything they can to, revive it, whatever word you want to use, change it up, was fascinating. Will continue to be a fascinating story to monitor. So that's my story of the year. What about you?
And look, yours is very much an important story, and it's one, as you say, that's going to continue to grow, and it's going to change in different directions. I don't think it's one way. I almost feel like there's going to be trouble ahead in some way, shape, or form. My story is more a fun one, and it centers around one man really, and that man is Jake Paul and the Anthony Joshua fight. And it almost starts from Jake Paul being that close to fighting Canelo, which was going to happen. I mean, Canelo might deny it, but that was going to happen until Turkey got involved and Canelo Crawford got made. And then he's going to fight Gervonta Davis. And then everyone's like, pick on someone your own size. Why doesn't he fight someone that's live right now and someone that's big and strong? And then he calls out Anthony Joshua and everyone thinks he's mad. And there's so many people like, this fight does not happen. There's no way it's going to happen because AJ would kill him. And it does happen. And it still blows my mind that Jake Paul would want to fight Anthony Joshua. Like, this guy's story of having put on gloves for the first time 5 years ago to fight in a unified heavyweight champion of the world just needs to be studied. Like, I am the biggest fan of Jake Paul. I think what he's done in the sport of boxing is insane. But this moment here, fighting AJ, who is 4 to 5 inches taller, 50 pounds on a good day bigger, after everyone has said you don't fight anyone but retired MMA guys and washed up boxers that you pick off parking lots, for him to then silence everyone and say, okay, give me AJ, and for it to happen, I think it's astonishing. And he deserves so much plaudits from everyone.
I love the fact that you're picking this one. If I would have picked it, people would have said that I was a shill. But you represent like the hardcore boxing community, and I love the fact that it seems, in my opinion, that he's finally getting the credit he deserves. First, people were saying, like this time last year, people were saying he was bad for boxing. How you can say that he is bad for boxing when he's giving all these other fighters an opportunity, in particular the women, and what they've done this year, like they've made a concerted effort to give all these women a home and a big platform to fight on, is tremendous. But like his cards they're not influencer cards. They're not, you know what I mean? And even the closest thing to an influencer fight on that particular card was Anderson Silva fighting Tyron Woodley, who wasn't happy to see Anderson get a win like that at 50 years young, right? Like they're matching him up accordingly and fairly. And so, yeah, to have the balls to do that, to go in there, even watching those highlights now, 3 weeks later, it still doesn't feel real that he fought Anthony Joshua, right? It still doesn't feel... Dude. You can make him as one of the stories of the year, right? Because he goes from the Tyson fight, end of last year, and you're kind of wondering, like, how is he going to top this? And then it's Canelo, and you're like, holy shit, Canelo. And then it's the Chavez fight, which, kind of flew under the radar, but all right, some people gave him credit, some didn't. And then it's Tank Davis. And even before he took the Chavez fight, remember, he was going to get Tank when Canelo fell through, but then the Roach fight happened, which was like the debacle of the year, if we want to put it that way. And then he gets to Chavez, and then he gets Tank again, and then it's AJ. It's like, talk about a thread. He's constantly being talked about. He's constantly pulling in numbers. He's constantly making headlines.
Yeah, and that's why my story of the year was just him versus AJ. But you're right. Once you make it bigger, and as you say, what he's done for MVP promotions. I mean, it feels like when we did our show, it felt like there was a signing every single week.
Yeah.
Like there's someone else's signed and someone else's signed. And what he's done to Amanda Serrano's career, I think
How about
incredible.
Dubois recently? We weren't doing a show then. Like, that's a huge sign for him. Who would have thought this time last year Caroline Dubois would be with MVP?
No.
Right?
No chance. It doesn't mean. But look what it's done to her. Like, she's completely come out of her skin, isn't she? She's now, all of a sudden, she's talking. She's going back and forth with Alicia Baumgardner. I think what Jake's done, but he puts himself in the firing line. It's all good doing that. But he's putting himself in the firing line, and there's no bigger firing line than fighting Anthony Joshua, who I still think is a top 10 heavyweight. And, all the, it's scripted and AJ can't hurt him. I'm like, AJ will try and take this guy's head off any chance he can get. And I think we saw the ending. We even saw the uppercut before the ending where AJ tried to lift him out of the ring.
Yeah,
Jake's risking his life for our entertainment. And I think he deserves, again, so many plaudits.
Remember when people were saying when this fight was announced, some of the old guard media saying that this was ruining AJ's legacy? Now look at how
nonsense
famous AJ became as a result of that, and who could have predicted what happened afterwards? But like in the immediate aftermath, and that has nothing to do with his legacy. Like he became a global superstar to the point where Eddie Hearn was saying, we now need to rethink our strategy for AJ. Like we need to bring him back to the States. We need to get him over here. I wouldn't be surprised if sponsors, big name, blue chip sponsors were knocking on his door here in America. To see the tweets of especially women, did you get those as well? I was getting tons of those. American women being crazy. Like, who is this guy, right?
Dude, I'm not going to mention any names. I had 2 females message me and ask me, can I get them to meet AJ? I'm like, well, of course. Let me just call him right now.
Yeah.
AJ, it just went crazy. Honestly, and it blew my mind because, again, over here, he's one of our biggest stars. Like, he can't just walk the street.
Right.
So I'm like, what, is this the first time they've heard of him? Did they not know who AJ was? So I saw your interview with Eddie where there is a rethink about how they move forward with this, because you've got to capitalize on this. America's the biggest market. So if you're AJ, and obviously, look, we have to see how he overcomes what's happened recently. But once he does overcome, and I think he will, I think it's straight to America and just make some noise over there again.
All right. Now let us move on to our final 2 awards, because then we're going to give at the very end our wish for 2026. But now we've got 2 more awards, and it's the 2 biggest ones, obviously. One day they will vie for this type of trophy, but it's the big one. It's the big one. It's Fighter of the Year. We break it down, female and male Fighter of the Year. I'm going to go out on a limb here. And by the way, I do want to mention, Tank Davis was a great story, and the Crawford fight was a great story, but I think we kind of, got it both, and there are a ton of great stories. But as far as Fighter of the Year is concerned, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we are not going to be in agreement with either of our picks. That's going to be my prediction here. I want you to go first. Female Fighter of the Year. Who is your pick and why? This
is extremely difficult. And by the way, this should be difficult. Very difficult. I was ringside for 2 of this lady's fights. I'm sorry, there's going to be a bit of a build-up here, Ariel. Apologies. I was ringside for 2 of this lady's fights. And both times, I was like, oh my God, what has she done? She scared me both times. And that doesn't really happen with female fights. I mean, Alicia's got some punch power. Clarissa's all in now. She's a heavyweight. She's got some punch power as well. I haven't seen anyone as vicious as this young lady, Elif Turhan, maybe ever. This girl has come from nowhere, Turkish fighter, 135 pounds, and is knocking people out, which you don't see really in female boxing. You see knockdowns. You don't see knockouts. She first came to the UK and she fought a girl called Shauna Brown, who was 5-0, knocked her out in the first round. And I was like, oh. But I also, okay, Shauna Brown maybe isn't elite. Okay. She then had a fight 4 months later against a lady that was 8-0, knocked her out. I was like, oh, what's going on here? Then she took on Beatrice Ferreira, who is an Olympic silver medalist, was at the time the IBF lightweight champion, and Beatrice is a bully herself. I was like, oh, this is going to be fight of the year, because Beatrice ain't going to have it. She knocked her out. The referee stopped the fight. She's now IBF champion. She has fought 3 times this year, all unbeaten opponents, and she has knocked them all out. I'm sorry. This is the most vicious female fighter I've seen in years, and I dare anyone to go in the ring with her, whether it be Caroline Dubois, Alicia Baumgardner, anyone. I think she is scary and frightening, and 3 fights, 3 unbeaten fighters, now world champion, fight of the year.
Tremendous description, tremendous breakdown. You can just show it. Show mine. We're actually in agreement. We're in agreement. I didn't know, and I should have known because you were there, and it was the Beatrice fight that really put me over. She doesn't have the name. I mean, just look at the power.
look at that. You don't see this.
You don't see this in women's boxing. You just don't see it. She has come out of nowhere, Istanbul to be exact, and went 3-0. There's nothing more that I could say. You broke it down beautifully, but to do that to the previously undefeated Beatrice Ferreira, who everyone was so high on, at Monte Carlo, Casino de Monte Carlo, tremendous stuff. I can't wait to see what she does. Look at this. She's out on her feet. Look at that. Look. She's out on her feet. And what a story. By the way, you can make a case for her being breakout fighter of the year as well. to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, not a lot of people
maybe she should have been actually.
Yes.
Now in hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, but you kind of go one step higher, and that would be Female Fighter of the Year. A ton of ladies had great years. The aforementioned Ellie Scottney had a great year. Shanika Johnson had a great year. Tiara Brown had a great 2025, beating Sky Nicholson, winning 3 fights in 2025. What about Michaela Mayer? She had a tremendous year as well. The rematch against Sandy Rye. Like, there were a lot of great female performances this year. Women's boxing is on fire right now. And it's, I always compare things to MMA. Women's MMA, not quite on fire. Women's boxing, there's a ton of great fighters. The top 10 is great. Clarissa, still doing her thing. But this young lady is an absolute force. Like, when she fights, go out of your way. And you know what? You mentioned all those great things. One thing you failed to mention, I'm almost 99.999%, if not 100% certain, she was the underdog in every single one of those fights this year. The betting underdog.
You might be right.
She was the betting underdog. Right. Yeah. And then she knocked out her opponent. Incredible.
And she doesn't, there's no feel-out rounds. She just wants to take your head off from minute one. And it's the way I'm seeing these girls getting knocked out. I mean, we just saw the Shauna Brown one. She can't get up. Like, she's knocked her out completely. You just don't see this. But it was the Ferreira one. Because again, Ferreira is an Olympic medalist, world championship medalist. She's the bully. She's the one that goes and bullies fighters the way we saw Elif did. And when Elif just knocked her out, and Elif, by the way, put her down twice in that fight before that knockdown. That's the power she possesses. So, yeah, for me, I mean, you mentioned some fantastic names there, but she, for me, is the standout female fighter of the year.
Okay, so we are in agreement as far as female fighter of the year. Now we go to male fighter of the year, the granddaddy of them all. And are you in agreement with me that there's really 2 candidates here? It seems like everyone was debating, and this is actually a fascinating debate. There's a similar debate happening in MMA, and we had our awards yesterday, where it was Merab Dvalishvili won 3 fights in 2025, but lost the last one. Does he get the nod over someone like Islam Makhachev, who only fought twice in 2025, but made history by becoming a double champion? And so there were a lot of different takes. Jan also beat him, all that stuff. In boxing,
Merab should have won it. Who won that? Did Merab win it?
Merab won, as far as I'm concerned. But historically, I don't give it to someone who loses in a calendar year, certainly not their last fight of the year. In boxing, I feel like the debate was interesting, but for different reasons. To me, it was down to Naoya Inoue, who fought 4 times and ended the year with a tremendous win, his 4th win of the calendar year, or Terence Crawford, who fought once, but made history moving up to 168 and doing what he did to Canelo Alvarez. I saw a lot of people give it to Terence Crawford. In the end, I'll start. My pick for male fighter of the year is Naoya Inoue. What he did 4 times this year, fighting the competition that he fought, he doesn't duck people. He goes in there. He had a great win to end the year. A few days ago. You were there, I believe, right? Were you not there?
Yeah, December 27th. Yeah,
I was there. You were there. He is active. He had a bit of a dicey one back in May. You see him get knocked down. He comes back. He wins that fight. That's why I wanted performance of the year. I wanted Crawford to get his flowers, but you fight once, and as you say, against a washed, Canelo Alvarez, I don't necessarily agree, compared to 4 times defending your title, being the man, all eyes on you, 3 of those fights happening back home in Japan with all that pressure, hopefully setting up the big Nakatani fight coming up, and he almost didn't do his part in that equation. To me, it was actually a no-brainer, but I saw a lot of people pick Terence Crawford. I don't hate you if you pick Terence Crawford, and I get it, but 4 is greater than 1, and those performances were great ones, and so he is my 2025 male fighter of the year.
I can't add no more because my male fighter of the year is...
I was completely wrong. It
is.
I love it.
How dare you say that we wouldn't agree on
I didn't. I thought maybe you'd go hipster on me with one of them.
No. I think Inoue is just sensational. And, I'm seeing prospects. Prospects have 2 fights a year. This is a guy having world title fights. So a 12-rounders 4 times a year. And I interviewed him after the Picasso fight in the ring, and he was like, I'm just tired. And I was like, you deserve to be tired because you are fighting, having maybe a 2-week break, then going straight into training camp. And he's not fighting bums. Akhmadaliev, Eddie was pushing Akhmadaliev like the next best thing.
Yep.
Destroyed him. Cardenas, after that Times Square nonsense, he had to kind of just put a brave face on for American boxing and got knocked down by Cardenas, got up and smashed him. Picasso, big, strong Mexican, back and forth, beat him. And then Yi Jun Dim, who was supposed to be Sam Goodman. I think people forget that. And then he took the fight on late notice, different opponents, smashed him. 4 fights in 12 months. I'm sorry, I can't give it to Crawford. I can't give a fight of the year a guy that has 1 fight. I just can't do it. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, no. Crawford's had 1 fight a year for the past 6 years. I mean, so I've just got to go Inoue.
I've seen a lot of people give him their fighter of the year.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Yeah, and again, I mean, Inoue's fighting good names.
Yeah.
Picasso was unbeaten. Akhmadaliev was the next man up. Like these Cardenas in New York. And by the way, it's 2 fights in Japan, 1 fight in Saudi,
oh, yeah, that's
1
right.
fight in New York.
No,
so
Vegas,
he's doing
Vegas.
the worldwide tour.
Vegas.
Was it Vegas?
Yes.
Apologies, Vegas.
It was that same
so
weekend
he's giving you a bit
New
of a
York.
worldwide tour.
Yes.
Yeah. So no, for me, it's Inoue. Honestly, it's Inoue. And by the way, shout out to Fabio Wardley. I think he deserves. I think he'll be the British fighter of the year. Justice Hooney and Parker's very good as well. But for me, Inoue, Crawford.
I agree. Obviously, the Nakatani fight has to happen in Japan. I mean, obviously, at some point, I'd love to see him fight in LA. There was once some talk way back when of him fighting at Dodger Stadium, with Shohei Ohtani doing his thing for the Dodgers and the massive Japanese population over there. I think it would be gigantic, him fighting in LA, way bigger than him fighting in Las Vegas. There was once talk of him and Tank Davis fighting at some point. I think now the dream fight after Nakatani is maybe him versus Bam Rodriguez. Could you imagine if that happened in LA? With the Mexican, I mean, could you imagine him versus Bam Rodriguez in LA at Dodger Stadium? That would be gigantic. Golly.
I asked him. Obviously, Eddie was right there in the ring next to me. And I said, look, I'm going to ask him about Bam. Because as a fight fan, after seeing I get the Nakatani thing in Japan, but Nakatani's performance, as you said, was a bit flat. It kind of made me lose a bit of lust for it. Although I'm still going to obviously tune in and hopefully go there. But Bam, I mean, they're separated by a Burger King meal. I mean, he's got, there's not that much weight. Everyone's like, this isn't like Crawford jumping up to Canelo. And let's not forget, Inoue was a small guy as well coming up. So I think if you're Bam, that has to be the target before the end of the year. Robert Garcia, I think, retweeted something along the lines of, we'll see you soon, in referencing Inoue. So I think that's their whole plan now. That's the super fight of all super fights. And it's got to happen soon. I don't want Inoue to be 35. I want Inoue who's still at his peak, maybe pound for pound number 1, against pound for pound number 4. That is the fight of all fights in 2026. Please, God, please.
Can I ask you a question about Terrence while we're talking about him? Do you believe the retirement?
No.
You think he fights this year? Or could it be like a year off thing like Fury and then he comes back?
Could be a year off. He looks after himself. The age is the issue.
Yeah.
Obviously 38. But he never looks out of shape. I've never seen him with a belly or anything. And then it's a case of who? I mean, someone has to kind of remove themselves from the pack. I know there was a talk about the Canelo rematch. No, thank you.
No.
So who? It could have been Janibek, but obviously he popped. Like Janibek and Kanali.
Not big enough.
Not big enough. I love Hamza. He's not yet big enough as either. So I don't know. Maybe it's if Boots can do something.
Yeah.
If Boots can have a crazy run at 154.
Got to fight Ortiz first.
He's got to fight Ortiz, maybe win a belt and then go to 160. That could be it. But right now, there's nothing big enough. So I don't think it's a retirement because it was like, I can't do this anymore and I'm done. I think the retirement was like, there's no one out there. Who am I going to fight? I think it was more about that. But I do think we'll see him sometime in 2027. Early 2027, I think we'll see him. And like I said, he only fights once a year. So it won't mess him up that much. So I think we'll see him again.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's off for a year. We did talk about it when it happened, and someone texted me close to him and was like, he is very sincere. And I didn't say that he wasn't sincere. I believe in the moment he is retired, but I think something else is going to pop up. And the reason for that is he has finally gotten to that point where he is getting the respect and love and money that he deserves. And it just seems like there's a little bit more to do. His next fight would be gigantic. He's got this relationship with Zuffa Boxing. He's got this relationship with Turkey. There's a lot of money for him to make, even if it's not the creme de la creme fights. I feel like in a year and a half or so, he'll come back and there'll be a massive fight that he can have on a Netflix or so. But right now, he is retired, and I believe him. I definitely believe him. I just don't believe that in the end he will remain retired. It's very, very rare, as we're seeing with Tyson. I mean, the Tyson thing is crazy. How many times, by the way, is he getting announced? I feel like he announced it like 3 times ago that he's coming back. Why is there always so many announcements that he's coming back? And we never even believed the initial retirement, which was like his 5th retirement. And so with that in mind, our final, it's not an award, but we want to end on this note. It's our wish for 26. It is now officially 2026. I could put on the glasses. Here we are. Peace and love, peace and love. Happy New Year to everyone. Much love to you all. We'll go with one. You can have many. And I have to be honest with you on this one, Ade. I thought about changing it, but in the end, I'm keeping it. When I wrote it down, when I sent it out, life was very different for Anthony Joshua. And I think we all want to see the Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury fight once and for all. You know, when I spoke to him there in Miami, the plan was Anthony Joshua versus Rico Verhoeven, the kickboxing champion, in February.
Yeah.
There's no chance Anthony's fighting in February, right? Like there's no way.
No way.
But as much as I love that for Rico, and I love the fact that he gets that opportunity, I didn't like the fact that they were saying, okay, AJ's going to have to fight Jake Paul. We suspect he wins. And then another guy. And Tyson's fighting another guy. And then they're going to fight back into the year. Let's just fight them. Let's just have them fight now, right? Let's just have them fight now. Why all this stuff? Look how many times it's happened where you announce a fight. We talked about a couple with Caleb Plant and Ryan Garcia. Let's just have them fight now. And so I'm going to keep my pick, which is Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua finally fight. I do want to say, I'm not trying to push Anthony Joshua. I'm not even caring about his fighting career. If it ends with that win over Jake Paul, God bless, you've done it all. You have nothing left to prove. But I think it would be a great story if he came back and finally did it, and maybe he does it in honor of his friends. Who knows? Maybe he needs that one last one, and then he retires. Who knows? I think it would be a great moment. I think it would be on Netflix. I think it would be at Wembley. I think it would be gigantic. That is my wish. But again, if we were talking and the accident didn't happen, I would feel a lot stronger about it. Ultimately, I won't be as upset anymore. It will be one of those great what-if fights. I don't know how I feel, but I'll keep it. That's my wish for 26. Fury and AJ finally fight. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know I'm kind of like dancing around here, but
no, of course.
I don't want to be insensitive.
I think no. I mean, you're a boxing fan as well as the fact that you know AJ. You're a boxing fan, and this is what we're discussing. And that would, I mean, I don't think I need to tell you that would have 100% been my wish for 2026. I actually sent my list in after the AJ news, but even then, I still kind of was. It was like I was and ahhing. I still would like to see it, but ultimately, I guess we're gonna have to see how the next 2 or 3 months play out. That's my wish, and you know, I'd be front and center without being sort of thinking of myself. I mean, the idea of sitting next to AJ and Fury doing a face-off just blows my mind. The idea of Wembley Stadium selling out in 20 seconds blows my mind. It's a fight that I've been screaming for nearly a decade. So that would be my wish. It wasn't my pick just because of what's happened. I've gone stateside with my pick, and my pick is a fight that I've been wanting to see for 3 years, just because I think it still probably is the biggest fight that can be made in America. And I still think I want to see this guy back, and that's Gervonta Davis versus Shakur Stevenson.
Wow. Wow.
I just think this fight's just enormous. And no other like combination. So not Shakur versus Devon or Gervonta versus Devon or Shakur versus this is the one. I think if you were to kind of put all those groupings of fighters together, Ryan, Shakur, Devon, Keyshawn, I think this is the one that would get the most votes. Gervonta versus Shakur. 2 unbeaten fighters. Gervonta naturally a 135 guy. Shakur's best weight is 135, not 140 or anything else. This is the one that I really want to see. For the culture, I need to see this fight. And I think Gervonta's great for boxing. I think the last years, he's been all over the place. We saw it in the Lamont Roach performance. We saw it with things outside the ring. When his head is switched on, I mean, I think he's incredible. I really do. And I think Shakur is a pound-for-pound king eventually. I need to see this fight. I want to see this fight. Fingers crossed it happens.
I agree. I love the fight, but I feel like the next time Tank fights, it has to be against Lamont. Lamont was screwed that night.
No.
Why? Lamont was screwed. He should have gotten the rematch. First of all, he should have won the fight. And second of all, he should have gotten the rematch. You don't think that he deserves that?
No, he does. But if you are telling me that there's a Shakur fight on the table, I feel bad laughing. And there's Lamont Roach, and he goes Lamont Roach, knowing Shakur's there, I'd go crazy. It has to be Shakur Stevenson. Shakur is just, and with Shakur, you get Andre Ward, you get Terence Crawford, you get the element of a Floyd Mayweather floating behind the scenes as well. I just love it. And you know what? I always feel like Gervonta somehow tries to bully fighters. He's got this menacing thing. Shakur ain't scared one bit. I mean, this is two hood boys going at each other. I love it. I hope it happens. This is without doubt boxer versus puncher. And I just think it needs to happen to know who really is the number one at 135 pounds. Because as long as Gervonta's still out there, he will still be considered that guy, whether it's true or not. I think it's Shakur, but Gervonta's still floating around. I need to see that fight.
I love Shakur. I'm a huge fan. If he loses to Teofimo, do you still want to see it?
No.
So I guess we'll find out in 25 days.
No, what I say. Yeah. No.
You working that one?
If he loses. No. There's a Josh Kelly fight, world title fight in Sunderland. Don't get me wrong. I've tried to get myself on Shakur Stevenson to Teofimo Lopez. Yeah,
with all due respect to Sunderland, one of the great stories of the Premier League season, wise men say only fools.
You
know? But
by the way, have you removed the Nottingham Forest logo? Is it
please
still there?
show. Yeah, no. Sorry, I didn't realize. No, we're still proud.
It's weird. Oh, of course you didn't realize that you covered it with such a big sign.
Yes, this massive. Oh, this little thing. Oh, it's tremendous. No, Dyche Ball is still going strong. We're still very proud of Dyche Ball. We've got the Nuno Cup coming up, which is a big one against West Ham. That's actually happening right now. I think. Let's take a gander. By the way, we're live right here.
Can we do that? Can we do that right now? And
please God, say they're beating West Ham. If they're not, 0-0, 13 minutes in. All right,
okay,
0-0.
Okay.
We need to win that one. I mean, we need to win that one. West Ham is, in tatters. What are you, a Liverpool fan?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about the Liverpool fans? Like, you guys want Schlott out. He just won you the league. Like, can we chill out? No. It's been like 4 bad months.
Yeah, but no.
You want him out?
Tired of him.
You want him out?
The grass isn't always greener, but I just feel like he has no answers to anything anymore. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
So how did he win the league?
Know what he's doing. It was Klopp's team.
Wow. You know what I think?
And now he's had the money. Now he's had the money to buy his own team, and he spent $500 million, and we've gone backwards. How have we spent $500 million and taken backward steps? No.
Would you take Nuno?
Absolutely not.
What he did with? What about Steve Cooper?
There's a reason Steve Cooper's unemployed. Absolutely not.
No. What about Dyche? No. Sean Dyche?
No. Everton as well. Just manage Everton. You know that team he used to support. So no.
Sure. Oh, you got me with that one. Listen, at least we're not as bad as United right now with their situation. All right. Well, technically they're better than us. I do have a Crystal Palace patch because my guy Brendan is a part of Crystal Palace now. So we're big fans of Selhurst Park.
He is, isn't he?
We're big fans of Selhurst Park. Yeah, my guy.
Brendan Johnson's been moving around a lot, hasn't he? Like, dude,
just twice. He's a hot commodity. All right. He's a hot commodity, just like you are, my friend Ade. What a great pleasure this was. This was a lot of fun. Shout out to you. So next event, are you doing this weekend in Germany?
I am. I fly to Germany on Friday afternoon.
Wow.
And it's funny. I love it because, sorry to cut across you, obviously, me growing up, it was either big events in Vegas or Germany.
Yes.
The Klitschko's, Felix Sturm, Marco Hart, Sven Otka. The Sauerland used to put on all the events. They've not had anything big in Germany for, I guess, really since Klitschko, Tyson Fury. It's been that long. So it's sold
big venue?
out.
Big venue?
I think it's like 16,000.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's legit.
Which is nice, right? And it's sold out. So the German fans have been waiting. So I'm looking forward to getting out there.
Yeah, historically, January, a bit of a quiet month in boxing, but we had the MVP card in Puerto Rico on Saturday, Amanda Serrano, this card, Atama coming up, obviously the Shakur fight, you mentioned Josh Kelly, so good stuff coming up in the world of boxing. I miss doing the show with you, my friend, but they can never take this away from us. They can never take away...
I thought you was going to say it's back. Don't do that.
No.
When you went I was like...
Sorry, I'm just saying this friendship, this camaraderie.
No, it's impossible. It's impossible.
They can't take it away. We'll talk next year, but hopefully we'll talk multiple times throughout the year as well. Appreciate you stopping by. Great stuff,
music,
my guy.
The music.
There it is.
So painful.
Oh my God. It will live on. It will live on and ride again. Much love to you. Thank you so much, my man. Great stuff.
Thank you, brother, for having me.
And check out his YouTube channel, the Ade Oladipo YouTube channel. Great
it's too
stuff.
late now. Why have you done it now when everyone's just
I'm sorry. Check it out. Great stuff. YouTube, podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Much love, my man. There he is. The great Ade Oladipo, everyone. Yeah. What a song. Bow. Down. I'm still very mad at everyone in the back, I have to say.
This was your choice.
I asked you guys, can you see the shirt? And by the way, I wasn't able to figure it out. Like, it was falling. It was a gag gone wrong.
Advised,
what are you upset with us about?
I went to the back. PT, I went to the back. Yeah, I'm wearing my shirt. I tried to pull a U. I had the pullover thing, the baklava. I tried to pull a U. And I said, guys, can you see that I'm wearing it? No, you can't see. I sit down. Andy shows me on camera. I see the shirt. I'm like, he's going to know.
Moved. Also, it was not visible.
You weren't supposed to move.
I saw my jacket. And I'm stumbling and mumbling.
Your fault.
But he didn't see it.
I didn't know.
And that had everything to do with you getting the cord caught inside the...
Yeah, that was a you.
Yeah.
I was flustered at that point.
He also
Somebody
did
predicted
not
that.
seem to be bothered by you not wearing a tux.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the same reaction that you had when PT wasn't wearing the tux.
Exactly.
I was hoping for like, hey, you told me to wear a tux. Where's where's your tux? What's going on?
There's an art to it, lads. There's an art. You know, it's not. You can't just come along and
It's not. Yeah.
Yours was full zip, correct, PT?
Yeah.
That's right.
And also,
that's
by the way,
Did somebody mention that you should do a full zip?
Ariel's was full zip.
mine was full zip, but it was full zip. But this was showing PT. Give him massive credit. PT had the zip up over the jacket.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying he just zipped, and ripped, and then he was off,
like
cocktail in
freaking-
hand.
yes.
You had to dismount the headphones.
Oh, it was a mess.
Take it off. Put
It
on
was a
your
mess.
bow tie.
It was a mess.
I mean,
only
we
somebody
could have went
back-
through this.
Yeah.
We could have went through this.
If only somebody back here was like, nah, this is going to be messy. You shouldn't do it. If only somebody had said
I don't remember you
that.
saying that.
You're going to be fumbling with the bow tie.
We all
This
said
is-
that.
this
You
is-
even
this is not
said to
gonna
Andy,
be-
you were like,
we all said
hey,
that.
just off the top, Andy, it's going to get messy in there, so just prepare
Yeah.
yourself.
Oh fuck! West Ham just scored. For fuck's sake, for us. They really
Easy on the
suck.
racing.
I'm sorry. Yes, Jesus.
Come on, man. Yeah.
2 shows
Jesus
in.
is also...
Own goal, Murillo. Own goal. Anyway, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Do you guys have any big issues with any of the picks? I got to be honest. I feel like a couple times, I think at least 3-4 times I convinced him to change his pick.
You definitely
I
did.
noticed that. Yeah.
And I think my picks were way better than his, to be honest, as well.
Wow.
Andy Lee is
It was a
livid.
competition.
The Andy Lee was a shocker, right? The Andy
He's
Lee
on the
was-
phone to me just saying, I thought we were friends. You know,
Yeah.
thought me and Ade were mates. And then, you know, bit of slander towards the end. This is the guy, back in Jamie Carragher, who was calling for the exit of one of the greatest Liverpool players of all time. Most solid. Like, I mean, fan of the club, is he?
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Saw his little Robbie Fowler book back there. Come on. Who are you kidding?
I think you lost us a little bit on the back end of that statement, but we got the general.
There was a
Felt like
Robbie
you
Fowler
stopped
book in the
speaking
back.
English on the back
Thank
end
you.
there.
No, I was
I heard
shocked.
it.
How do you not go with Manny Pacquiao as your comeback fighter of the year? I mean,
Yeah,
golly.
Manny was a nice one. That was a
Sure.
punctuation point for sure.
My round of the year was, I thought I'd go, just a lot. But in the end, we agreed on male and female fighter of the year. That
Which
Turkish.
you did not predict. You
I
thought,
didn't
you thought
think.
it would give.
I thought he would go Crawford. I thought he would go, hipster Crawford, and then I thought he would go.
love hipster now.
Yeah.
Hipster.
Everything's
know,
hipster.
There's a lot of that.
7.
Anyway, guys, let's not waste any time. We told you if you're not a boxing fan, I get it. I hope you enjoy the enthusiasm. I hope you enjoy the passion. That does it for our awards, by the way. But tomorrow we do have our prediction show, which I'm very excited about, and those are all MMA. I mean, I guess you can sneak in a couple of boxing if you want, but my understanding is we're just doing MMA because that's what we did last year, and we like to keep it consistent. We did it on the Ringer days as well. Tomorrow's our prediction show. Next week, we're back to our regular programming, and what I mean by that is guests and all that stuff. We're getting closer to the first UFC show of 2026. That's January 24th. So that's coming up tomorrow, but I did tell you, if you're not a fan of boxing, just tune in back into the show, and it'll be on the nose. And I know that there are a lot of questions regarding the world of mixed martial arts, and that's why we have the gang here with us. And so without further ado, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time. It's time for On the Nose. Yes. Here we are. We are back. Okay. Well, shall we start with a guy we just talked about? I didn't read any of these, but I saw a name that I recognize, so I'm going to read it. From Moritz School. Hallo, Ariel. Greetings from the Netherlands. With the recent talks about Rico Verhoeven potentially fighting Anthony Joshua in boxing, reportedly involving Turki Al-Sheikh, and the earlier negotiations between the former Glory heavyweight champion and the UFC, I was wondering how you view this situation. From your perspective, which path would be more beneficial for Rico at this stage of his career? A one-off Saudi-backed super fight or short-term boxing run with a massive payday or committing to a UFC career? The money in boxing is obviously undeniable, but a successful UFC run could significantly raise Verhoeven's global profile, which would undoubtedly help his long-term ambitions outside of fighting, such as movies and broader international exposure. Which route do you think he's most likely to take? And do you see any realistic scenario where he could end up doing both? Great question. I mentioned this around Thanksgiving when they made the announcement about the first card. There was an offer on the table. Okay, so Rico's with Glory. Rico and Glory part ways. There's no exclusivity period. There's no, ties to Glory where he can't, sign or talk to anyone for 30, 60, 90 days. He was a free man that day. The day the announcement came out, he was a free man already. And I had mentioned when we were doing our reaction to the 324 news that there was an offer on the table for him to fight on 324, the first Paramount card, January 24th, Las Vegas, against Derek Lewis. And in the end, he said, thanks, but no thanks. And they went with Waldo Cortez Acosta. And Derek said this in an interview that came out over the break. And so he kind of confirmed that. My understanding is the UFC is still very interested in Rico. My understanding is during Ben Eubank 2, Turki Al-Sheikh did an interview talking about what's next for AJ. And he was sitting next to Jason Statham, the actor. And he mentioned, if you recall, if anyone saw the broadcast, he said, we have plans for him, referenced the Fury fight, insinuated that there'd be a Fury fight, but the next one, if you don't like it, blame this guy. And he was talking about Jason Statham, in a joking way, of course. And that idea was the Rico fight. And the way it was told to me, Jason Statham saw the talk of Rico versus Francis Ngannou, and do you recall on which program that talk emanated from? Does anyone remember? Rico, Francis Ngannou? Is anyone still there?
I think it was this program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I wasn't
former
sure
training partners, but now they're potentially fighting.
Yes. Anyway, that didn't come to fruition, and once that ball started to get rolling, attention was turned to Rico versus AJ. And I have to admit, and Rick, I know you've watched a lot of Rico over the years. I was fascinated by it because I've always I know Rico did like one MMA fight. He's primarily been a kickboxer. I was fascinated by the idea of Rico fighting in boxing and maybe going for a bit of a run in boxing. I was also fascinated by the idea of Rico fighting in the UFC, even though he doesn't have the extensive ground game. But look, the heavyweight division is pretty damn, shallow right now. And I think he could go on a great run. I think he could go on a very good run right now. We played that game with Gable Steveson, who it really does seem like it's all lining up for Gable to make his UFC debut at the White House. I mean, I feel like it's like right there. It's all lining up perfectly. But we played that game with, who would you rank Gable over in the heavyweight division? We could play a similar game as far as the heavyweight division is concerned with Rico. Like, would you rank him above Ciryl Gane? Would you guys rank him above Ciryl Gane right now?
I think that's a good matchup for him, so I wouldn't rank him above him, but I would favor Rico in that fight, actually.
Would you rank him above Volkov?
Yes.
Pavlovich?
Yes.
Blades?
No.
Cortez Acosta?
No.
Almeida?
Definitely not.
Spivak?
No, this is where it starts to get hard.
Derek Lewis?
Again, a good matchup for him, so maybe.
The point is, in my perfect world for Rico, get the bag, get the AJ fight, see how that goes, and then go to the UFC. I was hoping that he'd be able to do both.
Is the AJ fight now still on the table, though?
AJ's career is
That's the
so
if I'm Rico though, selfishly, again,
yeah.
as you just said, we just had the show where you talked about your wish for 2026, and nobody wants Anthony Joshua back in a ring before he is ready to be back in a ring. That goes without saying. Let's start with that as the baseline. But if you're Rico, you can't now pin your hopes to AJ's return.
It's a tricky
time it when we don't know when AJ is going to be back. Now, maybe there's some communication with the camps. Maybe they have a line to Eddie Hearn. Maybe there's some kind of understanding. I would imagine it's too early to be even like having had those conversations and those questions answered. But if you're Rico, now that UFC entrance might be a little more appealing than something else. Or can you get a boxing fight against somebody like a Deontay Wilder or somebody else who might be still interesting and appealing and get you in front of the American mainstream in the meantime while you wait for AJ? AJ would have been perfect, especially, let's say it happens in, February or whatever.
Yeah.
Coming off
February
that win
14th.
over Jake Paul, oh my God, it would have been an amazing opportunity for Rico.
I kind of felt like it was too soon, regardless.
For AJ to come back, you mean?
Yeah, it was just a little soon, and Eddie was insinuating.
Let's not act like Jake Paul was hard work now.
No, but it was a training camp. You want some time off. You want to relax, the holidays, all that stuff. The point is, Rico's in an interesting spot now. Look, I like both options. I really am curious to see how he would do against some top boxers, and I'm curious to see how he does in the UFC. Maybe he gets one boxing match and then he crosses over. I'd still love to see that Rico versus Francis fight.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Are you talking boxing?
Yeah.
I'm less interested in boxing, but I'm open to it.
Or MMA. What do you think happens in a boxing match? Like, we don't really know how Rico is as a traditional boxer.
We have more of a sense, though.
Absolutely. And that's why I was curious about them fighting in a boxing match, because it was kind of like the in-between for both worlds.
Certainly utilizes kicks, no mistake about it, but his hands are primarily how he gets his work done. And so his boxing is sharp. Like, it's going to be a problem for a lot of different guys, and especially because it is a little bit of a different cadence and a little bit of a different rhythm, which we saw, when Francis Ngannou was fighting Tyson Fury to frustrate and to kind of confuse a little bit because they're not used to that. And we've heard many boxers kind of talk about how the MMA guys or people from not the primary boxing realm have these different ticks and techniques and cadence and rhythm. I'm interested in Rico boxing, but I don't want to see Francis. If it's Francis, I'd rather see MMA. I'd rather just see something. I don't know. I don't know. But I don't love the idea of Francis isn't a boxer primarily. That's not what I want to see from Francis. I want to see Francis do MMA. So it's kind of a weird position. It feels to me almost like Nate and Jorge. I'd rather just see them do MMA, despite the fact that was a really good boxing match. Yeah. I feel similarly, I'd rather see Rico just go into MMA or box a boxer.
Okay, so your pick is MMA.
For Rico?
Yeah.
If he gets the Anthony Joshua fight, that's I can't say anything about that. That is what you should do. No questions asked. Take that bag at a time when Anthony Joshua's next fight is going to be one of the most watched boxing matches of the year or the century. Take that and run with
Rico
it.
versus AJ in Saudi Arabia doesn't make a lot of sense to me as an event. If it's back in the UK, great. If it's in the Netherlands, great.
Oh man, the Netherlands would be, if you're AJ, though,
it wouldn't happen. It would not happen. I'm really curious to see what he does. It's one of the great stories to follow this year. I love the fact that the UFC was interested in bringing him over.
Hell yeah.
And man, if that by the way, that Paramount debut could have been so much better. Rico on there. With all due respect to WCA, and Ilya versus Patty as the main event, with Kayla and Amanda as the co-main, that would have been it kind of feels like this wasn't exactly what they had in mind, right? Now that we start to get more of the details.
I'm glad to hear you say, though, that there's still interest in Rico, or what you're hearing is that there's still interest in Rico, because heavyweight needs bodies, and he's a great person to bring into your organization.
So ultimately, I think we both agree, get that bag, and then let's see how the UFC rub goes.
Is that bag still there?
No, he
has to make a decision at some point. He can't wait around.
It won't be there
forever.
In February, obviously. So maybe they have another plan for him. Maybe they say, hey, it didn't work out, but we're going to do something else.
Would you be interested in Rico versus another top-level American boxer? I say American, AJ's American, but globally known boxer, like a Deontay Wilder.
1,000,000%.
Yeah, me too.
I'm still interested in Deontay versus Francis too.
Sure.
And now they're talking about Deontay versus Usyk, which is weird. But yes, absolutely. Yeah, I would like to see him in traditional boxing, and I would love to see him in MMA too, especially because the MMA heavyweight scene isn't great at the moment. And I think he could do some great stuff. All right, here's Triple Double. This question is for avid moviegoer New York Rick. Have you seen No Other Choice? It has some major hype and is being talked about as a movie of the year candidate. There's also another one called Resurrection, both Korean films, I believe. Have you seen or heard of either of them?
I have not seen No Other Choice, but I am anxious to see it. I was just talking to our good friend of the program, Robert. Oh my God. Why am I blanking?
Pearson?
Robert Pearson. Rob Pearson. And we were talking about No Other Choice. I plan to see it, but I have not yet.
P.S. Lord of the Rings trilogy is headed to theaters next week with a remastered extended cut. Will you let GC take you on a date to experience the hype that is Lord of the Rings?
Not a chance in fucking hell.
I actually love those movies. I'm not going to sit for
What does
12
that mean?
hours and watch.
What does that mean? What is the remastered nonsense?
I swear, Frank, I don't think it's all one haul.
If it's not one haul, then
I can't imagine anyone's going to the movie theater to sit there for 12 hours. Pizza, you like Lord of the Rings?
Used to smoke a few fatty bombadis and go to watch them.
Yeah, you know yourself, Pizza.
Can't remember a thing that happened in the movies, but
They
like
have
them at the
movies in
time.
Ireland. Maybe they'll re-release in theaters.
That's how I watch them like this. Look.
I got a spoiler for you, Pizza. Nothing happened. You didn't miss much. They walked for a
I
bit.
think the last one was Desolation of Smaug. And I was like this.
Those are the Hobbit movies. So, yeah. More like Desolation of
Really
Smoke.
liked it. Really liked it.
Gents, are you familiar with someone named Alex Honnold? Honnold.
Why does
Is he
it
a
sound
climber?
familiar?
Yes, he is a rock climber.
I just
Social or
Yes.
rock?
And he's about to climb a building live on Netflix.
Yes.
Okay, so for a second I was afraid that I was being trolled, but I looked him up and yes, he does have that Netflix
Yeah.
special coming up. He's going to be okay. Well, here's the question from Competent Columbia. Everyone always debates Mount Rushmore of sports, usually mentioning Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan, Michael Phelps, etc. Can we talk about Alex Honnold? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly for a second. I rewatched Free Solo over the weekend and still can't wrap my head around the reality of what he did. You get an itch, cramp, panic attack, or even let your mind start to wander, you die. This to me is the #1 pound-for-pound sports accomplishment. Please have him on the show in 2026. I think you would do a far better job than Rogan. I don't know if he was on Rogan, but yes, that stuff is terrifying. You know who's an unbelievable rock climber? It's our good friend Spencer, social media guru.
Spencer.
He does, I don't even know what he does. He does like freehand. What is that called? But he's like
free climbing. That's what.
Is that what this guy's doing?
I think he does like bouldering where he's just using the arms and he's not attached to anything. I don't think he does like the solo.
So this individual, Alex, is doing January 23rd, Taipei 101, 1,667 feet of glass, steel, and concrete. He's going to attempt to climb all 101 floors without rope. I'm getting heart palpitations just reading this. He's going to do it live on Netflix in Skyscraper Live, a 2-hour global event. Can I tell you what I love about Netflix, what they're doing right now? They're just doing like crazy, massive events.
Must see. You must see.
It's very 1970s Evel Knievel, Wide World of Sports. Like, this dude is going to jump over the Grand Canyon. We're going to be there. ABC is going to be there. Kobayashi's going to go up against Joey Chestnut. We're there one-off. We're not in the...
Mike Tyson, Jake Paul.
We're not in the hot dog eating business or the rock climbing business, but you do something crazy, we're going to be there. And the world will watch. This to me is nuts. Because this guy could die, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Free Solo
Who's
is
to
one
check?
of the craziest docs I've watched. I smoked a fatty boom batty like pizza before Lord of the Rings. And
My only pushback to this person's question, though, is or their suggestion is death-defying stakes, like the highest stakes, isn't necessarily how I would measure the peak of athleticism. It is certainly maybe a contributing factor. There's certainly something maybe to take into account, but like F1 drivers are at risk of high risk of mortality as well. And I don't know that I'm putting that, alongside the Usain Bolts and Michael Phelps. I'm open to the idea that they should be in this conversation. I like that suggestion, but I don't know if it's like a default that like death-defying stakes has to be the #1 criteria.
Yeah.
It's an incredible accomplishment.
No, for
incredibly athletic, right?
Yes,
like
very athletic.
Yeah,
There's
but
like
it's
no
not
competition.
sport,
like
yeah.
him.
Is he the greatest of all time at this?
I can't speak on that, but he's pretty damn good. He's got
the fact that we all knew who you were talking. Like we didn't know him instantaneously by name, but I was like, oh yeah, I know that name, and then he knew. Like he's kind of the guy, as far as I understand.
Here's Steve Buscemi, who says, this is for our resident betting expert, GC. Over under 6 months for Tracy Cortez and Alex Pereira to be together. Also, do they use Google Translate to talk to each other?
Good luck.
What the fuck is going on, bro? Red flag.
I'm going to take the over. I believe in love.
Yes.
Wow.
And yeah, it's similar to the Magomed Ankalaev shit talking, talk everything and speak everything into Google Translate and then take it from there. I actually think she does speak some Portuguese. She spent some time down there, but yeah, over 6.5 months.
Let's go for that asks, not much going on in combat sports, so let's do a little matchup for Matchup with the Crew. The better movie between Sandler and Will Ferrell. Adam Sandler and Will Ferrell. I've got 10 movies facing off, all right? I mean, this is going to be easy.
We should do this. You should be the one to weigh in.
We know Ariel's going to pick the Sandman every time.
Happy Gilmore, Anchorman, easy. Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm with you.
I'll accept that. Yeah, I'll accept
Yeah. Not easy, but I'm going with
Anchorman
that.
is very good.
Yeah,
but
not
I'm with
easy.
you.
I agree
I'm
with you, GC.
Next one's even easier. Uncut Gems, Elf, Uncut Gems.
That's tough.
I'm going
What's
Elf.
tough about
I'm
that?
going.
Very different
Have you
though,
even
right?
seen
One is not
Uncut
funny.
Gems?
One is not a
Yeah,
comedy.
you've never even seen Uncut Gems.
I was waiting for someone to say that.
I'm going Uncut Gems, but I think Elf has a mob that would.
Oh, I'm
riot.
Completely different. One's
All right,
like a very
all right,
serious
1-1,
movie.
1-1.
1-1.
PT, have you seen Uncut Gems?
Yeah, I was
I haven't.
stressed out, man.
I haven't. I
Should have
haven't.
smoked a
Elf
fatty
is
boom body
also
before that
stressful.
one.
Frank, what do you say? Uncut or Elf?
I've not seen Uncut. I'd take it over.
What have you people been doing? How did you?
It's an
not see
amazing
Uncut
movie.
Gems?
It's brilliant.
Frank's the absolute
Really good.
worst, man. He gives opinions on things he's never seen.
Okay. So let's just say
It's
1-1.
free on Netflix. It's right there. Fuck's sake.
Waterboy, Talladega Nights.
Oh,
That's bad.
Waterboy.
wow. That is.
Come on, man.
Oh, that's rough.
Waterboy.
Oh, we're waiting.
I might go Talladega Nights,
going
even though
Talladega.
I think I'm going
Waterboy
Talladega
means a lot
Nights
to
as well.
me.
Frank.
Holy
shit.
Frank.
Waterboy.
Waterboy.
Those are heavy hitters.
2-1 Sandler.
Those are
This
tough.
this is actually wow. He picked 50 First Dates. I love 50
Oh, me
First
too.
Never saw it.
Huge
Never
fan.
saw
Same.
it.
You
I
never
love it.
saw it.
I love it.
Oh, it's great.
Do yourself a
Sounds
favor.
soft.
You and
Sounds
Elaine
soft.
watch that tonight.
No, it's
I
great.
tell you, I mean,
A little
the love will
problematic,
be
but
in
great.
you. Versus Old School.
You know what? I'm
Old
going
school
with old
all
school
day
on
long.
this one.
And Twice on a Tuesday.
I can't believe I'm gonna have to pick against 50 First Date. But if I'm being
goes.
honest, oh,
Like,
Come on,
huge
boy,
311
Come on,
fan,
it's
and
old school.
It's old school.
school.
It's
all right,
old school.
2-2.
It's old school.
You don't mess with the Zohan. Blades of Glory. Obviously, Zohan.
Okay, Zohan, come on.
Blades.
Glory.
What?
Blades of Glory.
3-2.
seen it.
3-2.
Are you guys high?
Dude,
This one's
I
an
wish
easy
I
one.
was.
y'all are getting into the Sandler fall off.
Now, 3. Big Daddy, Kicking and Screaming. Big
Big
Daddy.
Daddy.
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy,
4-2
yeah.
Sandler.
Kicking and Screaming was okay.
Grown-ups versus the other guys. I don't think I saw either.
Other
guys,
guys,
That
other
is
guys,
a
other
one
guys.
seed versus 16
Yeah.
seed. The other guys absolutely
right.
destroys
Despot.
Grown-Ups.
Correct.
Okay, 4-3. 4-3. This one's easy. Wedding Singer, all-time classic, Semi-Pro. Semi-Pro wasn't that
Wedding
good.
Singer.
Wedding singer. Wedding
Wedding
singer.
singer.
I'm going
Always
Wedding
brings a
Singer as
smile
well.
on
Like,
my
where's like Step Brothers at?
Yeah, Step Brothers
5-3.
is the best.
Oh, Click. Underrated.
Very underrated.
So
Made
underrated.
me cry the first time I watched
Yes.
it.
Absolute
When he
ass.
falls in the
Worst.
rain, when he falls
Oh,
in the rain,
oh.
and kids are watching.
See, he's setting
Terrible.
up. This is going to be Step Brothers. Right
Versus
here.
the
Ariel,
campaign.
every time we saw him, everything's going, oh my God, how could it possibly, it could only be this one.
Versus the
When you
campaign.
hear
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is the campaign?
The campaign is where he's where it's like
Oh, the
Yeah,
president. That was pretty funny.
Who's he running
Zach
against?
Galifianakis, yeah.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah, Zach
care.
Galifianakis. I'm going.
Yeah.
I'm going.
It's-
Click.
And then the
Click.
last
It's
one. Last one.
Campaign
is-
for me.
This guy knew what he was doing.
Billy
Last
Madison,
one.
Step Brothers.
Billy Madison versus
Ah,
Step Brothers.
That is a heavyweight
No,
match.
it's not even close.
That is a heavyweight
It's
match.
not
I'm
even
going
close.
Step Brothers. Actually,
Get the fuck
think
out.
I'm actually
might
going
have to
Billy.
go-
I'm going Billy.
I might have to go
Billy.
Step Brothers. I
That's
might have to
assault.
go
Billy
Step
Madison.
Brothers.
Frank?
Billy Madison.
Totally
Love
Billy
Step Brothers
Madison.
too.
Yeah.
Nah. Ugh.
Frank was an
Beauty
auto
Magazine
vote
Day.
for Sandler on every one of them.
Okay, but this does. We have to acknowledge that Sandler does not get the credit he deserves. He is
1000%.
a comedic icon.
1000%.
Yeah, did you guys
I feel
watch
like he gets.
stand-up?
I feel like he gets the credit he deserves.
Nah,
Wait,
nah,
wait. He's an icon, period. Punch Drunk Love is
Great
highly
acting
underrated.
performance, yeah.
And it's
Never
not
saw
comedic.
it.
Never saw it.
That's PTA,
Nah.
right? Am
PTA.
I crazy?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Paul
What is
Thomas
PTA?
Anderson.
Oh,
The director, Paul. You might have heard of him. He's pretty good. He's going to win
just a
best
couple
best
movies,
director this
you know,
year. No big deal.
for,
so you know what's funny? Before the show, I was like, okay, like we're doing the boxing words. Let's focus on MMA questions, but no one's asking me any MMA questions.
There's not much going on.
So the second
What
Who would
even
win
is
in a fight
MMA?
between Adam Sandler and Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell's way bigger.
Amazing.
That was a good competition.
But Sandler is a as an athlete, he plays basketball all the time.
I've seen him play basketball. If that's athleticism, I'm fucking much.
No, fuck out of here. He's pretty good. Don't
He's
hate.
actually great.
No.
He's actually
You're
great.
wrong. You're wrong.
Our next question comes from that Veronica Vaughn is one fine piece
really
of
their name?
ash. I know from experience.
Is this your alt?
No, you don't. No, I don't. But a friend of mine, him and her got it on. Woo-wee! No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Step Brothers is still better.
No.
Anyway, it's from Veronica Vaughn, weirdly enough. Ariel, did you see any clips circling of Nick Fuentes on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show? We would love to hear your take on that interview. Honestly, I didn't. I know that little guy. He's like a little psychopath, anti-Semitic, racist weirdo. But I mean, that's a collab that I'm not that interested in. Did anyone happen to see this?
No.
Someone's trying to explain it to me, and I couldn't understand what
I saw the
they were
one
trying to tell me.
clip. I saw the one clip. And
Was there the one clip where he asked him like if he liked women or something like that?
No, it was.
It was.
What was it? It was.
Surely Jordan's seen it.
He's watching it right now.
Oh, wow.
I actually wouldn't know Nick
He's a
Fuentes
huge
if he walked
Fuentes
into
fan.
the control room.
You went into a what?
If Nick Fuentes walked in right now, wouldn't know it was him. Never seen him.
He's a weird looking guy.
I know what he's about.
Yeah.
You know.
Here we go. The Wiki Race. I was the one who introduced you to the Wiki Race a few weeks back, and honestly, I was laughing my ass off seeing you experience it in real time. I had the same response when I first discovered it. It was electric. I knew GC would bite. I am here to follow up. There's an actual site that tracks your clicks and what everyone's path to the final destination was. You select your start page and finish page, and each friend joins the room. It times you and ends the game when someone reaches the destination page. Also, you were playing least clicks, which is certainly a way, but an even better way is just racing to see who can reach the selected endpoint the quickest. Cheers. All right, that's cool.
Thanks.
Did he provide the website?
No, he did not. Thanks, bud.
Man, appreciate that.
Wiki-race.com.
He wants us to whoever can find the website fastest will win.
Jordan just won.
Wiki-race?
And Jordan just won.
All right.
Wow.
Joe, get a PlayStation. You know what I mean? What are you doing?
Wait a minute,
Fucking
Pete.
Wiki
You were
Race.
enthralled when we did the Wiki Race.
Nah, I
You
nearly had
enjoyed
a
it.
nervous breakdown. I can't.
What was it, Sydney Sweeney?
If I show up to one of my fucking mates' house and he goes, "Do you want a Wiki Race?" I'll beat the shit out. I'll just straight up, I'll wail on him.
Okay, here's an MMA question, guys.
Kitchen scrap right now.
Shake the
30 million for the
frost.
kitchen scrap.
Hey, Ariel. Rumors have been swirling that Justin Gaethje is injured. A few videos have surfaced of him diving and cracking heads with someone, which wobbled him bad. Do you have any inside information? Have you not heard of this? Okay, actually, I got to be honest. I thought you guys were talking about. I thought he was going to ask about. I saw a bunch of pictures about this thing.
Up, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ingrown hair is what he's claiming.
Okay. All right.
Ingrown hair and
was
a
eating
bit of brisket. Yeah.
Brisket.
Yeah, a little brisket on the chin.
Because they said he had herpes on his mouth. He's like, I was eating brisket and I had an ingrown hair.
If that is an ingrown hair, that's the gnarliest ingrown hair I've ever seen. That makes like a little red dot on your neck if it's an ingrown hair. He had a crater in his neck. I don't know about
By the way, could you imagine, just for a moment, you know where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Do you know where I'm going with this?
I do know
exactly where you're
with
going.
this.
Enter Armin.
Yes.
Enter Armin.
Yes, it's time. Now, is Armin ready? Is the thing.
that what he walks
some
out
of
to?
those videos.
No, but
I'm like, oh fuck.
Enter Armin.
Enter Armin. Walking out there eating a
His
fucking
walkout.
turkey leg. I mean, come on.
185-pound catch weight.
What a
Honestly,
moment, though. Wouldn't
they
that
could
kind
have
of
a
be the
fight.
best thing for the UFC?
And then an eating contest.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Him and Patty, yes.
I'm legitimately though. I don't think Armin Sarukian could make weight on this short of a time frame.
Try him.
You don't think Paddy, if they said to Paddy, here, listen, go in at 180.
No, but they had to do this for the Fugazi title. They had to do this for the.
They didn't shoot a text to Armin when they saw the ingrown hair pictures come out.
Maybe.
We did a video. We did a video with Paddy back in the day, right? Where he had to eat as many meals as he could, and he was like, "Yeah, just keep ordering them." And I was like, "You're in camp at the moment." He ate 8 meals from different fast food places. He didn't blink. Like he just ate. He sat there eating them all, and we thought we'd get some leftover shit. We didn't get any. Man. He ate every fucking bit of it, and an hour later he was rolling.
So is the thing Armin versus Patty in a food competition?
I want to see that more. I want to see
Put that
the
on
fight.
Netflix.
For sure.
Put that on
Netflix. I don't know. He seems to be, he seems
He had
to be good.
explanations, yeah.
Yeah. Rewatch and react. Hey crew, please have Jordan pull up the old video of Yoel Romero calling out Adesanya for a fight and forgetting Dana White's name. We need more reaction/breakdown videos. Another hilarious one is McGregor over-animating, describing to Tony Robbins the in-cage brawl after the Khabib fight. Please pull one up live today and react. We all want to laugh with you and go down memory lane. What's the Yoel one? I know about the Connor one. What's the Yoel one?
I don't recall this either, but
if it's
they
that
want us to recall it and react.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Steve Buscemi says it's great. Who knows?
He's Steve Buscemi?
One other.
In Waterboy.
Ryder Sklar, sorry. Dear Ariel and crew, me and my friend over the last few weeks have been in an argument pertaining to the window right behind Ariel. It has gotten so bad that we currently have a high stakes bet on if it's real or not. I can't believe this is still a thing. I will not say what side I'm on in the argument to maximize unbiasedness, as this is the most unbiased show ever. Thank you. All I want to know is the window real or not? Thank you, Ariel. Sorry. My Jaguars are going to have to give your Bills a proper beating this week. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, go fuck yourself, bro. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Damn.
I'm working.
Best is when you accidentally curse, and then you're like,
yes.
What did I just have to do?
He curses again when you realize he curses. Shit. I mean,
Ace Crouton. Hey, Ariel, do you have a favorite...
Did you just pull a Frank?
Like, we just got by.
Have you been...
The debate will not be settled.
Which debate?
It's the window real.
He's trolling, obviously.
Yeah. Let's go.
It's obviously real. Look at the damn thing. Does that look fake?
My favorite part from the behind the scenes, you're like, you can see the buildings, like windows do.
Yes. Favorite Canadian beer? Labatt, Molson, Moosehead are the main ones I know, but I would like to try a new one. Rickard's Red. Anyone try a Rickard's Red?
I think it was
nice.
Killian's.
Ooh, I feel it right here.
Out of nowhere.
What?
Killian's. Straight away.
We only know Killian's, bro.
Okay, Rickard's Red is a popular Canadian Irish-style red ale, known for its me and you.
Canadian Irish. What are you talking about? The only Canadian Irish person I've met in my life is my uncle, and he moved there in the 80s.
It's me and you. It's me and you.
He started it.
That actually,
the way you just said 80.
Back in the day, that used to be my go-to. That and a little bit of
Killian's.
No.
Yeah.
Shout out
Moosehead.
to
No, what's the one with the two? Oh my God, Jack Daniels.
The drink
Jack
Guinness
Daniels.
wishes it was.
Are we pulling up to the Canuck?
I would drop it in.
Wait, what was the name of the red Irish
Rickard's. Rickard's
All right, we
Red.
gotta find that.
Wait,
Yeah.
A classic Irish name. Do you know how many Rickards I know?
We gotta get the
what did you
Rickards.
just describe? A Canadian?
You drop the JD into the beer.
Yeah, you drop the JD into
Oh.
the beer. You don't know about that?
I know about it with, what is it, Jaeger and...
Bro, you know ball or you know ball?
Kamikaze.
Red Bull.
I've heard other names for it. I don't know.
There we go,
Jaeger
Rickards.
bomb.
There it is.
That's
Look
that
at that.
Irish.
Classic
That's
Irish.
I will do anything
Looks
for that
like a
right now.
gas station logo.
No, it's tremendous.
Gotta
Rickard's
stop
Irish
at
as the
Rickards. I gotta
River
fill up the
Dance.
tank.
Does it come in 40-ounce bottles?
Hold on. Next time you come over, give me some Rickard's Red.
Oh, the Rickards.
Can I say
I'm
something?
gasping for a Rickards.
I was gone off the Rickards Red last night.
Oban saw the clip of you giving him the Crack of the Year award, and he was very, very touched by it. And then he sent me. I hope he doesn't mind me playing this, but you know how we play the fucking L drop. We were allowed to play. Yeah,
I know he does not.
Please don't
mind.
be mad at us.
I know he doesn't mind.
Okay. He then sends me this. Okay, he sends me this voice note, which I was dying of laughter. He sends me this. Wait.
I've just fucking realized something. Mate. No.
That's the first one. He's like, you know who he is? He's Keanu Reeves in Bill and Ted's Excellent. He's like, what have I just experienced?
He's me watching Lord of the Rings back
Yeah. And then it's
What? No.
No. Mate, I've been fucking watching your show. And I don't know if I thought there was a voice in my fucking head. But there's definitely a fucking hell. I say it, don't I? On the show. It's like a fucking sound, no?
Now it's unbelievable.
That's great.
It's what a guy. What a guy. What a guy. James Portland. Oh, Ariel, do you have any bold predictions for WWE this year? Wow. Not really. I can't tell you guys, speaking of WWE, we did get some news.
Oh.
Right? Yeah.
Specify it was breaking.
Okay, well, it is breaking news. It came out this morning. Beginning immediately, Netflix, speaking of Netflix, is the new U.S. home for WWE's library of PLEs, premium live events, prior to September 2025, including WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and Royal Rumble, as well as award-winning documentaries and original programming. So, like, the whole network, basically, what was once known as the network, and then went to Peacock. We were kind of wondering where this would go. Outside of the U.S., it was already on Netflix, but in the U.S., it wasn't. It was kind of floating in the wind. And then all of a sudden, all these shows started popping up. I checked it out myself. Survivor Series 97 was on there. I watched the old Royal Rumble where Vince tore both of his quads when he ran down. Crazy stuff.
Classic moment.
You remember that?
I had never seen that clip until like a year ago. That is some of the most wild stuff I've ever seen.
Classic.
He comes down. It's I think it's Batista and Cena. They both fall at the same time. Yeah.
And he's just sitting there.
Just sitting there.
In the corner.
Could you imagine the pain that he's in that moment?
It's crazy. It's crazy for him to hang in there and not like immediately get pulled out. Was just insane.
It reminds you of the Willem Dafoe looking up.
Yeah, it's
like
wild.
a baby.
But as far as like,
he can't move anymore.
No, it was crazy. I always think about the pain. Like you see the moment where they both go out on him, and it's nuts. He's walking down and everything. The big story last year, of course, was Cena and what they would do with Cena. I don't know if there is that story right now. I don't know if there's that story. I don't even know like who the front runner is for WrestleMania, to main event WrestleMania. So do I have any bold predictions? Not at the moment. I don't know if it's my algorithm feeding it to me right now or whatnot, but I saw like a lot, like I saw our friend O'Shea Jackson Jr. like kind of down on WWE. I've seen a lot of people who are typically like big wrestling fans be down on WWE right now.
You say kind of down. I think I saw O'Shea's tweet. I think he said, "This is unwatchable."
Yeah, exactly. That's the one.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of O'Shea, my kids have been binging a show called Swagger on Netflix. Have you seen this show?
I'm not familiar.
They were on the plane watching it, and I was like, hey, that's my guy, O'Shea. And so I told him, and he's like, oh, man, this made my day because he felt like the show wasn't promoted. It was short-lived. I think it was an Apple show. And the kids are finding it. It's a basketball show, and he's the coach.
I did see this.
Yeah.
I did, yeah. I watched it on Apple back in the day.
Yeah. He said it didn't get the love that he wanted or thought it deserved, so here we are. Shout out to O'Shea. We went from WWE to Netflix to O'Shea. Anyway.
What's going on with you and Becky Lynch, though? You going to talk about?
Oh, Becky's doing a thing where she's anti-media right now. She feels like the media is against her. The truth is, I can't be mad at Becky. Love Becky.
Specifically you, though, can I just say?
Yeah, well, she's mentioned a bunch.
You're one of 3 people, I think.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Nothing. I'm just happy to be mentioned, to be honest, but there's no beef. I think she calls me awful Ariel. I mean, I wish I could have Becky on. I'd love Becky. Please come on the show. Let's talk.
Why are you taking heat though? Like, I mean, it wasn't your.
Oh, I know why.
No, the uncrowned.
I know why. Uncrowned picked Io Sky. I think
right, but you didn't.
Well,
individually.
By the way, this is what happens to me all the time. They make the picks and then I get all the heat, which I'm fine with.
I feel like it's bad form by Becky. If
I accept the collab. I know she wants me to hate her, but I actually love her. I'm a huge fan. And I think she's a legend, and she's the pride of Bray. Is it Bray? No, that's Finn Balor.
Limerick originally, and then she moved to Dublin. Isn't it?
Her book was great. Did you read her book, Pete? Her mom.
Yeah.
No, sounds like you didn't.
That's a no.
No,
I've ever...
Her mom worked for Aer Lingus.
Yeah, that was my favorite part actually. Now,
GC, please blind rank these 6 rappers. This is from Who We.
Okay.
Mac Miller.
Wow.
No, it's between 1 and 6.
3.
Drake.
2.
Lil Wayne.
Wow. This is tough.
It's tough.
I'll go 1 for Wayne right now. I'm gonna put someone low that I don't want to put low.
Lil Pump.
6.
Who the fuck is Lil Pump? 6ix9ine. I'm trying.
5.
Eminem.
4, I would probably switch Eminem and Mac Miller, but I mean, I'm down with that. The top 4 are elite. The last 2, I could never hear another song again and be completely content with my life.
Wait, last 4. Does that include Drake?
No, I'm sorry, the last 2.
Okay.
Yeah, you said it right.
Yeah. Did you enjoy Ade and I trying to figure out what 6ix9ine's name was? And actually, it's 6ix9ine, right?
Yeah, it's 6ix9ine.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out.
Wasn't that guy like in court or something recently doing something?
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he went to jail for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Snitch.
No, he's going to jail again soon.
Yeah.
Federal fucking prison.
Irish lad, hey Ariel and crew, for the BITB, are you taking the over-under on the following in 2026? All right, here we go. Ariel has new beefs with fighters/promoters, 3.5 beefs.
Under.
Oh, love it. Ariel mends fences with existing beefing fighters/promoters, 1.5 mended fences.
Under.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll also go under.
Does that mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's a bad thing.
Oh, damn it.
You're mending 1 or less beefs.
Ariel loses his temper with Frank on air, 2.5.
Over.
Who's to check?
I think it's already happened. I think we're on.
About to be a millionaire says, Happy New Year. Love the heartfelt.
That was it?
That was it. Love the heartfelt dedication to Abby at the start of yesterday's show. Real love shown, and it's awesome to hear. Bravo. Got a public etiquette question for Ariel and the crew. Is there a classy way to tell a grown adult blasting full volume movies /TikTok /games on their phone in shared public spaces to STFU?
No,
It does
you have
happen
to just
sometimes.
You have to just immediately go, are you all right?
Yeah.
Straight away, nice and loud. What? Are you all right, are you? And then they'd be like, what the fuck is that? And then they just feel awkward. And usually if it's in a public space, you're not the only one, you know? You have a fraternity there. Someone just needs to be the one to step up. And it's you, all right? You're the one. You're right. The voice in your head that's saying, should I say something about this? Yes, you should. He's being a fucking dickhead. Say straight away, here, what's going on there? You all right? And then they look at you like this.
What? Yeah.
Can't hear you, mate.
And you say, yeah, your fucking phone. It's, your headphones aren't in. And then they go, oh, yeah, sorry.
Has this happened before?
I have a bit of a short fuse.
Yeah.
I don't go on public transport specifically for reasons like this because
crazy.
it probably happened a bit too many times. And in the cinema as well, I tend to lose my shit a bit. Yeah, I can't. See, if I see a screen in front of me, like in the cinema,
the worst.
I'll lose my fucking. I'll get thrown out.
Why
of
this is when they took the headphone jack off of the phones.
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, people think, all right, I'll just leave it on speakerphone.
It's annoying.
No, they won't. Not in my presence.
You're right.
No,
is a good shout. The aggressive.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
You're all right.
is
You haven't said
fantastic.
like you're not going.
Yeah, I man.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
What's smart about it is you're asking a question, so you open the door for the idea. If they're like, actually, I'm disabled and I can't do XYZ thing, you're like, oh, you're not all right. Let me help you.
Yeah.
So you've actually.
Now you got to make sure that's not the case. You got to make sure.
You okay? You okay over there?
Actually, I'm hearing disabled.
Yeah.
I have to have it.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then Pete's like, oh,
Then why'd you have the sound on at all if you're hearing disabled?
so you're just
That's what I
doubling
say.
down.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Then we're fighting.
It is weird to have like such a lack of regard for other people, you know?
Dude, there are
It's
people in
getting
New
more
York
common.
that walk around with giant boom boxes just
That's
blaring
true.
music.
But that's because they want everyone to like
fuck that.
regale in their
No.
good times.
But it's, if you're coming in with this thing, of course.
That's old school. That's
You know what I mean?
1970s
Yeah,
New
but
York.
Radio
now it's
Raheem.
concrete
You know
jungle.
what I mean?
The dreams are made
Now
of.
it's just a JBL speaker hanging around their neck,
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
lot of bucks.
blaring, some like concrete jungle or whatever.
Matt Chawiwis. Hello, Ariel and gang. Happy National Shortbread Day. Not bad. What is the plan with all the shows like LFA, Invicta, Cage Warriors that were on Fight Pass now that all the UFC programming is crossed over to Paramount Plus? Well, first of all, as our good friend Antoine Evans notes, Invicta left Fight Pass a while ago. They're on CBS Sports Network here in the United States. I'm hearing any day now we're going to find out about LFA's new home. They have a new home. They're going to announce it. And so we will get that information soon. And I think it'll be interesting. And they have a show coming up in like a couple of weeks. So they'll be okay. I believe Cage Warriors is staying on Fight Pass. Is it not, PT? I believe it is.
I mean, I'd be very shocked if they ever left because the whole selling point of Cage Warriors is the pathway to the UFC. I think it's the one promotion from early doors that like its identity wasn't like we're taking on, we're rivals to this, we're rivals to that. It's like, no, we're the feeder league to the UFC, and I think it's a good business arrangement for them. Obviously, Graham Boylan's a manager, and he's got a lot of guys that go through that system, so I think it suits everyone.
Yeah. So I think the main thing was, as I reported at the end of the year, Fight Pass decided that they wanted to own the content, and some promotions said, yeah, we're cool with that, and some didn't, and LFA was one of those. But this happened a while ago, and I think people just caught wind of it and thought that it marked the end of LFA, that LFA was going to die as a result, and that's not the case. It is a fascinating time. This is going to be one of the top stories, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. PFL, their deal coming to an end this year. Just talked about it with Ade, Top Rank, Golden Boy, MVP. Like there's a lot of things up in the air as far as new homes or new platforms and things like that. So I'm very curious to see how this all shakes out. You know, we spoke to John Martin, the relatively new now CEO of PFL, and he was quite bullish on the opportunities for PFL, but I don't know how many homes there are out there for combat sports right now. There's obviously the traditional media outlets, and there's obviously the new media outlets, the platforms, but people want big things, big events. I don't think one in Amazon has worked out very well, and I think Amazon hasn't been rushing to get back into combat. I don't think PBC on Amazon has worked out very well, so I think some people thought Apple would get into it. That hasn't been the case. I don't think a lot of people thought Netflix would get into it, and that has worked out. So let's see. Very, very interesting times. Okay. This is from Christian, and this is an interesting one. It's a bit of a heavy one. Yo, Ariel, apologies if this is long, but I'm really interested in your take. Firstly, as someone passionate about journalism, I'm curious about your thoughts on Barry Weiss's spiking the 60 Minutes story on CECOT, CECOCT. What does this say about the state of the profession right now? And relatedly, am I off in feeling like there's a lack of focus from traditional MMA media on the sports washing being done via the UFC from the current Trump administration? It feels like the general sentiment is to accept and ignore it. But personally, I feel like that abandons the people in the crosshairs of this government's xenophobic policies and rhetoric, i.e., immigrants, trans community, etc. With the White House card on the horizon, should more MMA journalists be discussing, investigating, and reporting on this? Sorry if this is a bummer of a question, but I'm genuinely interested in your perspective on the role of journalism here. Okay, obviously these are two very different topics. Let's start with the second one first because it pertains to MMA. And I'm curious to get everyone else's thoughts on this. Do we feel like the White House card in particular falls under the umbrella of sports washing?
Yes.
You guys know what sports washing is, right?
Yeah.
Everyone knows you use sport to wash your reputation, to make it better, to kind of like hide things.
But the whole connection, the UFC's connection to Donald Trump is
yes.
Okay, so that's why I specifically mentioned the White House event. Now we could talk about him campaigning, him on the election trail, and I think that's kind of a different thing. Do we feel like that event in particular is a form of sports washing? Or is it unfair to separate them and it should all be lumped together, and is it all sports washing? Because I'll say this, yeah, I do feel, I don't know if sports washing is the best term for it, but I do think that Donald Trump used the UFC as a platform to get his message across, or even to, to connect with younger voters. And the UFC was very happy to take part, and they had him showing up with these elaborate walkouts. None of this was coincidental. The very first time Dana White was asked about it, he was like, oh yeah, that was just a coincidence. It was obviously not a coincidence. That was a bold-faced lie. And so he used that in the process. Remember when he got out of jail? The first public appearance was at a UFC event. So I believe that was a form of sport washing, if you will. I just don't know if the actual White House event is a form of it. Obviously, the UFC is going to take part. It's a huge deal for them. It's a massive undertaking. It's a crown jewel event in their fight calendar and all that stuff. But at this point, I don't know. I
don't think the two things can be separated. I don't think you can isolate one thing. In fact, one of the tenets of the sport washing is hosting events like this to distract from human right records and things like that. Like, this is the argument that everybody makes when talking about Saudi Arabia is like, yes, they're hosting this fantastic event.
Yeah.
The point of it is to distract you from other things that are going on. So I don't think you can separate them, but I understand where what you're getting to, which is like, this is the president, like, as an example, would like when the president or the White House invites a sports team as a tradition, a championship sports team to the White House, is that considered? I think there is some kind of like ambiguity. There is some grayness, but this in particular does feel to me like part of a sports washing initiative.
Yeah, I mean, the walkouts was like, I agree with you, Ariel. It was like a strategic campaign strategy by his whole team to be at these events, get to his base, get closer to them, garner favor to get more votes. This, I don't know. It just, to me, it feels like an event that they want to have for the America 250 celebration, which is going to be a massive deal here. I mean, just in Times Square, as soon as the ball dropped, they like re-racked it with the America 250 logo, and they're going to do a big ball drop on July 4th now in honor of that. So it feels like this is an event that's part of that, and he obviously has close ties to Dana White. And it just felt like, let's add this on. How crazy would that be if we did that for the anniversary?
Can I suggest that that's how it's supposed to feel? That's when sports washing in action
is this changing my mind on anything?
No, but the point, the way you do the sports washing is by distracting from the other things, right? If we all go, wow, it's a massive event. They did it at the White House while these other things are going on. That is the definition of it. That is how it gets executed.
I guess I'll say, Petesy, why don't you weigh in?
Well, I just there's a concern I have, and I think I've said it to you. I think I've said it to Rick before. And it's like, right, so Trump's popularity and the popularity of his politics seems to be like a response to people thinking that things are too woke or things went too soft or whatever. And you see that taking a knock in popularity or whatever. Like, politics is cyclical. Like, nothing lasts forever. Trump will inevitably be very unpopular. Maybe he is now. I'm not keeping up with polls and anything like that. But the UFC has linked itself so closely to Trump and this regime that I feel like that's something I'm very concerned about when it does get to that stage. When it's like, people are looking back kind of like we do at Affliction t-shirts now. We're like, oh shit, remember people like them? I'm afraid that the UFC, and because the UFC has monopolized the sport of MMA, it's all going to just be like a thing that people look at back and go, oh, remember people like that sport? Like that is my concern for the UFC tying itself so close to Trump. We're not there yet, but I think I've said this to you before. Like, that is my big concern for the UFC tying itself so closely to any political regime. It just so happens to be Trump now.
So I understand what you're saying. And when you have him walk out when he's campaigning, when he's not the president, when you have him walk out, that is you tying yourself to that candidate, right? They could say all they want. We do the same thing for someone else. No, they wouldn't. Let's be honest. And it wouldn't be that overt, that blatant, and that many times over and over and over again. And then, of course, all the shots on camera and all the fighters coming up to him and like they went out of their way. And of course, Dana White speaking on his behalf at the conventions and whatnot. Then I'll view this and say, regardless of who is in office, let's say Biden was in office or Kamala Harris, and she said, hey, I have a great idea. Let's have an event at the White House. I feel like they would have done it regardless. Do you understand what I'm saying? I feel like because before Trump, as you said, any sports team would have accepted the invitation regardless of who's in office, regardless of their politics. It only was once Trump came in and he was so polarizing and he was, so divisive that people started to say no. And then, now it seems like more are just saying yes and it's becoming more of the norm. And so I feel like regardless of who, like if it was Clinton, if it was Bush, over time, not everyone has been 100% in favor of a president, but like once the White House is intact, you're invited, you go. And so if you're invited to put on an event, you go. And so I can understand what this gentleman is saying as far as like, okay, their relationship. And also, let's not forget, there's actual ICE commercials during UFC events. Like there's definitely something there if you want to talk about it being used as a form of sport washing. I just don't know if the White House event is being, because I sort of view the America 250 celebration as a celebration of America. And I know that he's the president. I know he's going to take all the honors. And I know some might say, Ariel, you're being naive right now. But to me, I view it as a celebration of America. He'll be gone in 3 years and the country will move on. I don't think he'll go for another term. I just don't see that happening again. Maybe I'm proven wrong. So I just kind of feel like this is a part of the celebration. And of course, the UFC, an entity that was not, that was illegal in the state of New York 10 years ago. Who would have thought in 2016 that they'd have the opportunity to do an event? Of course they're going to take that opportunity. It's huge for them. It's being talked about. It's going to be watched by millions of people. So it's a complex one for sure. There's no doubt no sports entity has ever tied itself, at least not in like our lifetimes, to a specific president who just so happens to be such a polarizing one, quite like the UFC has. There's no doubt. And you can make the case that there is no sporting organization that is as political right now as the UFC, right? Like the ICE commercials and, the appearances by it just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like if baseball had the opportunity to do a game at the White House, they would take it. They wouldn't say like, no, that's too political for us.
But the problem is all of this stuff happened beforehand.
Yeah.
Like it's, you can't just separate them and go like, this is happening because of this. Like, look at what's happening with the Revival Act. Like there's it seems to be political favors happening here.
Yep.
Like, it's very
now,
hard
but is that sport washing?
Well, here's my question.
It's not sport washing, but it's part of
all,
the they've created with this relationship.
It's bouillabaisse.
Totally agree with Pete. You can't separate the two, but you're also coming at it from the perspective of the organization, right? If I am the MLB, if I'm the NFL, if I'm somebody else, I would say yes to that opportunity.
Yeah.
The point is not would they say yes. The point is the administration doing this in an effort to sports wash? The motivation is not from the league side, right? I agree with you that I think nearly every league would take that opportunity, but is the administration doing this in an effort to distract from other things, right? It's couched in 250 celebration, all these other things that I think are reasonable, expected, and something we would have assumed would happen. But it is also happening at a time of turmoil. It is also happening at a time where there's a lot of unrest in the country. And so this is an opportunity to kind of, hey, look at this great thing we're providing. And I think this is kind of like the definition of sports washing from a administration perspective, not necessarily from like, should UFC turn it down? Should MLB turn it down? Should NFL turn it down if offered the opportunity? I think they would all probably say yes, but the administration is the one executing their strategy, not the other way around.
Sports washing is a very real thing. There's no doubt about it. And I do believe that there's like a little bit of like a reputational wash that happened as well. I don't know what the right answer is. There's an article in the Washington Post from December 31st, which talks about the marketing strategy of the current regime. The quote is, "The spending would help President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda dominate media networks and recruitment channels, including through ads targeting people who have attended UFC fights, listened to patriotic podcasts, or shown an interest in guns and tactical gear," according to a 30-page document distributed among officials this summer detailing ICE's surge hiring marketing strategy, quote unquote. So, there's obviously something there. And if you want to say, I've seen some people say like the UFC fighting at the White House is disgusting. I don't feel that way. I don't feel like it's disgusting. What was that?
I don't either.
I don't think it's disgusting. If you despise the current regime, if you despise Donald Trump, you might feel like, hey, yeah, this is too close for comfort. But I'm probably thinking that you thought that a long time ago. And I've seen some people, there are a lot of fans, and I know there's, some media members, Luke Thomas probably being the most prominent one, who are very open and talking about this, and certainly have like I would say like a Democratic left POV who are very critical of this. And I think that it's all very healthy to have these conversations. I think it's part of the job. It's healthy. I'm not offended by the White House event. I did think that the Trump stuff was way too much in the campaign. Like, you want to do it once, hey, he's sitting there, fine. I get it. You have a history, you have a relationship. The elaborate walkouts and all that, I still to this day can't believe ESPN was okay with it. Still to this day. And And you know, I made my feelings, you know, known on election day, but still, I think that there are certain things that should be kept separate. And it was just a lot. It was a lot. So very interesting. As far as the second question.
But one more thing I just want to say one more thing on the first, which is the question kind of presupposed that like nobody's really talking about this. You just highlighted the fact that like Luke Thomas as one example, there are people talking about
we've talked about it too.
It would be an unrealistic expectation for it to be the focus of every single conversation, but I don't think it has gone unsaid. I don't think there's anybody, and we are now in fact talking about it right here, so I don't think it has gone unsaid. I don't think it will be this like non-issue. I don't think everybody stays quiet on it, but I also think it would be unrealistic for every conversation to have that caveat or to lead with that part of the conversation. So I don't know.
I think we've talked about it a bunch in many different shapes and
It's also happening in every sport in the world right now.
That's
like it's happening all over the place. You're talking about Formula One, boxing, obviously in combat sports, soccer. Like they're buying World Cups. You know, like that's what's happening here. And I know the next one's in the US. Saudi Arabia's having one. Qatar's had one. Like this is not a combat sports issue. I think the barrier for entry is a lot lower in combat sports. You know, we've seen Kadyrov. Things like that.
Yeah. I think what makes it unique, PT, is that we've never quite seen this happen in the US. You know what I mean?
That is, but I will say, like, from an outside of the US perspective, this was always sports washing. I just don't think people were aware of it. You know, because it was so new. I don't think people were aware
because it was the US. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe because the radar wasn't up. Speaking of the White House event, there is a tweet here from one Conor McGregor saying, fun times, Dana White in UFC. He's talking about the Floyd Conor buildup, that world tour that they went on. Floyd Mayweather, when you are ready for that promised MMA bout, I am here. The White House is nice in the summer, I heard. Just kidding, Mike. Although I could fight both on the same night. Floyd, MMA, easy, 10 seconds. And a lot of people are speaking about this. Greater chance of Conor fighting Floyd rather than Conor fighting Mike? Do you guys think that happened?
No, Conor fighting Mike, much more likely.
I do wonder, like, when the story is told, how involved the White House will be in the making of this card. Like, because Donald Trump, I could see him being like, yeah, I like that. I feel like they're going to be somewhat involved.
Yeah.
We saw John Anik come out, and I forget the outlet, forgive me.
I think it was the Jackson podcast.
Oh, okay, there you go. Shout out Rampage.
He wasn't on that one.
Oh, he wasn't?
No.
Who was on it? Just the Bear guy?
It was the Bear guy and Michael Bisping and Anik.
Okay, shout out to that triumvirate. But John Anik saying 6 or 7 title fights. I can't imagine that the UFC was dying to. Wow, look at Petesy. Hip.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that the UFC was dying to do that because that would probably realistically kill the second half of their schedule. And you have to imagine that there's some requests being made at a White House level for this to be spectacular. If the White House makes the offer, I imagine that they're going to have some say.
Is this a jump the shark moment?
I'm opening.
What is?
Why you got to put me on?
This is what the people want, right?
Okay.
Pop one more button. Let's see what's really going on.
We're going to see you without the button anyway.
Pop one more.
This is after a few Reddicks or whatever they're called.
Can I get a Rickards? The
Rickards.
You know what I should have done?
Where's that Funk Harbor? Where's that Funk Harbor at?
I should have done like one of these. No, it doesn't quite work when it's like, you know, when it like comes down both. Does anyone know how to tie
Don't you need a real bow tie for that?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't work with, Does anyone know how to tie one?
Nope.
No.
That's a pull up the YouTube. That's a pull up the YouTube.
Was that me?
When you're doing
Okay, I don't want
in Obad Elliott mode right now.
I don't want this gentleman to think that I was skipping the first question, and it is about Barry Weiss spiking.
I have no idea about this. I don't know what this is.
Barry Weiss used to work for the New York Times, I do believe. Then she left. I think she was high ranking over there, maybe editor-in-chief, left and started something called the Free Press, which gained a lot of popularity. And then she was hired late. Well, actually, she wasn't hired. The new Paramount Plus regime, the Ellison family, which we've heard a lot about, I believe they bought the Free Press, and brought her over as the executive editor of sorts of CBS News. I feel like Jordan knows a lot about this. Did I get all this right, Jordan, or did I mess this up?
Yeah, no, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Free Press, now CBS News. Yeah, you nailed it.
But they bought it, right? They bought her, I
believe so. They bought her website, whatever, and then, yes, they installed her as editor-in-chief of CBS News, much to apparently the chagrin of people at CBS News.
Okay, and there was a story that was going to air on 60 Minutes, obviously, the pillar of news journalism, I would say, broadcast news. Been around forever here in the United States. Actually, it was about Venezuela, right? It was about...
It was about immigrants being put into detention centers.
Yes,
including Venezuelans.
And Venezuela, and then at the 11th hour, the story did not air. Her statement, I'm paraphrasing all of this. Her statement was like she felt like there were still some reporting holes that needed to be filled, but in a crazy twist, it aired in Canada. They didn't pull the plug on it there, some way, somehow. And then that got posted online and everything spread. And the insinuation was, given her politics, she is right-wing, and given her relationship with the White House, she pulled it because it made them look unfavorable. Would that be a fair way of describing all of this?
Yeah, I think that pretty much sums it up. She said there were holes in the reporting that they didn't feel like were correct. And then,
and the correspondent...
Sharon Alfonsi said, which is pretty rare for 60 Minutes correspondents to speak on decisions. And I think the previous editor-in-chief of 60 Minutes had resigned because he didn't like how Barry Weiss was getting involved in their editorial decisions, which had really not happened before for 60 Minutes.
Yes, and I think the correspondent sent an email to the crew or to the team, and that email got published. I don't know if she posted it on her own. Nevertheless, yeah, it was a huge deal, and there's been some decisions that have been scrutinized since she came over, because she's never really been in this position per se, like a broadcast executive editor. Look, I'll be 1,000% honest with you guys. I am a fan of Barry Weiss. I'm very much a one issue kind of guy. You know how I feel about the Middle East. You know how I feel about the state of Israel. You know how I feel about its right to defend itself, and obviously its right to exist. And I think that when she was working at the Free Press, she was one of the very few media members who was actually telling the truth about what was going on over there. And so I appreciated that. As far as her coming over to the CBS Paramount world, we're starting to see that it's not that easy. It's not that easy. There are a lot of different barriers that you have to consider, that you have to overcome. There are a lot of different opinions, and ultimately you have to do what's best for the entity. CBS News, to me, is the most, even though it may not be what it once was, that is the home of Walter Cronkite. Walter Cronkite was the anchor of the CBS News. And I've talked about Walter Cronkite. Walter Cronkite, to me, is the most trusted news anchor of all time. He was dubbed the most trusted man in America at one time. He was known as Uncle Walter. When he said it, when he reported that John F. Kennedy was shot, the world believed it. And it was a time where there was no, obviously, internet, social media, any of those things, right? I mean, it was like the embryonic stages of TV and media back then. And so there's a tremendous legacy and reputation to uphold, and there are people right now who don't believe and don't feel like she is upholding that. It would be reckless of me to go too deep into all of that, because honestly, I don't follow it that closely. I'm obviously aware of the stories, and I like this type of stuff. I will say, as I just said before, I'm very passionate about the Middle East and the state of Israel and all that, and I'm passionate about what I believe is to be misreporting regarding that, and very biased reporting. But I will also say, more so than anything, is the fact that I do believe that media should be unbiased. And so if it is in fact true that a country, Israel, any country, did something wrong, yes, that should be reported, and there should be no bias, and the facts should be reported. If there's a story that is not up to snuff, then it should not come to light. Who the hell am I to say if a story was, fully reported, vetted, because I wasn't there in the trenches? But if it is in fact true that there is bias seeping into her decision making, yeah, that's a big problem. That's a huge, huge problem. There should be no bias. There should be no emotional attachment. There should be no relationship attachment to anything. You should be there to report on the news, report on the truth, and you should be there to report on, the facts to the people without any bias. And it drives me crazy that, like, I couldn't go on ESPN back in the day and say, like, I hope Conor McGregor beats Khabib Nurmagomedov. I would get called out if I said that. But yet you go on news, whether it's, political news, cable news, broadcast news, and you see bias all the time and no one has a problem with it. In fact, people accept it. I don't understand why news, which is way more important than sports news, why does news get treated differently than sports news? I know there's opinion shows in sports, but if someone was watching SportsCenter and, an anchor, SportsCenter, a cable news program on a cable news network, and the anchor said, yeah, the Bills are playing the Jets, and I hope that the Jets lose this game because they suck and they don't deserve to win, and I hope the Bills smash them, blah, blah, blah. We see the equivalent of that on cable news networks every single day. And if someone said that on ESPN, they'd be lambasted for it. I'm not talking about a pundit. I'm talking about the anchor. And yet you see it in political news. I don't understand that. I don't understand why you can't go. Like, do you guys feel like there is one outlet that gives it to you straight? No bias. I think the New York Times is biased. I think the Washington Post is biased. I think Fox is biased. I think CBS is biased. I think ABC is biased. I think they're all biased in some way, shape, or form. You can tell me right now, we can play the game. They're left, they're right, they're left. Who's down the middle? Who's down the middle? I don't know.
It is very hard to find. To the point you're making, it did feel like in a previous era, in a previous time, that was different, but I imagine that was just, there were more stringent standards in terms of making sure not to cross those lines. And now, everything goes. Everybody's just allowed to say whatever they want.
This gentleman is right, though. I love this stuff. I love journalism, and I don't understand people like we've joked. Frank and I have joked about like Megyn Kelly and all this stuff. She's biased too. They're all biased, and I don't like that. I don't want echo chambers. Give it to me straight, without bias. Stop.
I don't think you're in the majority, though.
I don't get that.
People want the echo chamber.
Why? I don't get that.
Because it supports their own belief system, and they want to feel that.
It's so dangerous. It's so unhealthy.
It's happening in Ireland now as well. It's, you know what I mean? It's crazy.
People don't want to hear other people telling them they're wrong, right? If
give me the news.
Yeah, but if the news says you're wrong, then you have to confront that.
Nottingham Forest.
Yeah. Oh wait, we scored?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you. Most importantly, thank God. Can we win this damn game? 69.
By the way, just on the specific piece, which I've seen, like, I feel like the cover-up was worse than the crime, if I'm being honest. Like,
they should have just aired it?
It was a harrowing piece, and like it revealed some atrocities that were happening. But like, I don't think people are unaware of most of those. Like, I think it was, pretty well reported already, some of these things that were happening, and the cover-up ended up magnifying it in a way that.
Well, I guess the thinking was, or maybe the accusation is, she didn't want to air it because it would make them look bad.
Yeah, and in the end, the cover-up made it look significantly worse. Yeah.
Fascinating. I saw the new anchor of the CBS News evening news come out and say, like, there's not going to be any bias here, and everyone was going crazy over that. It could do your head in. It could really do your head in. If someone out there knows of a down the middle, unbiased, they tell it to you like it is, as it's supposed to be. If you know of that outlet or show, please let me know.
I can't wait for everybody to see their. Oh yeah, there you go.
Well, no, I mean in politics, but yes.
Oh, sorry.
You know what? Not even in politics.
First one that came to mind.
In the world, like, because I sometimes I feel like humanity is in politics. Not everything is politics. In the world, can you just give it to me straight? On a brighter note, Nimesh, and thank you for the thoughtful question. I do appreciate it, and I don't know. Maybe you didn't like my answer. I'm just trying to be as real with it. Like, I look at every single person is biased. Every single one. I could call them all out. All the sport. I know every single one of them. You're all fucking biased. You don't tell
those fighting words.
No, you don't tell it like it is. I'm sorry for swearing. I'm sorry for swearing. I mean, you see it all the time. Tell it like it is. Just be honest. I was going to go on a tangent there, but we've said enough. Olympics right around the corner. What is the most underrated sport? What is everyone's favorite sport to watch? Well, nothing beats the hockey. What'd you say?
Curling.
Basketball.
I don't know if you're joking about the curling, but the curling
I love curling.
Okay, the curling is tremendous. No, I think they're talking about winter here. Yeah.
Curling's a winter Olympic sport.
Yeah, no. He said basketball.
I said basketball.
Curling, the bobsledding.
The bobsled.
Bobsled's pretty sick.
By the way, you know what I learned? It's actually not bobsled. It's bobsleigh.
Yeah.
Damn.
And
What about
Sport is called bobsleigh?
Bobsleigh. By the way, what about skeleton? Have you seen skeleton?
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
Skeleton. Those people are out of their mind. They're out of their mind.
With
They're
no
nuts.
cover on.
Yes.
Skateboard.
Yeah.
They're out of their mind.
The snowboarding is
Snowboard
sick.
is fun. The half pipe. I like the half pipe.
Yeah,
Yeah, all the snowboarding and skiing is sick.
But are we
Figure skating, I'm down for. Throw it on. Any Olympic sport, I'm in on.
Are we more summer or winter though? Is the question.
Summer, cause stop.
Summer.
I'm summer,
100 meters,
but-
man.
Listen, in Canada, it was huge. The Winter Olympics
Yeah.
was gigantic. I think these Winter Olympics, the big prediction is they're going to enjoy a revival. The last one was a complete bust in Beijing, and even the prior one in Pyeongchang was a bust. So the Winter Olympics went down, but I think Paris did great. And I think that now the world is back to normal, and I think the hockey is going to be phenomenal. The Four Nations last year was the perfect table setter. The U.S. and Canada, I don't know if you've seen some of the ads on NBC. It's been great. John Hamm involved. I think there's a lot of countries vying. Canada's trying to win a gold medal for the first time since 2010. And also, it's the first time, by the way, since 2014 that the NHLers are back. The last two, they were not there. So I think hockey's going to be great. We're all pulling for Utah, to win in the speed skating. Of course, we're talking about Jake Paul's fiance, Pride of the Netherlands. Sometimes it's hard when I make the jokes. I don't see you guys. I don't know if it's landing.
We were like cheering.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't understand.
Does Ireland have one Winter Olympic athlete? Like, is there going to be one?
Me.
Let's see. Ireland.
Did you say you?
I said it'd be news to me.
Oh, I thought you were putting
Maybe
your name
I am
in the
on
hat.
the team, and they haven't told me yet. Like,
Yeah, they have
Petesy Carroll.
one alpine skier.
Hell yeah.
2 cross-country skiers.
Hell yeah.
2 alpine skiers.
How are they training?
Not in Ireland. What about Ireland Winter Olympics medals history? Do you have any?
2022, 0 medals, but 6 total Olympians.
No medals, huh?
2018, 0, 5. It's tough.
Closest call came in 2002 in Clifton.
How many boxing medals do Canada have?
Lennox Lewis, heard of him?
Oh, the English guy?
Yeah, won it for Canada in 1988. Look it up. Finished 4th in
we're
skeleton.
big Union
Hey,
Jack
by the way,
fans,
finished
trust
4th in skeleton. 2002. Did you know that Ireland's first appearance in the Winter Games was 1992?
No, do you know what? No, I don't know anything about the Winter Olympics and Ireland's participation in it, all right? I don't know anything about
Why are
it.
you getting so...
I just want to watch the curling, all right? Do we have any curling athletes?
Seamus O'Connor competed in snowboarding, becoming the first Irish athlete to appear in 3 Winter Olympics in 2014, 2018, 2022. What about Tamsin McGarry? That's Ireland's first female Winter Olympian, competing in alpine skiing in 2002, and of course the aforementioned Clifton. What do you think? Will you watch it? Is it even on TV there? Is it televised?
We don't have television here yet.
For fuck's sake.
The Olympic Federation of Ireland's logo is pretty great. It's a nice clover with the Olympic ring.
That's what we tend to go with.
Yeah, man. I never get tired of the clover, man. Throw that clover on anything.
Give me a Killian.
I'm there.
Stevie B asks, I've started to keep a journal as a New Year's resolution. Have any of you ever done such a thing?
TST definitely has.
Hell yeah. I feel like GC had a journal back in the day.
I have one right now.
Oh, wow.
I started one last year called Line a Day, and each page is slotted for 5 years. I went 365 at 365 last year, so now I've restarted it. So then I fill it in now, and above it is a blurb from what I was doing this time last year.
Okay.
Does this count as a journal? Like, because I sit here and I doodle as we're doing the show every day.
Really?
Like loads of-
Are you that bored?
Well, I think of things that I should come back to. Like here it says.
I respect that.
Yeah, I can't really read my own writing if I'm being completely honest.
How far back does it go?
Yesterday.
I don't date it. It's just
Oh, wow.
stream of consciousness.
Oh, the date's key, man.
This one says Dana, Cowboy Stadium. What?
Cowboy Stadium, that goes back.
I help you just to write it down and not be able to read it.
Not for nothing. There's a massive story out there now about them owing 370 million to a whole generation of fighters. That's another note I've got here.
30 million for the kitchen.
I've heard of this.
By the way, did you actually write Not for Nothing?
Yeah, I did. I was thinking that after I said it. Like, what?
Like, usually you say that in the midst of a conversation when you're going back and forth.
questions.
This is like what they find in like a serial killer's house when they bring him in.
Yeah.
Like, oh, look at these musings that he's got here.
Can I give
These
you?
are fucking mental.
Can I give you a regret? I always told myself throughout my time on the road, like, oh, I should keep like an audio journal to at least remember these things, and I never did it.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah. Should have
Start
done
now,
it.
you know.
Yeah, never too late.
Wait,
we're not going to talk to GC, the only one who actually had a journal? I'd like to know more about the journal.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean,
Are you finding the value in it?
Yeah, I actually really like it a lot. I really like being able. This one that you do every day. It's nice being able to flip back and see what happened on that day.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool.
Nice way to remember your life.
Dan Hurley, the coach of UConn, is a daily journaler, and
It's nice to put the thoughts out on paper.
So one sentence, GC. Is that like, would you try and...
It's like a paragraph. It's like a short paragraph.
Today I did this, or whatever. Or I want to do this.
Yep. Or no, today it's just a recap. I do it right before I go to bed.
Today, PT was asking me how to journal.
Yeah, I need some advice, man. This shit I got here is terrible.
Not for
It's
nothing.
awful.
My name is PT.
Speaking of Frank, Dorset
Your name
Steve says, "Hey gang, could we get mysterious Frank to make some drops of some of Chael P's most famous mispronunciations?"
Yeah, man.
Love the
Send them
show.
on over.
Oh, all right.
Oh, that's gonna be great. Can't wait.
Stevie B says, "Happy New Year, all. Remember when Rick predicted Hamza to be the breakout fighter of the year for 2025? Are the instructions clear for him this time around, or can he justify his past strange pick?"
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
We'll find out tomorrow. But yes, just as a teaser for the conversation, reminder that last year the instructions were clear to me and only me. Where it said no prospects, just for the record, just, let's cement that. The original message that described how you were supposed to pick your breakout fighter said explicitly no prospects. So just to be clear.
Fruity Loaf says, "Hey, did you idiots purposely mute the audio during the Ryzen convo? If you censor Killer Carroll again, we riot. Happy New Year." Saw a couple of comments about this. Did something happen? I don't know.
Yeah, we lost audio for 25 seconds yesterday
Well,
on the stream.
Yep. Well, there you have it.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah. GC's Dirty Apartment says, "Hi, Ariel. You've described yourself as a journalist with a capital J, so I'm curious about your perspective on how we define journalism today. What are your thoughts on figures like Nick Shirley, a 23-year-old independent creator whose reporting supporters say he has helped expose billions of dollars in alleged fraud involving taxpayer funds, even within a single state?" I believe that's Minnesota, right? Many argue his work has significantly shifted public perception about the scale of fraud that can exist at the state level. By the way, for the record, I don't think I've ever called myself a journalist with a capital J, but sure, I've called myself a journalist from the best school in America. At the same time, critics, many of whom are self-proclaimed journalists with a capital J, have focused less on verifying or challenging the substance of his findings and more on scrutinizing Shirley himself, his background, credentials, platform. How do you interpret that dynamic, and what does it suggest about journalism, about how journalism is evaluated today? This was a story, a video investigative video that came out on X, I believe. I think it originated on X, right, Frank?
Damn right.
Don't pretend like you don't know. I love how you stay out of these conversations and you know more about them than all of us.
Says who?
Anyway, and he exposed all this stuff, and I didn't happen to see this. Are people now coming after him? Is that what happened? I guess people who are probably being exposed or the target of his expose are now coming after him. Is that what's happening?
Ain't that what journalism is?
Yeah, that's a good point, Jamal. I don't know. I haven't looked too deep into that. That was happening during the break, and I was actually trying to do a good job of staying offline as best as possible. I think I did a pretty good job. Anyway, here's Ethan, non-Knicks fan. Skip ahead. I need a man's take on this. We had a tough week. Did we ever, Ethan? 3 losses in a row, games that we should have won. We've actually lost 4 in a row. So you probably wrote this before yesterday's debacle against the freaking Pistons. My God, this guy probably wrote it before the Pistons game, and that was the worst loss of them all. Lost by 31 to the freaking Pistons. That sad sack franchise from that sad sack city. I love the drink. What's missing? I see a lot of people pointing to Josh and Mitch being out. True. Do you think there's a deeper issue? Yeah, heart. Where the fuck is the heart? Sorry, damn it. Where's the heart? Where's the heart? Where's the pride? Where's the defense? Where's the toughness? Where's the aggression? A lot of people are pointing to the Vegas hangover that the last 2 NBA Cup winners. I have my NBA Cup shirt here, by the way. And by the way, if it is in fact true that there is a hangover, it was well worth it for that moment of glory. He says it's still our year, baby. Larry O'B's coming to the Mecca. Look, the Thunder lost by 27 to the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, so everyone can chill out. And I see my guy Simmons touting the fact that the Celtics are now a game up on the Knicks. Big deal, all right? We'll see you in May.
Jaylen Brown being the MVP.
Yeah, whatever. We'll see you in May, bro. Jeremy, how's your relationship with Hamza? For the record, I would love to have Giannis. I don't believe in like stand pat. Like if it's available, it's available. But I think the team is good. We've had some injuries. Landry Shamet is coming back. Mitch has been out. Josh has been out. I believe in Mike Brown. Yeah, we'll be all right. How's your relationship with Hamzat? It's fine. Was there a specific fallout or just no contact? No specific fallout. He doesn't do a lot of interviews, and it's hard to get him live. You'll recall one time we had him outside of like a kebab restaurant, but that wasn't live.
Yeah, I think that was one of the most recent times we had him, yeah.
But it wasn't live. Like, it's hard to get him live.
Yeah.
Not a great interview. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Link 1 says, AH, love the behind-the-scenes video. Thank you. And learning stories behind all of your collectibles. Do you think in the future you can do a different style behind-the-scenes where you show what Andy and Jordan do, the prep for when live guests await their interview? Or how about the cafeteria and other fun things like that? Thanks for all the content. You're in my ear every day at the gym and on my walks. Well, I appreciate that. I actually thought for a moment when we were doing that, like, oh, let's do the whole thing. But then we decided that would be too much. So yes, I would love to do that. Do you guys think that would be interesting?
Yeah, no. Man.
I think it would be. And then we could do a day in the life of Petesy.
Oh, can't wait to see that.
Oh, so the series is a day in the life of each individual?
No.
That I think could be
But I mean, like a day in the life of you guys back there. What's the control room like? I think people would be into it.
Yeah.
You'd need danger money, like to whatever videographer follows me on the dog walk.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough of a story to tell.
It'd be like 6 minutes back here in the control room.
Yeah.
Here's my seat. Here's Rick's.
Here we are.
Woke front bench.
Now we're gonna do these jobs.
We could count all the monitors.
And the way you let Andy talk, like 2 to 5 to 2.
Oh yeah,
cigarettes.
That's the best.
Is that your impression of Andy?
By the way, my kids love that.
To the 2?
Nah, food.
My kids love that.
Back to 7.
Okay, one time
They still are not sure what Jordan does. They still think that he does the least.
Who's to check?
He presses the buttons as Andy is saying the numbers. He's like this.
So PT was here sometime last year, and he turns to me and he's like, I don't mean to ask a stupid question, but what is it that Andy is saying? And more importantly, like, who is she talking to?
Who is she talking to? Tell us.
She's calling her own shots, so she can explain.
Well, explain it to people. Explain it to people.
So I'm calling the shots so that if Jordan needs to fly something, he knows what he's able to display on the screen.
What's fly? What do you mean by fly? People don't know these
Jordan,
terms.
let's do a quick sample.
Do it. Okay.
This is great. I love this. This is my favorite thing.
So this is flying a bar. So let's fly a bar.
Ooh.
There you go.
Wow, Anthony
so if we are, keep it up. If we're on a 4 box, we can't do that. So if I'm saying, take 1, he knows that he can fly the bar.
Oh.
So that's pretty much, it's communication. PT, I'm not talking to myself,
Andy, just do the thing that you do. Just do the numbers thing. Go on. Do
what numbers? PT, where I'm calling you. Camera 1, camera 2, take camera 2, camera 3.
And we're going back to 2. To 1, 2, 4. Back to 5, 2.
To myself.
1 again.
To myself.
Okay, so then the question is,
I love the.
Why to yourself? Why do you have to say to yourself?
No, he thought that I was speaking to myself the whole time.
I thought she was
got it. Okay.
What she means is Frank and I don't listen, so we just
That is actually true, so I do talk to myself, I
she's
guess.
director and technical director, but usually like a director would be telling the technical director,
Sure.
ready this, take this, but she's telling herself, but we listen in to know where she's going next in case there's something important for us to do.
I'm queuing videos so that Frank knows to track them or not and stuff like that,
How do you do
Try to bring up the sound.
So when all the mics are on there, how are you doing it?
Sometimes I don't, honestly, because then you can hear me.
Yeah.
And I'm loud. So it just doesn't, it's not it. But
It's impressive. Starts whispering it.
Or I whisper it, yeah.
Which makes it sound even crazier to someone like Pizzi, who's like,
Pizzi, you should see
now
that.
she just went from talking aloud to whispering to herself. I love it.
You see, people like this stuff. We should do a behind the scenes.
We don't know that.
This is
we
it.
don't know that.
This is the one.
Someone in the chat says GC's day in the life is just him pooping. Can't wait. Can't wait.
You know what? Now that I think about it, maybe each person gets their own day in the
That's
life.
what I said.
Yes.
That could actually be compelling.
I actually think it's kind of boring. Don't come to my house. I just sit on the couch.
No.
Nah, the
Watch
Jordan
TV.
day in the life would be great.
My
Jordan
day in the
hopping on that
life
text with Andy and Frank in
wouldn't
the
be
front
my
bench.
day in the life.
I love all these production ideas, though. Keep them coming.
Mine is just in the gaff, so I mean, it's gonna.
No,
be...
we're gonna set it up, Pizza. You know how like when they fake it, where they fake the events that are
Chris.
happening. We're gonna have you with somebody with their phone playing really loud and just see what happens.
There was
You're
one
walking
time-
down the street.
We
I
had
do
Pizza
see a
on-
lot of people on a daily basis, though, so I mean,
Yeah.
could be interesting.
We
a
had
lot of blanch
Pizza
figures.
on air, and then we dismissed him to move on to interviews. And then he sends me a text of where his dog took a shit.
Oh,
right,
jeez.
right out of frame. He's like, "Oh, look what I just had to walk into." I'm like, "Bro, we're on air.
Oh,
I
God.
need to see Reggie's poop."
Okay, just a couple more. Brett from Nebraska. GC, blind rank these 5 college quarterbacks.
Okay.
Jake Fromm.
4.
Brady Quinn.
3.
Tommy Frazier. Do you know Tommy
Wow.
Frazier?
Throwback. Nebraska.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
2.
Antoine Randall L.
Wow. Turned wide receiver with the Steelers.
Yeah.
5.
Tua Tagovailoa. Is
Yeah,
that
that's
it?
1. National
Really?
champion.
Is he?
Holy shit, Jesus.
Y'all don't know college ball, man.
Bro.
Y'all do not know college ball.
Tua was not number 1 on that list. Now, real rank them. He's not number 1. Tommy Frazier was better than Tua.
Didn't he win the Heisman or like
Tua was pretty nasty in college, man.
Really?
in college?
Pretty nasty in college. Also, Jake Fromm was a mediocre quarterback for Georgia.
Am I crazy? Wasn't Tua the only like number 1 option there? Like
No,
there couldn't have
Alabama
been.
always has pretty good quarterbacks. It was him and
No, I'm
Jalen
saying like
Hurts
on
at the
that
time.
list, Tua's the obvious one. No?
I think Jalen Hurts. I think Tua's a 1 there.
Yeah.
He also says, shout out to Eric Decker.
Wow! Shout out to Eric Decker. Great looking
Shout
cat,
out Brett.
man.
Shout out Brett.
Mean Tangerine. Hey, Ariel and gang. I'm flying to New York City to audition for Juilliard's MFA drama program. And during my stay, I wanted to know where I can find the best pint of Guinness in New York City. Does anyone know?
Pizzy,
tell
took us around, man.
Well, lads, you brought me there, so I mean, you can say, GC, this is your ownership of this.
What ownership of what? It was your video.
Well, you guys brought
where
me
did they
there.
have the
The
records
Dead
again?
Rabbit. It's the best. It's the best place, and
What is
Irish
it
people
called?
love it.
Wait, what is it called?
The Dead Rabbit.
Yeah, Dead Rabbits.
Where's that?
Fida.
Fine. There it is. Oh, we've been there
30
together.
million for the kitchen scrap.
Yeah.
You were
Beautiful.
there?
And they have
I've been
nice
there, yeah.
food, everything.
It was
They
next to
play
the old
GA.
MMA hour.
Yeah. When did you go?
Bro, I've been there. I think
I
it was
will
like
say
You
that
know
maybe
what the
for-
craziest thing is?
I not there?
The Russian translator for the UFC used to work there.
Weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's your answer. Pecan Pie up in this. Hey, Ariel, question for everyone. With the current batch of champions, who has the best chance of moving up in their respective weight class and claiming double gold?
Shmoyev.
I feel like Hamzat and Poatan are the obvious
Alex
ones,
Pereira.
but could you see anyone else?
What you slandering Tom Aspinall's name? Shmoyev.
no, I'm just
Shemaev,
for-
I mean, Poatan, depending on, like, there could be a world, the surgeries and everything. Do they do Alex versus Ariel? I don't know.
Yep.
Valentina?
no.
No?
We've seen 35 from Valentina.
She almost beat Amanda Nunes.
She ain't beating Kayla Harrison.
Yeah, well, what if Kayla
I'm
retires?
down for it though. Why not?
Yeah, but I think those are the ones, right?
I think it's Alex. It's heavyweight MMA at that point, and he's got a nuke. Like anything can happen there.
Persian Apothecary. I always have trouble with that one. Apothecary. Hello, I miss you so much. It's my weekly ritual to listen to you all. So curious what you think of Sean O'Malley's comments about this potentially being his last year fighting. What do you guys think? Do you think this is it for Sean O'Malley? Sean O'Malley said on his YouTube channel this could be it. I feel like he's still so young. How old is Sean O'Malley? He's got to be...
I guess it's 31.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. 31. Just turned 31 in October.
Happy birthday.
I don't...
Nah, he's not going anywhere.
No chance.
Big deal. By the way,
Even if he
Jan
does
winning has
win-
kind of like rejuvenated his career.
Yes.
If he beats Song, then he might get a title shot.
Yes. So, no. And, I see Matt Moe here saying I could see him boxing. He's great at MMA. He's got a solid jiu-jitsu game. No, I don't.
He strikes me though as one of those guys who has smartly invested outside of the cage, has a life that he has built that is outside of the cage, I could understand if his motivation is starting to wane and he's going like, look, I've already built this thing that I love that I can just return to at any point. How much longer do I need to even want to do this? I totally get that. I imagine that Sean O'Malley's motivation has gone down, but there's still so many big money fights that he could take. It's too easy for him right now to take those.
I agree. Oh, did we score? Did we score? Oh! Yes! They just scored right now. Gibbs white penalty.
No way.
Wow.
That's a huge result.
Massive.
Time.
Oh my God. We needed that, guys.
Were you watching, Frankie?
Who was watching?
Right.
Golly. Oh my God, we needed that. Let me look at the table real quick.
Look
17.
At that gap now.
We're still 17, but 7 points. Ugh. How are we still? But by the way, you got 21, 22, 23, 27. Like, hey, Brennan, we're not that far away from 14. All right. Wow.
And look. In fairness to Jordan, Spurs only 2 wins off Champions League. It's a really interesting league this year.
But by the way, there's still 5 minutes left here. There's still 5 minutes left. They're at the 92nd minute. 7+7. Gibbs white. Was it a warranted pen though? Was it a warranted pen? That's you know what? Who cares? Own goal to start. Okay, that'd be huge. Yeah, come on, Forrest. Ade tried to say
they're going to catch Leeds. You're going to catch Bournemouth as soon as Semenyo goes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll be all right. Deitch ball, baby. All right. Helwani says, early in the second round of the Harvey Cervantes fight on the Joshua card, you can be heard in the background saying something like, nice to meet you. Let's take a photo. Who was it? No idea.
If you could recall that, it would be supernatural.
You know what's actually
minute mark of this card.
But by the way, you know what's actually like the fact that you could hear me is kind of scary. Like,
I mean,
what if I would have said something?
But what if you were right behind commentary and it was just their mic picking you up?
What if I'm saying?
I don't want to. Do you know the worst of this? The zone. The zone. I hear so much shit going on.
Oh yes, yes. But this is not good. This is not good that people can hear my conversations. What if I'm talking about I don't know, God knows what over there? That's troublesome. Anyway, just a couple more here. Lukey Dubs. Good day, Ariel. Volk retires after his next fight. Will this be the most underwhelming retirement from one of the greatest fighters ever? Just from the standpoint, no one's really calling for this fight. It's a tough fight for him to pull off again. Just feels like a missed opportunity. No. Volk has nothing to prove to anyone. If he wants to win, and I'm assuming you're saying he's going to win. If he wins and then retires in Sydney, it's incredible. If he loses and says, I'm done, then it's still incredible. Like the guy has nothing left to prove to anyone. So not underwhelming at all. And he gets to do it. By the way, I don't think he's going to retire at this point. And he's shown no signs of wanting to retire. So I think that's something that people are just kind of, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? We'll see. But with a win, why would you? Fortunato Acosta. Hey, Ariel and crew, I got this a couple times. What's the Happy New Year's cutoff for you guys? We're past that point, in my opinion. Do you guys agree?
Absolutely.
It's a Larry David rule, like 2 days.
Can I say, like, okay, it's hard to say January 5th because the first day back at work for most people was yesterday. And so you want to be nice to people. You see people, Happy New Year. It could trickle into today. By tomorrow, it's done. Are we in agreement?
I think it just all depends on when are you. If this is the first time you're seeing the person, I think till like the 10th or 11th is okay.
10th or 11th?
The first time you're seeing them, though.
Fuck.
How's your New Year going at that point?
I think you're gonna get a Happy New Year. You know how many of these people that come into this office that haven't been here this week, and we're gonna see them on Monday, which will be the 12th. How many Happy New Years we're gonna get hit with? Oh, hey man, Happy New Year!
And each one I'm gonna be like,
shut up, Goose!
Our beautiful, amazing front desk lady.
Yeah.
She hasn't been in this.
She hasn't been here.
We're gonna see her next week, and she's gonna be like, Connor, Happy New Year. What do you want me to do? Ah, fuck it.
You're right. No, you're right.
January 12th.
You're right.
I want to. If you could get a video of Ariel taking issue with this with someone, I'd really appreciate it though.
No. Listen.
I've been wheeling and dealing the Happy New Year's since we got back in the
All over.
office.
Yeah, listen.
Like everyone I
Spread
see,
good
hey,
cheer.
Happy New Year, Happy New Year.
I don't think I said it to anyone. Not one person.
That's it.
You're a curmudgeon.
Not even Elaine.
Happy New Year, and I was just like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why is your phone so loud? Stop, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Why is your phone so loud? You're right.
El Peruano. New York Rick, blind rank these guests from Ariel's extended network. The rare New York Rick blind rank.
Okay, let's do it.
Oh, Rick.
Wait, how many? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Dahlia.
Oh, geez. 1. Nobody's topping Dahlia.
Legend.
Mama knows.
Oh,
my mom.
That's one.
My poor
Never
mom.
put one in first.
My poor mom in attendance for the AJ Jake Paul fight.
Tina. Oh, my God. I feel so bad. She has to be 2, though, but I'm sorry.
Embarrassing.
The two buddies. This is a great pull. The two buddies Ariel got high with at an Expos game back in the day.
5.
Buddy boom buddies.
5.
That was a great one. Brad Wilker said, "If he hits the grand slam, we're smoking."
5.
He hit the grand slam. Walk off. Ariel's sister. Golly,
Oh, I love him, man. I guess 3.
tough. Wait, who
Why?
was 2 again? My mom?
Your mom.
Oh wow. And Matcha, the dog.
All right, I feel good about this. Other than I'd swap your mom and your sister, and then move the number 1 down. But
Yeah,
I
dog.
feel all right about it.
Can I just say
Sorry,
one,
Pina.
one thing about the dog? You know, I've famously said I'm not a dog person. I haven't seen my dog in 2 weeks. Last night, coming back from the show, I saw Matcha for the first time in about 2 weeks, almost 2 weeks, 10, 11 days. Like the cries, the yelps. Like, you know when you leave, Pizza, like you leave your house and your dog is excited. But I never quite realized, like, you leave for 11 days, they feel it. And she was going insane, and it was actually the greatest feeling of all time. You know what I mean?
The best.
It was
They're the
amazing.
best.
They are really the best. They are truly the best.
I brought Reggie out to say hello to Frank today. Did you see that, Frank?
No, I didn't. Was that when you logged off? the Zoom?
Weird.
When you were like, "Oh, where's Reggie?" I went down and got him, and I put him in front of the screen for a good 15 seconds, and then didn't care.
Next
Fair
time,
enough.
get my
No, it's never going to happen again.
Yeah, I could see that.
No, they are the best. And I get it now. I get it. Okay, last one. We've gone through a lot. All right, so it was supersized in the end. And Forrest has won, so thank God for that.
Come on.
Huge win. Huge win. I feel bad beating Nuno, if I'm being honest, but we needed that one. We needed that one. Zarian Combi, what's your reverse New Year's resolution? What have you guys been doing that you'll never do again?
That's a pretty good one. I don't know.
It is a good one. I'm trying not to cuss on the show. Does that count?
No, because you're going to do that again.
Every episode.
Don't say that.
I'm cutting out sugar.
Several times.
You're going to break on that too. Don't do that.
By tomorrow.
Yeah.
I've done absolutely nothing.
What's something that I'm never going to do?
By the way, a lot of people have been saying, I've noticed that that you're on the Benjamin, Rick?
I'm on the Benjamin?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
What is the Benjamin?
The Benjamin.
weed
Benjamin
pen?
Button.
Yeah, definitely not.
What is that, like the fatty?
Yeah, yeah.
But
My tolerance is.
I thought they were talking about the
startlingly
P in the
P and the J?
J and the Peen, bro. J and the Peen.
Keep pinging the comments.
Someone has
What was
said
it
that you're
he
a peen
kept
in the
saying,
pin.
though? He kept saying it wrong.
P and
What
the
was
J.
it? P and the J, yeah.
Yeah.
J and the Peen.
And then he just
That
no-sold
was
it
so
when you asked him
good.
about it.
I was cracking me out laughing with that.
I like how confused Sean was when they were talking about it.
Sean who? O'Malley, that's right.
The other person that
yeah.
was there.
We're working
Keep
through
my
it.
fucking name out your mouth.
Oh, do we have the picture of the thing? We got the picture
of
Gaethje?
That ain't no
This is
ingrown
from
hair, bro.
Connor.
Yeah, all right.
Wait,
I need.
Can we get the doctor on
Gaethje writes,
tomorrow?
did you screenshot me eating brisket from my YouTube video to make it look like I have herpes on my lip? My neck is healing from an ingrown hair. Eating brisket during camp 2 weeks out? It's a bit of a fatty meat,
Well, what
no?
if it was not from the camp? He's saying it's an
Good
old
point,
video.
Ariel.
Oh, old video.
He
but
pulled
then he's
that
saying this
ingrown
is,
hair out and half his neck fell off. What are we talking about here?
what do you think it is?
I don't know what it is, but it does not look like an
Open wound for sure.
I'll give
It
him
was like
the
someone
brisket.
stabbed him in the neck. Man.
I'll give him the brisket because I saw another picture of him and he doesn't have anything on his lip.
Someone stabbed him with a screwdriver.
Legit, it looks like Frankenstein got his screws taken out.
Very quickly, congratulations to Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. They're now in a content, promotional, and sales partnership with the Yes Network.
Yeah, I've been
That's
hearing about this
crazy.
one.
Have you?
Yeah, I got a friend who works at Yes Network.
Wow. So what does it mean?
What is Yes Network?
Yes Network.
It's a regional sports network here in the Northeast. They air the Yankees games. This is going to be like re-airs, I think.
Okay, by the way.
Actually, I don't want to say that for official. This is just what he told me. He was like, I think it's going to be re-airs. I don't want to break any news here.
Wait. No, I know that, but you say regional, like it's the home of the Yankees. It's owned by the Yankees, and they air the Nets as well.
Yeah.
Is that what it's Yankees Entertainment Systems? Is that
That's
what
what I said. I said it's
Something
regional.
to-
They air Yankees games. Nets
Yeah.
as well, yeah.
Is that what Yes stands for though?
Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
There it is.
There it is. Also, wanted to spotlight real quickly the aforementioned Alex Pereira, who gifted his father a beautiful present over the holiday break. He showed this to the world on social media. He, in the past, has gifted his parents, I believe it's that house. And here he is with the big reveal. There's Alex's dad. Are you ready? What is it, PT? Any guesses?
Golf cart.
Oh, you saw it? Damn it. Well, there it is.
Did he give?
Wait. What did PT want to say? Oh,
What are you going to say,
You're amongst
PT?
friends.
Go
What
ahead.
are you going to
Speak your
say,
mind.
PT? Go ahead.
Right.
Say it.
So when I was watching the video,
Yeah.
so the golf cart was there, and I was like, oh, he's gonna bring out the real gift now.
Wow.
I thought the gift was the
You know what?
house.
Maybe you should have kept that one to yourself.
And then they didn't bring it out, and I was
So-
like, no, that's
I just want to be clear. Is what you're saying that Alex Pereira did a bad job at gift giving?
No,
he
no,
gave
it's
too bad a gift to his own father. He should have given him a better gift than a golf cart. Is that what you're saying?
If I gave you a
Right,
golf
so-
cart, you'd be like, "Where's the real gift, Frank?"
For instance, I take a golf cart down to Blanche and I put it outside my dad's gaff, and I'm like, close your eyes, Dad. And he's like, what do you do? Don't touch me. And I'm like, come on, please. And then he walks outside. There's a video camera. He's like, who the fuck is this? And I'm like, just close your eyes. And then he'd be like, what is happening? He is trying to section me. I'll be like, no, just close your eyes. And then he opens them and it's a golf cart. He's like, what the fuck is this? That's what I say.
All right.
So your dad,
Fair
you're
play.
saying your dad wouldn't appreciate it, and you would never stoop so low as to give your dad a golf cart.
I
champion
just don't think he'd
Alex
appreciate
Pereira.
it. Look,
I also have to
question,
say I watch Pereira's YouTube channel pretty regularly. Last year I watched him give Glover Teixeira a brand new 2025 Chevy.
By the way, his dad seemed to be like overcome.
He
with
was
emotion.
elated.
Yeah,
No, I
like,
think it's a
elated.
fantastic
what it
gift.
is.
I think it's a fantastic gift.
I think you guys are very
guys are
disrespectful.
assholes. Yeah.
the house is beautiful.
it is beautiful. It is beautiful.
Did he also give him the house?
That's what Ariel.
Yes, I remember that.
Hey, have this house and this golf
cart's
cart.
a cherry
and then
on top.
Petesy's over here like, fuck the golf
I'd love
cart.
to see him when he gave him the gaff. I mean, can you imagine your reaction to that? If you get
I remember him
golf carts
posting,
get
but it
like
wasn't a video. I remember it
the
being
golf
like a
cart's fire,
picture.
bro.
Frank, any super chats?
Yes. And it starts off with, "What did Karrion Kross end up doing?"
Oh, he ended up going on the Indies. Him and his wife, Scarlett, they seem to be doing well. He seems to be happy. I've talked to him a couple times. Nothing with AEW. Obviously not back with WWE. Still don't really understand what happened there, but he seems to be well and thriving and happy. He got the movie thing going, so wish him the best and hope he's happy and at peace with how everything turned out. What else, Frankie? What else?
Is one championship dead?
Is one championship dead? No, it's not dead. They have been focusing a lot more on Muay Thai. I think they've made a concerted effort to focus more on that, but they're not dead. No, they're not. They had an event very recently, and they have more. But yeah, they're not the player as far as MMA is concerned that they were a few years ago. That's for certain. What else, Frankie? What else?
There's a new place being created by Johnny Harris called Free Press. Maybe you should check it out. It's supposed to be all about the people changing these bias stories in the
Wait,
world.
isn't the Free Press Barry Weiss's thing?
That is what Jordan said.
Yeah. No, it is. I know. It's called the Free Press.
All right.
So, wait, what's the guy's name?
Jerry,
Or Johnny Harris?
Johnny Harris.
Johnny Harris, Free Press. Well, I see a YouTube channel. He's a journalist, YouTuber, an independent journalist. Okay, I mean,
Maybe one's a free press and the other one's the free press. I don't know. Just
yeah.
ideas.
I mean, I was talking about, I mean, yes, I would imagine there are some YouTube channels, YouTubers that are doing this, but he doesn't put out, like, his last video was 2 weeks ago. Incredible views, but then the previous one was 2 weeks ago, and then 3 weeks ago, and then a month ago, and then 2 months ago. So I'm talking about it like on a daily basis. But the stuff does seem to be really nice. So let us see. Good shout. We'll check him out. What else, Frankie? What else?
Also, CNN is very objective and does a damn good job in international affairs like the Middle East. Christiana Kapoor and Caitlin Collins are down the middle.
I mean, there are some of them that are on there, but excuse me, they are not. They are not objective. Come on. There is no one that could actually say this with a straight face. They're not. And by the way, Fox is not objective either. Fox News is not objective. MSNBC or whatever the hell it's called now. MS Now.
MSDNC?
MS Dancy?
DNC.
No, it's a.
Oh, joke.
Yeah, it's.
Don't watch any of it.
CNN
It's really
isn't.
NPR.
Is NPR?
I mean, I consider it.
What about Reuters?
Reuters. Al Jazeera.
I was. What about PBS NewsHour? No.
I always thought Nova was kind of slanted.
Yeah. Anyway, what else, Frankie? What else?
More news outlets?
No.
Oh, okay. Need behind the scenes for each person and the cafe.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to change that avatar, bro. Enough of that thing already. No, I'm kidding. That'd be cool. The cafe's good. It's my favorite time of the day. My favorite time of the day used to be post-show when we'd go up to the cafe. Now it's pre-show. PT, I've been bringing in my own lunch these days. It's been really nice.
Talking to people,
interacting.
A little. How we feeling? How we feeling?
How we doing? How we doing?
How we feeling, guys? How we feeling? How we feeling? How we feeling?
Hi to everyone.
I'm trying to take the temperature of the team.
Take the temp. How we feeling? How we feeling?
I'm just one of the guys.
I'm one of the guys. Everyone's good. Great grand ground.
You always
I'm gonna bounce one leg at a time like everyone else. You know.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'll go back to eating alone. What else, Frankie? What else?
Wow. Rumors. This is the last, by the way. Rumors of Yuri and Olberg for vacant light heavyweight title. True?
Well, this has always been the talk. If he moved up, they are the two most deserving. No doubt about that.
I believe I did see Yuri posting a video just like 30 minutes ago dispelling this. No contracts have been signed.
There was some talk that Alex was going to fight Olberg on that January 24th card. And when I say talks, I mean like tweets online. But then we dispelled it. So, take all of this with a grain of salt. And to tie up everything that we talked about today, consider your outlets and consider who you're getting your news from. Some create an account, they spew news, some aggregate news, and some have trophies a la this one, in which they present,
Please, from the base.
It really is my nose, by the way. Like, look at that.
No, you know what, man?
Oh, yeah, from the base. Wait.
Whoa, is there two of you on camera right now?
It really is my actual nose.
Get the headphones on your nose just so we can see the real.
Oh, you know what?
No.
No, a little big. Gentlemen, it's been a great day, but it's time to say goodbye. Time to say goodbye. I'm buzzing. PT, I'm buzzing after this win.
Wow, it's a huge win, man.
I mean, it's been a tough time. Nick's getting whooped. A little bit nervous about the Bills. Not worried about the Bills. Why is the music so loud, Frank?
I'm not one bit nervous.
Yeah. Now it's really low. You're not nervous at all?
Not even a little bit.
Sunday at 1.
GC scared the shit out of me yesterday, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
I didn't like GC's attitude.
But he's like a closet anti-Bill,
Which one?
Well, we all have a few quid down on this.
Yeah.
GC.
Yeah. We got like 150 on the Bills to win the Super Bowl.
Come on. Get in.
Also bet on them in 2022.
I know.
Same, I think.
Von Miller jersey. Who could forget?
Shout out. Legendary.
I'm going to get Josh Allen jersey
anti-Bill.
tomorrow.
I own a pair of Zubaz pants.
I wish we could have gone to a game this season. I was trying at the beginning of the year. I wasn't getting much.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you chose a Thursday night.
Yeah, I said we were going to do it. We were going to do it from Highmark.
Yeah.
We got to go to the new stadium.
For sure.
Oh my God, it looks amazing. Anyway, gents, tomorrow on the program, prediction show. This is a fun one. Because we'll look back at our picks from last year, and then of course we'll look ahead to 2026. And now we could officially put 2025 to bed. We gave you our MMA picks, our boxing picks, and over on uncrown.com, you can get MMA, boxing, and wrestling picks over there, doing a tremendous job. So go check that out. Thank you very much to the great Ade Oladipo for sticking with me, giving out his picks. That was a very, very fun time. I miss him and love him, and he does a tremendous job. Thanks to all of you for the questions. Thanks to all of them. Thanks to all of us. Back tomorrow, same time, place. Peace.